Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I can have your attention, please, we're going to start the meeting. On va commencer la réunion. If anyone would like to speak to any item on the agenda, please fill out a form by the door. Alors, si vous avez des commentaires, s'il vous plaît, il y a des formes juste à côté de la porte. Declarations of interest, déclaration d'intérêt. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès verbaux, the 5th of June 2015. Carried. Postponements and deferrals, reports et renvois, proposed 2015-2018 term of council priorities. We have presentation by staff and then delegation, so we'll come back to that. City Manager's Office, Bureau de Direction, Directeur Municipal, Ward Boundary Review, Information and Options 2015. Received? Okay, I'm going to hold that. City Treasurer and Finance Institutions designated as eligible for 2015 annual levy. Carried. Budget consultation process, processus de consultation budgétaire. Carried. Corporate Programs and Business Services Department, rapport sur les services en français 2014. Received. City Operations, Parks, Recreation, Cultural Services Department, Service des Parcs, des Loisirs et de la Culture, Integrated Street Furniture Program.
Hold, please.
Hold. Planning and Infrastructure, Urbanisme et Infrastructure, Rail Implementation Office, Stage 2 Light Rail. We have a presentation and staff, rather public delegations of staff presentation. Real Estate Partnership and Development Office, Bureau Partenariat, Développement et en Immobilier, declare surplus and transfer 788 March Road, 25 Keimer Court, and 1045 Greenbank Road to OLDC for future disposal. Carried. Application for approval to expropriate lands, Dan d'approbation d'expropriation, Cumberland Ward and Capital Ward. Carried. And then information items previously distributed. Okay, so we'll go back to item number 1, proposed 2015-2018 term of council priorities. We have a presentation, I believe, by Mr. Box. I'd just like to offer a couple of opening comments before we get to the PowerPoint presentation. The term of council priority setting process allows us to have fulsome discussions about our top objectives as a council. I can recall last term's objectives with a great amount of pride. The previous council decided to move forward with the Confederation Line and Lansdowne Park, and once we set those priorities, we worked together to deliver, and I'm pleased to say that we got the job done. This time around, we have a new set of draft priorities in front of us. This is a new opportunity to set common goals and work together. I've been appreciative of the constructive feedback being provided at the committee level from councillors and from the public. Je suis très reconnaissant des commentaires constructifs formulés par les conseillers et le public au comité. Once this process is complete, I think we'll have a solid roadmap for our term. And working together, focused on our shared priorities, will create a more vibrant, compassionate, and sustainable city. In terms of what is in front of us today, the strategic initiatives relevant to this committee include some of our most significant city building projects. These include Ottawa's light rail expansion, the Bayview Innovation Centre, and the Arts Court revitalization. Together, these will make our city a more dynamic place to live, work, play, and visit. The term of council priorities document also proposes additional investments in our economic development strategy, including tourism and Invest Ottawa. Le document des priorités pour le mandat du Conseil propose également des investissements supplémentaires dans d'autres stratégies de développement économique, y compris le tourisme et Investir Ottawa. As you know, the city has an important role to play in ensuring our local economy can reach its full potential. Our entrepreneurs and startup companies need additional support through Invest Ottawa in order to grow and create jobs. We should also be positive about the proposed investments in Ottawa 2017 celebrations. This will help us plan and attract events as we celebrate Canada's 150th birthday. These investments will allow us to have some skin in the game for funding and partnership opportunities with the private sector and other levels of government. You'll also notice that there are initiatives related to better customer service and accessibility. This will ensure we are constantly removing barriers and making it easier to do business with the city. Finally, there are a number of initiatives related to ensuring continued good health of our finances and assets. The City of Ottawa continues to have an excellent financial record and a AAA credit rating. Over the coming years, we'll refresh our fiscal framework and contribute more to the capital budget. And we will, of course, do so while ensuring life remains affordable for families and businesses. I'll now pass it over to staff to provide a brief overview of the proposed priorities for this committee, and then we'll head to public delegations. Mr. Kirkpatrick, Mr. Box.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank all members of the committee, as I know each of you dedicated considerable time and provided valuable input in the development of the draft term of Council priorities. The priorities before you are aligned in accordance with the Council-adopted mandates of the respective standing committees, subcommittees, and Transit Commission. Within the Finance and Economic Development Committee's mandate, there are 25 strategic initiatives and 62 performance measures under 9 strategic objectives. To continue advancing economic prosperity, the initiatives identified include the Ottawa 2017 celebrations, the renewal and subsequent implementation of the Economic Development Strategy, and as well the renewal of the Byward and Parkdale Markets and Spark Street Mall. Completion of the O-Train Confederation Line and the Light Rail Stage 2 readiness initiatives, as well as the Bayview Yards Environmental and Geotechnical Development Assessment, also fall within the committee's mandate. These support Council's transportation and mobility, sustainable environment services, and sustainable environmental services strategic priorities. Enhancements to the accessibility barrier removal program and creating an accessible city for all through continued improvements, including expanding online accessibility, are initiatives aimed at advancing Council's equity and inclusion objectives. At the same time, the Ottawa Art Gallery expansion and the Arts Court redevelopment are part of Council's desire to build healthy and caring communities. Client-centric service improvement and several-digit service delivery initiatives, which will be jointly overseen by the Information Technology Subcommittee, are all aimed at advancing service excellence and ensuring the City is well-positioned to continue to improve service delivery for residents. Similarly, implementation of the Service Promise and the 2015-18 Corporate People Plan are also aimed at strengthening customer service and delivering on the key priority of service excellence. As part of the governance-related strategic priority, initiatives related to social media and public engagement, comprehensive asset management, the project information management system, and enhanced management oversight and accountability are listed. And finally, maintaining and enhancing the City's financial sustainability falls within the committee's mandate, and strategic initiatives numbered SI 61, 62, and 63 reflect the current and previous committee and council directions in these matters. The detailed descriptions of the strategic initiatives, their associated budget implications, and related performance measures are contained in Appendix A, Section 1 of the report before committee today. I would also like to note, as did the City Manager when tabling the proposed term of council priorities, that this priority setting process and these performance measurements provide the framework that strengthens the accountability throughout our City administration, both at a staff level and for critical council oversight. I and my colleagues are pleased to address any questions committee members may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I want to thank Mr. Box. He's been spearheading this initiative since the beginning. We have 3 members of the public that wish to speak to this item. If members of council would hold their questions to staff, we'll go directly to the public. The first is Liz Bernstein, Lower Town Community Association. If you could come up to the seat that says Public Delegations, welcome, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thanks.
If we can get that mic a little closer, it's very difficult to hear. Pull it forward if you can.
Is that better?
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the time to speak before you today on one of the items before you in the term of council priorities. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Lower Town Community Association as well as Action Sandy Hill, the Sandy Hill Community Association as well. And we're here today to encourage you to support the Strategic Objective 3 in Byward and Parkdale Market revitalization. We certainly support revitalizing Byward Market as a term of council priority for economic prosperity. And we appreciate the proposed plan. Staff has put a lot of time into the plan, has spent time with us, with residents, with businesses, with other stakeholders in the area. Certainly any plan will encourage some tweaks, but it's a really good, solid start for us to work with. And we really look forward to the day we have a very vibrant, year-round public market with local farm produce, arts, crafts, products, and a pedestrian-friendly market with public spaces, trees, and benches we can all enjoy. As you know, the Byward is the oldest and continuously operated market, not just in Ottawa but in Canada. It's in a heritage conservation district. It's really one of the jewels of our city, and with so many goals for encouraging tourism as well as business in our community, with our Ottawa 2017 anniversary coming up so soon, we think this is an excellent moment to start the plan and to fund it. We are not just Lower Town's market, we're Ottawa's market, and in fact we're Canada's market. People will be coming from all over this to join us in celebrating. And we have to have our house in order, and we have to have some improvements that will benefit us for the long term. So we support the plan, but rather than a few $100,000, which kind of just window dressing, we want to see serious investment, and we recommend $10 million, the first phase of the Byward Market Revitalization Fund. And we are really looking forward to coming out. The new LRT is right there. You come out on George and you walk into our beautiful market, and it's an exciting moment. We want to be ready for it and have done a lot of improvements by then, which means we have to get ready this year and next year. And just with closing, we know that it sounds like a lot, but it's not. We spent $10 million on expanding a road, on a kilometer or two of the 417 or any of those, so actually we know it's not that much in terms of really creating a wonderful space in the middle of our community and our city. And last but not least, since we're looking so forward to the LRT station right there, and George, we also would like to say we support the LRT2 expansion project as well. Thanks very much. Good luck for the rest of your deliberations today.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegate? Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Merci. Le prochain présentateur, c'est Joanne Leroux, présidente comité consultatif sur les services en français. Bonjour, Madame Leroux, et bienvenue. Et ça, c'est la dernière réunion pour René, notre chef de service en français. Alors, merci beaucoup. René prendre sa retraite dans quelques jours, je pense. Alors, félicitations. Merci pour votre dévouement ici à la Ville d'Ottawa et pour votre service à la Ville dans votre bureau. Et bienvenue. Et Madame la Présidente, merci pour votre service comme une bénévole ici à la Ville d'Ottawa. Alors, vous avez 5 minutes.
Monsieur le maire, mesdames les conseillères, messieurs les conseillers, membres du Comité des finances et du développement économique, je suis Joanne Leroux, présidente du Comité consultatif sur les services en français. Merci de m'offrir l'occasion de commenter certaines priorités du Conseil municipal pour l'exercice 2015-2018. L'engagement qu'a pris la Ville d'offrir ses services, aussi bien en français qu'en anglais, est une décision sage et financièrement responsable. Les résidents francophones et francophiles s'en réjouissent. La création de carrefours francophones du côté des parcs et loisirs a accru le taux de participation aux activités par la Ville. Un personnel bilingue desservait chaque bureau de scrutin aux élections 2014. Santé publique se démarque par son offre active de services en français et en anglais, à l'instar d'autres services. Or, des défis persistent pour que la notion d'offre active soit pleinement intégrée par les services de la Ville. Les résidents doivent être servis de façon proactive dans la langue officielle de leur choix. Les membres du comité consultatif sur les services en français s'attarderont aux priorités suivantes durant leur mandat: la prospérité économique, des communautés saines et bienveillantes et l'excellence des services. Nous proposons ce qui suit pour vous appuyer dans votre quête de l'excellence des services en français et de responsabilité fiscale, puisque le bilinguisme contribue au développement économique régional et au bien-être des résidents. La prospérité économique. Dans le cadre des célébrations du 150e, il est impératif que le service du développement économique garantisse la présence du français dans toutes les activités promotionnelles et dans la programmation. De plus, nous recommandons que le service développe des outils de promotion de la Ville d'Ottawa qui mettent en valeur son caractère bilingue et que les documents en français soient publiés de façon simultanée. Communautés saines et bienveillantes. Nous saluons l'engagement de la Ville qui, de par sa généreuse contribution à la Maison de la francophonie, favorisera l'épanouissement de la communauté francophone et francophile qui est en pleine expansion dans l'ouest de la Ville. Le comité recommande de poursuivre les initiatives dans cette région afin d'assurer le rattrapage en termes d'activités récréatives en français, tout en conservant les mesures pour les autres communautés. Améliorer l'équité et l'inclusion de la population diversifiée de la Ville. En général, le service des ressources humaines doit rehausser ses méthodes de recrutement des employés à tous les échelons de l'organigramme. Employés de première ligne, gestionnaires et direction. Nous ferons bientôt appel à lui pour nous fournir des données statistiques sur le nombre d'employés bilingues selon la définition adoptée de la première langue officielle parlée. La Ville d'Ottawa fait bonne figure dans ses pratiques d'inclusion, mais nulle donnée statistique ne semble accessible pour connaître le nombre de locuteurs francophones parmi ses employés nouveaux arrivants. Nous souhaitons que la Ville se dote de cibles d'embauche à leur égard. À cette fin, la collecte de données est nécessaire. Aussi Transpo a amélioré l'offre de services en français dans ses communications avec les résidents. Par contre, nous recommandons de favoriser l'embauche de chauffeurs bilingues dans toutes les cohortes à venir. Une connaissance de base des deux langues officielles ou des outils efficaces pour échanger avec les usagers sont de mise. L'excellence des services. La priorité retenue par le Conseil d'améliorer l'expérience des clients au moyen d'attentes de services définies est louable, de même que celle de former des employés positifs, efficaces et dévoués qui mettent un point d'honneur à l'engagement pour le service. Dans les plans opérationnels, le service des ressources humaines s'est engagé à former les employés qui occupent des postes désignés à l'offre active de services en français. Munis des modules Une ville, deux langues, tous les employés de la Ville sont encouragés à suivre la formation et à mettre en pratique les notions apprises. Nous nous informerons du taux de participation pour constater les progrès annuellement. En conclusion, le comité consultatif sur les services en français réitère son engagement à collaborer avec les élus municipaux dans la poursuite des objectifs ambitieux qui se fixent pour la durée de leur mandat. Nous sommes fiers du caractère bilingue et patrimonial de notre ville. Voici un sommaire des recommandations et merci de partager votre réaction par le biais de M. Elien Enchantiri, merci, représentant du Conseil au comité consultatif sur les services en français. Je pense que oui? OK.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions pour la délégation? Conseiller Tchernochenko, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Merci beaucoup d'être venu et de donner toutes ces bonnes idées, des suggestions. Je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà eu des dialogues avec la ville, si vous avez eu des réponses à vos suggestions jusqu'au présent, ou si c'est quelque chose maintenant que vous proposez, vous donnez ces idées et vous attendez une réponse sur lesquelles on peut agir.
Justement, on est un nouveau comité et puis ce sont de nouvelles idées que le comité apporte, en fait basées sur les priorités que le Conseil pourrait adopter, et nous espérons par le biais de M. Eli Chantiri, qui représente le Conseil à notre comité, que le Conseil municipal pourra rétroagir aux idées que nous soumettons ce matin, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Évidemment, on reçoit beaucoup de suggestions. C'est pas toujours pratique d'agir sur tout, mais j'attends à ce qu'on essaie de mettre en place le plus possible. Merci.
Merci, M. Tchermouchenko.
Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a des autres questions? Alors, merci beaucoup pour votre service. The final speaker on this item that we have is Jasna Jennings, Byward Market BIA Executive Director. And Jasna, welcome to City Hall again. Nice to see you. And the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see most of you.
Speak up a little louder.
Nice to see most of you again. My name is Jasna Jennings, Executive Director of the Byward Market BIA. On behalf of the Byward Market BIA Board of Directors and our 500 businesses, we would like to take this opportunity to encourage your support for the Byward Market, and more specifically in identifying the Byward Market as a term of council priority. The Byward Market is the heart of Ottawa. Established in 1826, it is the historic centre of the city, laid out by Colonel John By himself. In fact, management of the Byward Market is one of the first city services provided by the municipality almost from its inception. Today, the Byward Market is Ottawa's #1 tourist attraction, hosting approximately 7 million tourists per year, and is Ottawa's premier destination for shopping, dining, arts, entertainment, professional services for residents and visitors alike. Renewal and investment in the Byward Market has been identified as priority EP1 under the Economic Prosperity Priority in the Support of Local Economy Strategic Objective. Bit of a tongue twister. Investment in the Byward Market is direct support to local, small, independent business owners. Business owners who both invest their money in Ottawa and support local citizens through employment, local purchasing, significant support of local charities and community initiatives, and support of Ottawa's sports teams, festivals, events, and attractions. Rents and property taxes in the Byward Market are some of the highest in the city. The Byward Market BIA's total property assessment for 2014 was over $235 million, with millions of dollars in property taxes paid annually to the city. In addition, paid parking, aggressive ticketing, ongoing homelessness, addictions, and mental illness challenges make it increasingly difficult for small independent businesses to be viable and sustainable in the market. In 2014, the city identified its top 10 ticketed streets. 4 were in the Byward Market. Based on very conservative calculations, in 2014 alone, the city took approximately $1 million directly out of our customers' pockets. It's time some of that city profit was reinvested in the area it was drawn from. But investment in the Byward Market also fulfills the other economic development strategic objective, that of EP2, promote Ottawa. What better way to promote Ottawa than to ensure that the majority of our tourists leave impressed by our #1 tourist attraction? While major construction and infrastructure projects have provided an opportunity for the city to upgrade streetscaping elements and introduce public art to several of Ottawa's main streets, districts, and neighborhoods, the Byward Market has been woefully left behind. And looking forward, there will never likely be an instance where the entire district will see a major construction project. So we need to figure out a new way to invest in the area. And furthermore, although we've been sandwiched between construction projects or another for the last decade with significant negative impact to our businesses, none of those have occurred in the market, and therefore none of that public realm money was invested or really available to the Byward Market. In 2012 and 2013, in partnership with the city, the BIA invested over $25,000 of our members' money towards the Project for Public Spaces consultation and reports. There were many recommendations, but the overriding recommendation was for city investment in the area and their own program, the Outdoor Market. As stated in the FEDCO report, the initiative is designed to fulfill the council-approved revitalization vision for the future of the Bywood Market. It will lead to a new governance structure with a strong mandate to act in an entrepreneurial manner. The project will include a concept plan for future investments and infrastructure improvements, including the Bywood Market building, investments in low-cost streetscaping solutions that will allow the city to take advantage of placemaking opportunities in the short and long term. In the short term, and in preparation for 2017, we have several suggestions for small-scale projects and ideas that we believe will make a very positive impact on the area, contributing to both an exciting and favorable experience for tourists and locals alike. Fiscal responsibility is, after all, of utmost importance to our independent business owners. Budgets are tight for everyone, and we understand that the city is no exception. Therefore, we look forward to working together with city staff and the councillor's office to make a big splash with a little drop. But in the long term, Bywood Market business members and residents alike, as well as citizens of the city as a whole, expect to see significant investments in major infrastructure improvements and additions to keep the Bywood Market attractive and viable for years to come, and to truly help showcase Ottawa as a world-class city and destination. Finally, as the Bywood Market is the heart of the city, any investment also fulfills the priority of healthy and caring communities, or HC, in the report, helping all residents and visitors enjoy a good quality of life and a sense of community and well-being by providing healthy, safe, secure, accessible, and inclusive places and services. As investments and improvements to the market will ensure that it remains safe, secure, accessible, and inclusive to all. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to your support as we move forward in making Ottawa's #1 tourist attraction even better. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor El Shantiri.
First of all, thank you, Yasna, for your good work on the BIA and be part of the Ottawa Council BIA. It's okay when you talk about you generate the most out of the Bywood Market, but also I think it would be fair to say you observe a lot of our service as well, whether from policing or from bylaw services and others. So I think it would be fair to make that comparison because, yes, you contribute quite a bit in property taxes in that area, but also I think the service is quite severe because I don't have to remind you, but the amount of police officer and bylaw working every night in the Bywood Market, I think that will answer some of that. Just want to remind the people about this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions to the delegation? No. Thank you very much, Yasna.
Thank you.
Our next item with staff presentation and delegations is Stage 2 light rail. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Do you have a question? Okay, so this is questions to Mr. Box or Mr. Kirkpatrick on the priorities.
Thank you. I just have a few questions, starting on page 33, the phone encounter strategy implementation. Just wondering, it says that one of the goals is cost savings, but under the performance measure, just wondering what would that cost savings look like, and why wouldn't we identify what we're trying to achieve?
I'll have to defer that to Donna Gray, the Director of Service Ottawa.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the business case this year, the performance measure is just to complete the business case. So we won't have an estimate of the cost savings until we do the full completion of the business case, which would be roughly about September.
And then you'll report back to this committee on what you would expect? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. That's the intent.
Okay, thank you. And then just on page 34 on the IT department transformation, I guess I was just wondering, because the world seems to be changing, shifting so fast, how we as a municipality, and maybe this is a subject for another day and a whole presentation from our new IT person, but just wondering how we're determining the corporate priorities and what the criteria looks like in determining what we're going to do first.
I think the CIO is there, so you can come to the table, please. Did you hear the question, Charles?
Hi, I'm Charles Duffett, the CIO. We're looking to transform IT from the systems that we have right now to, we have very legacy IT systems here in the city, and in order for us to move forward, we have to transform, move into the new latest technologies.
So I guess my question is, what's the criteria that goes into determining, because I can imagine just about in every aspect of the business lines that the city is involved in that there are opportunities. Some of them may be better than others. Just wondering how we as a council will drill down on that and decide what the best value for money is and what makes the most sense and what would be the most transformative in terms of the dollars spent.
Yeah, I think that's a good question.
If you could, I think in the answer, if you could refer to the kitment process.
Yeah, what we have right now is we have, as we go through the transformation, we have a process in place right now called kitment. And what kitment does is look at those strategic investments and what is best for the city as a whole, so that we put a priority on those initiatives, and then we take the top priorities.
Okay, and will you be reporting back to this committee? I'm thinking it would be good to have a more wholesome discussion of all of this as we move forward.
I think it'd go to the IT subcommittee.
Yeah, we have an IT subcommittee that we report to.
Okay, great. And then on page 36, my eyes are failing me, the implementation of the 2015-2018 Corporate People Plan. This is a lot of money, $4 million. Just wondering if somebody can explain to me what $4 million over the next 4 years would buy us.
So Kathy Fredericks, HR Director.
So the investment actually is no new money. That money exists within the operating budget currently. The focus over the next term of council is around succession planning, diversity agenda, as well as performance management of employee performance and the psychologically healthy workplace. And so over the period of time, so around, for example, around succession planning, department heads have gone through a process of identifying vulnerable positions, identified potential successors, and are currently developing development plans. So we have a leadership development program within the city, so we anticipate that we're going to have more activity through that program with the objective of getting people ready to assume those spots, for example.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Can you just explain to me what the $4 million is for? Because it would seem like a lot of the succession planning is work that would be done internally by existing staff. So I just want to understand what costs $4 million.
So that's a current investment. It's predominantly around training. So in this instance of succession planning, it's leadership development. In the instance of the psychological healthy workplace, for example, we do a lot of work around supporting managers and employees through resources to maintain their wellness and productivity at work. What we're finding as we particularly address the mental health in the workplace, that increasingly managers and employees are looking for supports. So these are internal supports that we have. We may be looking at getting experts in to provide training to managers, for example, on how to support employees at work. As well, around our diversity initiatives, there's outreach that we do as well. So often that might look like participating in community events, as well as training and awareness building within the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Englein, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question around the SI3, the Spark Street renewal. And Spark Street, I think, is an area in town that could be great and has fallen on somewhat challenging times over the last number of years. And I'm just wondering, for me, success in this has to be that we need to be able to work with our partners at the federal level, with the NCC, with the sort of a joint venture. So I'm wondering, Steve, if you can tell us a little bit about how that's going to work. If we're putting time and money into it, is this in a vacuum or is this in partnership, and what is the NCC putting forward to move this project ahead as well?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor, we are in touch with NCC and Public Works, and we have met a couple of times regarding this topic, and we are going to make sure that before we put any investment in terms of the redoing of Spark Street, making any investments in the infrastructure, that both NCC and Public Works will be consulted, and potentially they will bring some value and some investment to the table as well.
So we are talking money with our federal partners in order to make Spark Street a more viable place to do business, to live, to recreate, to do everything.
We've started those preliminary conversations, that's correct.
And are we getting positive feedback?
So far, yes, they have been
I guess
very open to...
If we're going to put time and money in it, we need to know they're on side so that we can move forward. So I think what you're saying is they're showing every inclination to want to work with us on this?
The reception so far has been positive to those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question's to do with the IT strategic initiative as well. On page 38, it shows the funding for the different initiatives, but there's nothing under departmental transformation or to implement the service promise. And I'm just curious, I know in response to Councillor Deans, they mentioned that there would be a priority setting exercise for what they were going to transform, but shouldn't there be some money set aside for this?
Through you, Chair. So both of those initiatives are going to be accommodated within the existing base budget resources, and the development of the digital strategy, which will come to the IT subcommittee and council, will inform some of the transformation of the IT services.
So to update all the city systems so that we're on a level that every other corporation in the city's at, we can do that within existing budgets?
Through you, Chair, I believe that once the digital strategy comes back and the completion of the review of our legacy systems, those reports will inform what additional resources, if any, are required to transform IT services.
Okay, so it will identify what resources are needed, and then we will pick that up in the normal budget cycle and not as a strategic initiative? I thought that was the purpose of this exercise, was to set money aside for strategic initiatives such as modernizing our IT systems.
Through the Chair, that is correct. It would default to the normal budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and just a reminder, the IT subcommittee does report to this committee, so we'll see it as well. Are there any other questions to staff on the council term of priorities? No? Okay, so on the proposed 2015-2018 term of council priorities as presented, carried. Thank you. Congratulations to staff for the good work and the input we received from members of the public and council. Our next item with public delegations and a staff presentation is Stage 2 Light Rail. So we have a staff presentation by, is it you, Mr. Kirkpatrick, or Ms. Shepherds? It's a fairly extensive presentation, and then we'll go to public delegations. So if members could hold questions to staff at this time.
Mr. Mayor, just prior to Nancy starting, if I could just ask staff, the room is very crowded, if the staff that are required for Stage 2 LRT could remain also for the integrated street furniture topic, but other than that, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Shepherds, I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation, and thank you for the work you put into this project, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
You have to speak much louder than you normally do.
Really?
Can we turn the volume up a little?
I'm usually never accused of being too quiet, but okay. Mr. Mayor and committee members, it is a pleasure to be in front of you today to present to you this Stage 2 report. This report is a culmination of years of planning work and will build on the current construction of Confederation Line, which, as you know, is the first planned conversion of a highly successful BRT to LRT in the world. As you know, with the closure of the East BRT yesterday,
the real work of converting the existing transitway in the east will now begin in earnest. Ce rapport est le résultat de plusieurs années de planification et suivra la construction de la ligne de la Confédération, la première étape de mise en œuvre du réseau de trains légers. The presentation today will summarize the proposed functional design of the extensions, including facilities to store and maintain the trains. It will outline the cost and cover the critical next steps to advance this important project as contemplated in your term of council priorities, also on the agenda today. We have a lot of ground to cover and expect to keep the presentation within 30 minutes. Depuis que le plan directeur des transports a été approuvé à l'unanimité par le conseil municipal en 2013, nous avons complété les conceptions fonctionnelles pour les 3 études requises pour le projet de l'étape 2. The 3 EA studies include the Confederation line to the east, the Confederation line to the west, and Trillium South, consistent with Council statements of work that you have previously approved. And with Council's approval of this report, we will be in a position to finalize and file these studies with the Province of Ontario under its Transit Project Approval Process, or TPAP. To get to where we are today, a lot of highly technical analysis has taken place, but in addition, we have a very significant number of touch points with the public. Almost 15 open houses took place where we presented draft plans and discussed them with the adjacent communities, property owners, businesses, and interested individuals. Throughout this work, there has been healthy discussion and debate, and mostly support for Stage 2 plans. This isn't to say that there was no opposition or that there are no lingering issues. As with any major infrastructure projects, there are some concerns that continue with surrounding community, and I can assure you that we have worked closely with them throughout this process and will continue to do so right up until implementation. In addition to approving the functional designs for the EA results today and directing us to apply to the TPAP process, you also have a number of recommendations before you to direct staff to continue to move Stage 2 along, including approving the functional design of the Highway 174 Prescott-Russell Road 17 Environmental Assessment Study recommendations between TRIM and the split, approving a capital budget transfer of $7 million, delegating authority to the city manager and mayor to engage with the federal and provincial governments on funding, directing staff to undertake a review of upcoming city and senior government planned infrastructure works for potential bundling opportunities, approving the business case as summarized in the report. And before Mr. Swale starts, I want to recognize a team of staff and consultants who got us to this point and are available to help answer your questions later in the process, including Marion Similuk from the Finance Department. You have from PGM, Vidi Chi, Nelson Edwards, Colin Simpson, and Angela Taylor. And some of the key consultants are also in the room, in particular David Hopper and Peter Stacy. In addition, I would be remiss if I did not recognize other key departments who have worked hard to get us here today, including, most importantly, OC Transpo and representatives from our real estate team and infrastructure services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sheppers. Thank you, Mayor, committee members. Ça me fait plaisir d'avoir l'occasion de vous présenter le travail de l'équipe qui a complété les études environnementales, ainsi que la prochaine étape pour le bureau de l'étape 2. Devant vous et tout ce qui s'y joint à nous aujourd'hui, je vous présenter un aperçu de l'étape 2. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to take you through the work of our EA teams and to update you on the next step for the Stage 2 office. On the screen is an overview of Stage 2. The O-Train Systems extensions to the east and west on Confederation Line are in red. It's the thinner red line. And the southern extension of the Trillium Line is shown in green on this map. Before I get into a little more detail, I want to note that Stage 2 will build on the Confederation Line P3 process to ensure a similar look and feel throughout the expanded east-west system. This will include the integration of some of the signature station design elements, as appropriate, determined in part by size, function, and ridership. Essentially, each station will be tailored to its location and use. The station designs themselves will be further refined as the EA process identifies the maximum land footprint, which in many cases will be scaled back. Designs will include established, consistent, and recognizable architecture that delivers quality, passenger comfort, and resilience while maintaining affordability now and for future extensions. Overall, the design approach is one where each component, elevators, stairs, etc., will require a strong functional as well as aesthetic design. Each will have fair paid zones, elements such as roof, windscreen, wayfinding, and signage. And passenger amenities will be detailed in the procurement to guarantee outcomes and achieve maximum value. Trillium Line stations will also carry over accessibility and safety features, as well as the wayfinding and signage system from Confederation Line. Stations will include closed-circuit cameras and emergency phones monitored by Transit Services Control Center. As well, they will be designed to best practice crime prevention through environmental design, or CEPTED, principles. Life safety features to support emergency services response and passenger evacuation will also be included in the project design. New or expanded sheltered bike parking will be available at all stations as well. Now, if you return to the overview and the EA alignments, here we have a closer look at the Confederation Line West Extension Project, which will add 13.5 kilometers of rail and 10 new or converted state rapid transit stations to the city's overall O-Train network. Taking a closer look along Confederation Line West Extension, Stage 2 will extend the core of Confederation Line from Tunney's Pasture, which is the unmarked dot furthest to the right of the screen, or out to Lincoln Fields, where the line will split to go further west to a new terminus station at Bayshore, and another line will run further south along the Pinecrest Creek corridor to Base Line. The gray dotted lines you see at the west or far left side of the map represent planned or existing BRT corridors, like the West Transitway extension from Bayshore to Moody, which will improve service and reliability and integrate with the design of Bayshore Station to enable efficient transfers to and from bus to train. So from back at Tunney's Pasture, LRT will be extended west along the existing Transitway Trench north of Scott Street to a converted Westboro station, where the existing bus loop will be maintained to serve local bus connections. From Westboro Station, the train will continue to run along the Transitway Trench to a new Dominion station that will offer a much improved environment for customers, as well as better serving residents who will access the station from Dominion and Berkeley, as well as the community along Workman Ave and farther north. Access to this station will be primarily on foot or bike, with some opportunity for kiss and ride drop-offs. Before moving to Cleary, it might be useful to summarize some of the features of the 100-day working group solution that focused on the alignment between Dominion and Cleary Station. So this is an overhead view. To summarize briefly, here we have a view of the 100-day solution, which many of you will remember recommends running this section of Confederation Line West under a rebuilt and realigned lanes of the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. You see the alignment is in a purplish color. Where the line becomes dotted, the train will be fully underground. To summarize, this solution maximizes green space by reinstating the parkway lanes closer together with the LRT stacked beneath. It advances the creation of a waterfront linear park of national significance. It will increase usable shoreline park space by 38%. It protects the treed and landscape buffer between the parkway and adjacent homes. It enhances and creates new pathways and 2 new pathway crossings under the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, one northwest of Dominion and the other northeast of where Cleary Station is located. And I should note that converting to LRT will reduce the number of annual bus trips on the parkway by over 450,000. This solution also meets the NCC's goal to ensure unimpeded continuous access to the corridor lands and the river shoreline, and to minimize the visual impact on the landscape quality. And it achieves these outcomes while staying within our affordability envelope. At Cleary Station, to the left of the screen, the alignment remains fully underground with a station house at the surface and some infrastructure to accommodate ventilation and power requirements. So we return to the alignment map. From Cleary, the alignment then moves west underneath two surface parking lots on the Unitarian campus, crossing under a significant water main and across two private properties as it moves to then continue under Richmond Road while crossing over a sanitary sewer. Construction along this stretch of Richmond will create an opportunity to reinstate the right-of-way as a complete street. From here, the train will run under a portion of the Byron Linear Park where it will come to an uncovered underground station at New Orchard. West from New Orchard, the alignment runs again under Richmond Road, moving slightly to the north through another small private parcel of land before heading south to emerge from an underground tunnel in the Pinecrest Creek corridor to stop at a relocated Lincoln Field station. The future LRT station at Lincoln Fields, and here's a bit of an overhead view, will be constructed south of the existing BRT station under the Carling Avenue Bridge itself. Pedestrians will be able to access a central platform from either side of Carling, allowing easy transfers to and from on-street buses. The station will also feature improved connections to adjacent neighborhoods and will maintain existing passenger pickup and drop-off areas, as well as OC Transpo's sales and info center. Just south of Lincoln Fields, the alignment splits via a junction that allows the westbound trains traveling to Bayshore to rise over the southbound trains heading on to Baseline, as well as Pinecrest Creek, crossing the creek itself before entering into a tunnel that will take the train under Connaught Avenue before surfacing at a new Queensview station. The station will not only provide access to transit for neighborhoods north of the 417, but a new multi-use pathway bridge over the Queensway to Baxter Road will provide residents near Iris and the Pinecrest and Baxter Road Business District convenient station access. From Queensview, we run west, parallel to the 417, to a new Pinecrest station. At Pinecrest, the existing transitway platforms will be decommissioned and a new LRT station with an open-air center platform will be constructed in a cut that is below grade. From Pinecrest, moving west, we arrive at Bayshore Station, which will serve the residents of Acorah Village and beyond, and the communities of Crystal Beach, Lakeview, and Creekside. Here we show the current functional design for Bayshore Station, which will be located at the existing transitway station. As you can see, the current design recommends reusing much of the existing infrastructure and occupying generally the same land area. The existing transitway roadway and platforms will be converted to accommodate LRT, while the local bus platforms will be reconfigured to serve rapid transit buses and allow for efficient and convenient transfers. Station design and layout will also be compatible with the new West Transitway extension from Bayshore to Moody. The station will operate as a major BRT-LRT transfer terminus and will include public washrooms. Local buses will continue to access the station from Woodridge Crescent, while the station building to the north will be expanded to include a fare control zone. On this BRT to LRT connection, we've had discussions with the ward councillor on this topic due to a number of concerns from the Crystal Beach, Lakeview, and Creekside communities, and if the councillor concurs, we will take as direction for staff to investigate visual and acoustical abatement measures for the residential area directly to the north between Holly Acres and the station as part of the design process. In addition, the preliminary engineering team for Stage 2 will look at ways to determine if potential station integration with Bayshore or adjacent development plans could advance grade separation at Holly Acres as part of the Stage 2 project. So we will proceed with an at-grade crossing for now as part of the construction program, but we will look for opportunities to see if we can advance that grade separation through Stage 2. Now moving back to the junction south of Lincoln Fields. For those trains continuing south towards Baseline, they will follow the rough alignment of the existing transitway through the Pinecrest Creek corridor to arrive at an open-air station at Iris. From here, the train will travel south under Baseline Road and into the existing tunnel between Navajo Drive and College Avenue to arrive at the other major BRT-LRT transfer terminus in the west, Baseline Station, which will be situated underneath the open plaza immediately west of Algonquin College's Construction Excellence Building. So here's an overhead view just to orient you. We're on the west side of Woodruff, south of Baseline. An upper-level bus terminal for the Southwest Transitway BRT-LRT transfer terminus will be constructed on the south side of College Avenue. I got a little pointer here, I could probably use it, just over here. And will provide access to the lower-level LRT platforms via stairs, escalators, and elevators. Other key features of this station include improved pathway connections to nearby open spaces and mixed-use developments, public washrooms, and the capacity to serve as a vehicle staging and/or storage area, allowing it to store extra vehicles for early service startup at peak periods. So that's for the west. If we move on, I'm going to focus in on the Confederation Line East extension now. So you'll see the last red dot there is Blair Station in the middle of the screen. This extension will add nearly 10 kilometers of rail and 4 new stations to our O-train system. The extension is being proposed in the median of the highway to contain costs, minimize community impacts and land requirements, and to provide good connectivity to the surrounding communities. The line can be constructed independently of the ultimate 174 widening, except for some minor highway detours and works near the stations, which are required to facilitate construction. As noted in the report, plans for both projects are integrated due to their mutually supporting nature. From Blair Station, furthest to the right of the map, again, the alignment will extend directly east, passing under Blair and the interchange ramps, requiring new bridge structures. It will then travel along lands to the north of the 174 until it arrives at Montreal Road Station, which will be situated on the north side of the highway and will serve the nearby community and the Canatech Business Park. Ramps at the Montreal Road interchange will be modified to allow easy pedestrian and cycling access. The station itself will be situated in the northwest quadrant of the interchange, with stairs and elevators connecting to a lower-level concourse to provide easy access to the west side of Montreal Road. From here, trains will cross over the westbound highway lanes immediately east of Montreal Road and transition into the median of the highway, where it will run at grade to then stop at Jeanne d'Arc Station. There we go. So, we're moving to the overhead sketch. The station will be integrated into the bridge. There will be a station house on either side of the roadway to allow direct access to the station for passengers transferring to and from buses as well. Ultimately, the widening of Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard and the bridge structure will be required to accommodate bus lanes, cycling facilities, and wider sidewalks for station access, but this is not necessary for day one operations. From here, we move farther east to a similar station at Orleans Boulevard, and then on to Place d'Orleans, which is currently planned to serve as the terminus for Confederation Line East extension. Place d'Orleans Station will connect to the existing Transitway station and to the park and ride lot via the existing pedestrian bridge. As shown in this overhead, as a terminus station, it will also have public washrooms. In addition, the Stage 2 budget includes funding to expand the park and ride lot that's there to the north. So moving to the extension of Trillium Line, shown in green on the overview. In total, 5 new stations and 8 additional kilometers of single-track rail from Greenboro to Beauceville in Riverside South are added through this extension. 2 new stations will be built along the existing alignment at Gladstone and at Walkley. On its route from Greenboro Station to Riverside South, a new station will be built at South Keys beside the existing Southeast Transitway station. This station will be located within a passing siding, and by incorporating a center platform and pocket track, it will accommodate a future transfer station to and from the airport rail link. It will be accessible via elevators and staircases from the existing pedestrian underpass, and will provide a connection through the same underpass to the adjacent existing Southeast Transitway station. Farther south, the alignment runs along the existing rail corridor to a new at-grade station south of Leitrim Road and adjacent to the existing Leitrim Park and Ride lot. The station will include a small station house and a covered walkway across the bus lanes to the rail platform. The Park and Ride lot will be expanded to approximately 460 spaces for opening day, with 925 spaces planned for its ultimate configuration. From here, the line continues south to where it terminates at Riverside South, Beauceville, an at-grade station just east of Beauceville Road. Here, a new park and ride lot will accommodate 400 spaces on opening day, with the potential to accommodate 3,100. The station will also include a loop and bus layup area at the east end of the station, as well as a covered walkway across bus lanes to the rail platform. So that's a bit of a summary of the alignments. Moving along to issues beyond the alignments, with more track comes the need for more vehicles and space to store and maintain them. The Confederation Line West and Trillium Line extension studies each looked at the maintenance and storage requirements related to these expansions. For the Trillium Line, it was determined that the additional vehicles required can be accommodated at an expanded Walkley Yard facility. For Confederation Line, 19 potential sites were examined, and analysis determined that either one or a combination of two sites may be capable of meeting the ultimate requirements for the line. The first is a site east of Woodruff and north of Hunt Club, which is owned by the NCC. The second would be at an expanded Belfast maintenance and storage facility. Both Trillium Lines Alstom-Lint and Confederation's Lines Alstom-Citadis were procured through their respective competitive procurement processes. The City is currently undertaking a comprehensive review of the procurement options for Stage 2 to identify the best means to acquire the necessary vehicles for the expansion. Here are a couple of images, first of the Lints, and next, a rendering of the Citadis. I should note that these vehicles will not only reduce noise as compared to what is currently experienced by those living close to sections of the transitway that will be converted to rail, but these trains also provide a much quieter onboard experience for our customers. Moving on to the extensions that were part of Confederation Line East and the Trillium Line EAs. Though not part of the TMP Affordable Network, the extension of the Confederation Line from Place d'Orleans to Trim and extension of the Trillium Line to the Ottawa Macdonald-Cartier International Airport were costed as part of the EA work and the functional design. The extension to Trim, not including stations at Orleans Town Centre and 10th Line, are estimated at $135 million in 2013 dollars, or $160 million, which you see on the screen, which is escalated to the time of spend. Similarly, the functional design level estimate for the Trillium Line extension to the airport is $130 million in 2013 dollars, or $155 million escalated to the time of spend. This slide summarizes the functional design estimate. Our updated cost breakdowns show that Stage 2 LRT can be constructed within the TMP's $3 billion funding envelope at the time of construction, and the additional estimates for Trim and Airport are captured here as well. With respect to property acquisition, this will be led by REPTO and done in adherence with the City's real property acquisition policy. Negotiation is the preferred method of obtaining real property rights. Where project requirements must be met in a timely manner, or where negotiation is unsuccessful, expropriation may be considered. Discussions with property owners have been initiated during each of the EA processes. Before moving on to next steps, I want to take you through a few of the Stage 2 highlights, as well as benefits from the business case you are also being asked to recommend to Council for approval. Stage 2 will connect Ottawa's major employment nodes, our post-secondary institutions, along with shopping, recreation, arts, and cultural hotspots. But more fundamentally, though, it will bring over 70% of residents within 5 kilometers of light rail transit and make transit a first-choice transportation option for many more residents and visitors to our city. Expanding LRT will also relieve congestion by removing up to 14,000 cars from the road during rush hour. Stage 2 will reduce the number of buses on the road, as I mentioned previously, eliminating 450,000 annual trips on the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway alone. Ottawa residents will save time and money. The business case estimates commuters will save nearly $7 billion in commuting costs over a 25-year period, including $4.2 billion in vehicle operating costs, $2.1 billion in time savings, and $903 million in accident avoidance. Reducing the number of cars and buses means reducing emissions. Stage 2 will reduce GHGs by 155,000 tons, and contaminants such as carbon monoxide, nitrous oxides, sulfur oxides by 4,363 tons over that same 25-year period. In terms of benefits to the local economy, The Confederation Line project has resulted in over $360 million awarded in contracts to local companies in 2013 and 2014 alone. And Stage 2 is projected to build on this by generating 22,000 person-years of employment with a direct economic impact of $3.7 billion. So, as far as next steps go, moving on, this is an outline of the formal TPAP process. Essentially, this is a process that takes approximately 6 months and commences with a notice of completion by the city and ends with a statement of completion that follows the minister's response. Each of the extensions will be commencing this process at different times. Both Trillium and the Western Extension will file their respective notice of commencement in the next few months, with Confederation Line East following with its notice currently scheduled for December of this year. If all goes well, this means Stage 2 should be fully approved from an EA perspective by July of next year. The federal and provincial governments offer 3 applicable infrastructure funds. The federal government has 2 streams through the New Building Canada Fund, as well as a new public transit fund to be administered by P3 Canada. And last spring, the province announced the Moving Ontario Fund, Forward Fund, which totals $15.5 billion of available funding for municipalities outside the Greater Toronto Area. Approval of this report would see the city, through the mayor and city manager, engage with senior governments to maximize their contributions towards Stage 2. Once contributions are confirmed, the city will update the affordability analysis and report back to council. Moving on to preliminary activities, our office will continue its work on a project definition report, or PDR report, which helps further scope and inform preliminary engineering. This will be completed in the fall. With council approval and funding, staff will be able to procure the team to begin preliminary engineering. We will also start a value for money analysis to be done in concert with our procurement options analysis. All of these activities are to be funded through the $7 million in existing funding this report recommends to be transferred from the Park and Ride capital accounts identified in the report. In closing, I'd just like to take an opportunity to remind you that we have a new website at stage2lrt.ca that has lots more information on the project that we have time to talk about today in this presentation. Ms. Shephers and myself and the rest of our team are happy to take any questions. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I give you the floor.
Great. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. We'll save our questions to staff until we hear from the public delegations. Councillor Chernyshenko has a declaration of interest.
Thank you very much. I had not originally believed I would need to do this, but to err on the side of caution, I am declaring an interest, and I will step back and not engage with delegations during this debate. I, Councillor David Chernyshenko, declare a potential indirect pecuniary interest on Finance and Economic Development Committee Agenda 6, Item 7, Stage 2 Light Rail Environmental Assessment and Functional Design Report, as I am a member of the First Unitarian Church. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have 28 delegations, and we'd ask the members to keep the remarks to 5 minutes. We have first Blair Erskine, Chair, Campus Planning Committee, Unitarian Congregation, followed by Maury Prevost, President, First Unitarian Congregation. So if the first person can
Could you move down
come forward.
I just want to do something.
So, Mr. Erskine, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. I've been a member of the First Unitarian Congregation for approximately 50 years and presently serve as chair of the congregation's Campus Planning Committee, which was set up to advise our board on issues relative to the development of the campus. We have a short video we're going to show you to help orient the location of the strip of land that we will be discussing this morning. Following that, my colleagues will present specific concerns on our part.
Congregation Church, the Unitarian House. Campus. Unitarian Congregation Campus is composed of three elements: the Congregation Church, the Unitarian House, which is a seniors residence, and River Parkway Children's Center, which is a licensed child care center. This is where the city proposes to run through this light rail transit program west to Lincoln Fields. I'm joined today by Blair Erskine, who's chair of the Campus Planning Committee. And we're going to show you the impact of this city's plan on the Unitarian campus and why we think this is not a good idea for the city. Over behind you is the intersection of Cleary Avenue and Richmond Road. One concern we have is the lack of space for transit user pickup and drop-off in front of Cleary Station at this main access to the Unitarian campus. It is very cramped. This view is looking east of the campus. What you're looking at is the back end of the plaza that fronts onto Richmond Road. This is the pathway that takes you down to the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. And in the background, you'll see the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. This is a very popular place for people to walk their pets, of course. But you can imagine here a station, Cleary Station, at this point. One of the challenges we have is filling the station not only behind the plaza and the condo building immediately to the east, but the amount of room that's available for cars to pick up and drop off their passengers. What we're showing you now is how wide the construction trench will be when they construct the LRT. It's 30 meters wide. The actual LRT, the track system, is not 30 meters, but that's the distance they need to cut and cover, blast down, build the infrastructure, and put down the tracks, all the rest of it, to run it through our campus.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to pause at this point. We've been informed since we made the video that the construction trench that the staff are proposing is 20 meters wide, so it's 2/3 of that rope that you see.
So this yellow line that you see is 30 meters long. So it is awfully wide. In fact, we think it'll take up the bulk of the corridor. It'll remove both the parking and the gardens that are there. It is very, very close to the Unitarian House, which is a seniors residence that accommodates 130 seniors. It is part of the problem of force-fitting this LRT route through the Unitarian campus. This view looks west along the corridor through the parking lot between the Continental Condo Tower and the seniors' residence. Again, proximity to the seniors' residence is a major concern, not only during construction, but during operations from noise and vibration of the LRT as well. So as the LRT line goes through the campus system, it approaches River Parkway Children's Center, which is right behind me. This is a licensed child care center serving 70 children in our community. But obviously, it's going to avoid the building. So it begins to curve, heading through to the Christie's building, immediately to our south, to reach Richmond Road. But when you think of it, it's two curves. One to avoid our building, one to straighten out on Richmond Road. And these are LRT trains carrying cars of 43 tons each. So with two curves, obviously noise, vibration, particularly how it impacts our program, is our concern. So really, force-fitting the LRT corridor through the Unitarian campus creates not just a construction challenge, but the narrowness of the corridor and the proximity of both the senior center and the child care center makes significant, indeed unacceptable impacts from the LRT on both centers.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions to the delegation? Mr. Leeper, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Erskine, the city has done work that has been in very close proximity to sensitive receptors like the CBC, the National Arts Center. Why do you feel that construction work that's in proximity to the daycare and to the Unitarian House can't be similarly sensitively done?
Yeah, we have a number of issues concerned there. Alex may address that a little more astutely than I can.
The childcare center... we have Mr. Cullen speaking later, so the questions are
answering the question on...
Councillor Cullen, or Mr. Cullen, it's Mr. Erskine's presentation.
And he just asked me to assist him, Mr. Mayor, in responding to his question.
Mr. Cullen.
Sorry, it's the presentation.
Yes, you will have your opportunity in your 5 minutes later.
Councillor, Mr. Cullen, I will be asking the question a few times.
He will speak when it's his turn to speak.
My question is directed to Mr. Erskine, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Erskine.
I believe we should defer this. That will be covered quite well in some of our future presentations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Erskine.
Thank you. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mr. Erskine. I'm sitting here listening to this and thinking this was a discussion for the TMP back retrospectively quite a while ago now. When was that, 2013? Did you raise those concerns during the TMP?
No, at that time the route was not through the campus. We did not object because it did not really seriously affect us at that time.
Thank you.
Any Councillor Taylor?
Thanks very much. Mr. Erskine, just so I can hone in on something and kind of bring it to the table, you're the chair of the Campus Planning Committee, which involves, and I know you're here today to talk about the LRT project, but the campus itself does have long-term plans to construct additional buildings on its campus, someday, some way, correct?
That's correct. Okay. When we purchased the strip that's in question from the NCC, I was a member of the negotiating team that reached agreement on purchasing that strip. A caveat that was placed on the congregation, we negotiated a price that we thought was well below market value at the time. And the NCC put a constraint on the congregation that property could only be used to meet a social need. That's why, since the purchase, the congregation has approved buildings on that strip to meet a social need.
Okay. So in the future, you'd be looking at building additional buildings on your campus to fit that social need?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions to Mr. Erskine? Great. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Maury Prevost, President, First Unitarian Congregation, followed by David Curry and Christina O'Neill from Unitarian House. Welcome, Mr. Prevost. You have 5 minutes. Just push the button there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, and others present. In addition to Blair, who is chair of our Campus Planning Committee, I want to introduce the Reverend John Marsh, minister of the congregation. This presentation complements our detailed concerns letter dated June 3rd, which was also included in the submission to this meeting. Our congregation is a property owner directly impacted by Route 12A of the Western LRT extension, described in the supporting materials for this meeting as the 100-day solution via the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. We lease different portions of our property to Unitarian House and the River Parkway Children's Center. The current leases are long-term, to 2047 in the case of Unitarian House and to 2027 in the case of River Parkway. But this is much more than a landlord-tenant relationship. These organizations are on our campus because they arose from the initiative of our congregation and because they put into action our principles and values. Let me give you a short history of our congregation. Its roots in Ottawa go back to 1898. For a long time it was located at the corner of Elgin and Lewis in a building that became too small for our growing needs but is still in use as Église Unie Saint-Marc. In April 1967, the congregation made the bold and visionary move to our present campus and building at 30 Cleary Avenue. In 1973, members of the congregation and community partners launched the activity that led to the opening of Unitarian House on our campus in 1984. In a similar time frame, the early 1970s, members of our congregation also started the River Parkway Children's Center. It operated in our lower level before moving to a new building on our campus in 2007. In the mid-1980s to early 1990s, work started on our meditation garden, enjoyed by Unitarian House residents and many others in the community. Our congregation has a long and strong history of social activism, including issues of environmental protection and sustainability, peace and disarmament, same-sex marriage, affordable housing, mental illness, and refugees. In April, we selected Aboriginal issues as our social responsibility focus for the next 2 years. Our focus for the previous 2 years was supporting the multi-faith housing initiative in Ottawa. Unitarian House and River Parkway are examples of how our social activism informs the development of our campus. Our latest campus plan, approved by the congregation in 2013, identified a location between Unitarian House and River Parkway Children's Center, right on the proposed LRT route, as the preferred location for a future building. The vision for such a building is to provide affordable housing for people with special needs. We also have several tenants within our own building, including the Or Hanashama Jewish congregation, who will be presenting later in this meeting, and 3 nonprofits who rent office space in our lower level. Our congregation was not involved in the original LRT West discussion, as no routes considered at the time came through our campus. The city's preferred route, known as the R12 Richmond Underground, ran from Dominion Station and turned south to Richmond Road through the strip mall at 747 Richmond Road to the immediate southeast of our campus. This was the route approved by City Council in 2013. You can see 747 Richmond Mini Mall on the slide there. This route still has some impacts related to the location of the Cleary Station and construction in the nearby Richmond Road corridor, but was much less of a concern to us than what is now being proposed. So it came as a shock to us to learn subsequently that city staff were recommending changing this route to come through our campus. Then came the unique and closed city and NCC 100-day working group process, the result of which has been the recommendation for Route 12A going through our campus. We believe there are serious flaws in the analysis of routing options that led to this recommendation. Subsequent presenters will get into more details in this point. We feel there are better alternatives which will not have the same impact on the community and which will be less costly to the taxpayer.
30 seconds.
Although our building is furthest from the proposed corridor, the congregation's biggest concern is the impact on the seniors' residents in the child care center. We also have a few concerns of our own, including the impact on our gardens, acoustics in our main hall, which is used frequently for concerts by many organizations. So the proposal to build the LRT so close to Unitarian House and River Parkway, our partner organizations, is fraught with risks and complexities that my colleagues from these organizations are about to describe in more detail. You are making a big decision with very long-term consequences. We agree with you on the big picture of Stage 2, but not the details in the vicinity of our campus. We ask you to reconsider the routing options in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? Thank you very much. So, Councillor Deans.
Just quickly, what would prevent you, if in the future you wanted to build another building, what would prevent you from building on top of the LRT line?
What we understand, well, first of all, it would eliminate any possibility of going below the ground, so any underground parking. I believe it would also change the height of building that would be possible above the LRT corridor, unless during the time of the LRT construction there were special foundations put in place for that purpose.
Well, that might be something you'd want to work on if that is something for the future. And I would think that there would be a true benefit to you to have LRT underground so that people accessing the facility could come by public transit. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deans. Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much. Given that the potential is to have a building big enough that would require underground parking, that is obviously heavy construction. And one of the concerns of the campus is the impact of construction on residents. I'm wondering what the campus's plan is to mitigate the construction of that deep parking in whatever building you might put on top of it.
Right now, there are no specific plans in place yet for that building. It was just identified in our last campus plan, so the answer to your question hasn't been addressed yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
I think the reason that question was asked is that in many of the letters we've received, you and your fellow residents and leaders in the community are concerned about our construction, but you have lots of plans for construction of your own. So how is the construction of one project going to be detrimental or not detrimental compared to a project that you would be constructing? I think construction is construction, especially if it's underground for parking.
And that is correct, and I think it's based partly on the disruption caused by the most recent construction of River Parkway, which was a major disruption. I think the main difference is if we're doing it, it would be by choice, not as Councillor Taylor has described it as an arranged marriage.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is David Curry, President of Unitarian House, and Christina O'Neill, Executive Director, Unitarian House. Mr. Curry? I don't think, is this David Curry?
No, it's not, sir.
Because I think I saw David Curry sitting up there. So what's your name, sir?
My name is Brian Castledine.
Sorry?
Brian Castledine.
And are you taking David Curry's place?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you have a role with the Unitarian House? Are you on the board?
Your worship, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for this opportunity to address this committee. My name is Brian Castledine. I am a member of the Unitarian House Board of Governors, who I represent here today. This residence is open to all members of society and operates independently of the Unitarian Church. We have a separate Board of Governors, an Executive Director, and we pay property taxes. You have a presentation before you. We hope you will read it carefully. Also, we have presented our position in detail before by letter dated the 5th of June. And I'm sure you all understand our concerns for routing the Western LRT and Cleary Station. What we don't understand is your choice of the route through our private property. That will endanger the short and long-term health and safety of some of Ottawa's most fragile citizens. No matter how you look at Route 12A, it makes no sense. You're jeopardizing an award-winning model seniors residence, showing complete disregard for two recognized vulnerable groups of population, children and seniors, expropriating private property, and risking the livelihood of two thriving businesses. Perhaps your choice could be rationalized if there is no other option, but there are options, at least two, either of which will allow the LRT to proceed without catastrophic disturbance to persons, buildings, or businesses. Your Worship, don't misunderstand me. We're not against the Western LRT. In fact, we support the routing recommended in 2013. You can imagine to our dismay when a year later it was decided to reroute the LRT through our property without even the courtesy of consultation. Perhaps now you can understand our objection to your selection and why we are here today. To us, the choice of the current route makes no sense and is somewhat surprising when you claim to be a champion of Ottawa's senior citizens. I would like now to introduce our Executive Director of Unitarian House, Christina O'Neill.
Good morning. Unitarian House is a role model for affordable, supportive housing and retirement living. We're an award-winning, age-friendly community with beautiful gardens and forward-thinking design features that allow for aging in place for 130 seniors. The grounds are accessible and safe, and our focus has always been to empower our seniors by providing them with the right service at the right time. Unitarian House is run separately from the church, but like the church, we believe in social responsibility. We provide, at our cost, a rent-geared income program, an aging-in-place program, and a financial assistance program for seniors who've outlived their money. The residents living on the southwest side of that building will be approximately 15 meters away from the construction zone. Their average age is 91, and right now I have 4 seniors that are over 100. They use walkers, they use canes. 16 out of the 47 on that ground floor have dementia. And 85% of the seniors living at Unitarian House are women, some with incomes lower than $25,000 and some with incomes lower than $17,000. Unitarian House represents your parents, your grandparents, your families, your friends, and their volunteers, and they continue to contribute to the community and are a vital part of our home. The Health Department and the World Health Organization refers to noise as an emerging health risk.
1 minute.
And both seniors and children are at risk from this. Physiological changes occur in the nervous, hormonal, and vascular systems, resulting in stress-related diseases like high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, sleep disruption, and anxiety. During construction, our residents will be restricted from enjoying the outdoors, and prolonged exposure to noise can result in decreased health. Ultimately, this exposure can result in increased emergency room visits. We've been told that we will adjust. Well, I challenge that statement. The decision that you make today will have long-term effects on the seniors and the staff at Unitarian House. Your Worship, at the 2014 Spring Luncheon with the Council on Aging of Ottawa, you said, "I am confident that as a city and as a community, we will make Ottawa a place that's accessible, inclusive, and respectful of our older residents." This proposed route is not respectful.
Thank you.
Thank
Questions to delegation? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. In the presentation that you've presented, you've spoken to some of the health impacts that you assert the residents are going to undergo. You also mentioned safety, and I'm just wondering if you could outline your concerns with respect to safety associated with the construction.
Well, during that construction phase, which we're told will be up to 2 years, we're talking about our property, our front yard. So there will be a construction site. But the safety is also related to after the construction, because with the Cleary Station in the location it is on the NCC property, we're talking increased traffic on our property, people using Cleary Avenue to turn around for their drop-off. And so that also poses a problem for us, people using our parking lot, and that proposes another problem. So yes, we consider safety a problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here. And we certainly understand your concern. We're disrupting a lot of people during the LRT construction years, and we are asking all of our residents to bear with us as we work toward that ultimate build-out where hopefully the city will be much better served for many, many, many years to come and generations to come. So my question is, as you know, your residents are currently subjected to about 450,000 bus trips each year on the Ottawa River Parkway north of your campus. Do you feel that there will be significant long-term advantages to your residents when these 450,000 gas and diesel buses are permanently removed from the Ottawa River Parkway and replaced with clean, light rail, electrified rail?
Of course, but then my concern around the Cleary Station and the ventilation that's proposed at that Cleary Station will increase the noise. We're talking mechanical and passive ventilation. And when we were told about the Cleary Station, we were told that there would actually be 2 sites, in front of the station and behind the station, and that's going to create a lot of noise too. We've also been told that there will be noise and vibration after the tracks have been installed, because there is a transition through our property. And so you're talking every 3 minutes, a 43-ton train going through our property, making a transition and stopping at a station. So yes, there will be fewer buses, but there will still be noise.
When I was the chair of the Transit Commission, we worked downtown with the CBC and the National Arts Center, who, as you can appreciate, especially in the case of the National Arts Center, were concerned about their performance, and they seem to be fine with the outcomes that working with them we have come to. So I don't think it's insurmountable, and I would think that there would be a huge advantage to get those 450,000 annual trips off the Ottawa River Parkway, which must have some impact on your employees and on the people living at Unitarian House.
You know, it's kind of funny because when you talk about the NAC and the CBC, we're not a 2-hour show at Unitarian House. We're a 24/7 operation. And even that 2 years construction phase, that is a lifetime of one of our residents. And that is their window. They're looking out onto a construction zone. So if that was your parent or your grandparent, would you want that for them?
I think it's, I mean, I don't want to get into a debate with you, but I think it's, I think what we're providing is a lot of benefit to a lot of people in our city, and we will work with you as we move forward. Thank you.
Just to remind members of the audience, you're welcome to participate at the microphone, but please, no applause or jeers. You mentioned that there are going to be more emergency visits as a result of light rail. Can you tell us that's based on what, and is there other evidence in other there are lots of construction sites. My dad lived across the street from Lansdowne Park for years of construction, so I'm wondering where you base the statement that you said there'll be more emergency visits as a result of construction.
If you look in the information from the Health Department and World Health Organization, you will see this reference made. And especially with our clients that have a dementia, a lot of them have mild cognitive impairment and are still functioning quite highly, but some of our residents are at later stages. And so the disruption to their environment, the noise, the inability to communicate properly, sleep disturbance, all of those create problems, and we'll probably see some more sundowning later in the day because of this confusion and because of the anxiety related to the amount of noise. We saw this when they were building the Continental and they were pounding those pylons into the building, into the soil, and we saw disruption of health to our residents. And when residents are confused and their environment has changed, it can lead to falls and to increase health risks. We're seeing health risks right now with our residents because of the stress related to this. We're seeing residents now with high blood pressure because they're so concerned about what's going to happen to their home. So, like I said, read the World Health Organization information and the information from the Health Department, and you will see this referenced.
Okay, if you have that, if you could send that to me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation today. I just want to touch on and try and connect the dots between your comments about the information from World Health and the impacts that you saw when the Continental was built, and a question that Councillor Blais had asked about the construction, something that we'd verified with Mr. Erskine about the campus committee's plans for future construction. Now, our construction would be underground. There'd be surface work, of course, but any building that's going to get constructed by the campus would be on your property, and it would be a surface building, obviously a multi-story building, even if it's just 2 or 3 floors. Do you have specific mitigation efforts that you know are helpful? I mean, if you're entertaining building a building, you must have put some thought into all of this. How's it going to disrupt our residents? Yeah. Are there things that you can suggest that would mitigate that you've investigated?
Well, first, let's be clear. If the campus plans to build, it will be a contained area. It's not going to be a cut and cover 60-meter wide or 60-foot wide hole through our property. Because of the transitway, you will be cutting down all our mature trees, so we're losing a sound barrier and a visual barrier from Richmond Road. If we build, we're not going to be tearing down the trees on our property. We will be building in an area that's open. So right there, you can't compare us building a small building to your putting the transitway through our property.
So you feel that building a multi-story building above ground
it can be contained
would be less detrimental?
Yes.
From a healthcare perspective?
We're talking 2 years of construction for the transitway. We've been told 2 years to go through our property. But building a building right now is contained, and it can be done in a very short period of time. But we'll still have our tree barrier, we'll have a sound barrier. We're not going to have that when you put the transitway through our property.
Okay, all right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Tom Dent, Unitarian House Residents Association, followed by Alex Cullen, Chair, Board of Directors for River Parkway Children's Center. And Mr. Dent, if you could come to the delegations table, and welcome. And the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to be able to speak.
Just move the microphone a little closer.
Am I better now?
You can move it
Yeah.
in. There you go.
It's a pleasure to be able to speak directly to you, sir, members of the council and the engineering planners. And I trust that the media will listen to my comments because we need their help to get this story out. I'm a senior. I'm 92 years old. I'm a veteran of the Second World War, and I live in Unitarian House. There are not many of us here who live in Unitarian House. We're not the Board of Governors. They don't live there. We're not the church. They don't live there. We are not the Children's Center. They don't live there either. We are the ones who are living through this. This is why I'm here to talk to you. The residents of Unitarian House, and I know pretty near all of them, are in favor of the construction of the light rail system. They can see it'll bring untold benefits to the city and its citizens. What we're against, no, I don't have a PowerPoint. We're not in favor of the proposed route from the Parkway to Byron Avenue. This construction, as you've all heard before, passes only a few meters from the homes of the most fragile of our residents. It would replace innumerable trees, our flowers, our parking lot, and our rock garden with dust, noise, and debris for a couple of years. I could answer a question I heard earlier before. I'm digressing for a minute. But I live on the side of Unitarian House that faces the Parkway. We don't hear the buses. It's not going to really make much difference to us. There's trees there, and it's quiet, and the buses go roaring by. We just don't hear them. I'm not exaggerating when I endorse the earlier comments that this is a matter of more or less life and death. As somebody said, the average age of Canadians today is about 82 years. And the average age of residents in the retirement living section at Unitarian House is 91. I'm 92. By the time this construction starts, I'm going to be 94, 95. So I would guess, giving me a certain amount of luck, that my last 2 years are going to be spent in the middle of a damn great construction site. A 60-foot wide trench, equipment, materials roaring by, dust, debris, a real mess. So the LRT, in effect, will take away, steal from us, years that we are looking forward to in quiet retirement. Whenever the weather allows, not today, we spend our time outdoors. Raised flower boxes in front of the building. We buy plants and seeds for these boxes. We watch them grow. That's all going to be taken from us. much of our fundraising is done outdoors. These events would have to be cancelled, making us, in effect, prisoners in our own house. As I said when I began, I'm delighted to be speaking to the Mayor and the councillors and the engineers. And the Rochester Field alternative, to my mind, will get the LRT from the Parkway to Byron on public land without disturbing a single private home or business. And to finish, a lot of people have, in effect, classed us as a bunch of old NIMBYs. We're not a bunch of old NIMBYs. And just to reinforce that, I have a few words for our beleaguered mayor. A very difficult decision awaits you. Why not consult one of the world's renowned problem solvers? A man who reviews the situation carefully, gets all the facts, and almost always comes up with the correct solution. Ask Sherlock Holmes. His answer: elementary, my dear Watson. Choose the Rochester Field. Thank you for your attention. I hope I've given you some idea of what it's like to be contemplating living in the middle of this, what I think is going to be just a horror show.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Are there any questions? Councillor Leeper. And again, I would ask members, we have rules, and we'd ask you respect the rules, that there's no applause or jeering during delegations. It's all right, those are the rules. And I have a question from Councillor Leeper for Mr. Dent.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dent, I just want to make sure that my colleagues and everyone who is observing these proceedings understands the nature of your concerns. You said that it will be very disruptive, a horror show. Can you make that more concrete? I mean, what do you expect to be living through during these construction?
It's hard to do that verbally. There are some great pictures of a cut-and-cover construction trench, which is, at least as I gather it, 2 rail cars and some maintenance space wide. On either side of that, there's got to be another 10 meters for construction equipment. As I understand it, the way it's going to be built is that they dig the stuff out, the material out, blast it out, whatever they have to do. They have to blast for construction of the Continental condominium. Then they have to take it away to some spoil dump. Then when they've got the foundations in, the walls built, and the top, they bring some of it back to cover it up, and then they restore. This involves all kinds of noise, all kinds of great big construction equipment. The contractors will want to work as long as they possibly can, especially during the summer in daylight hours. Do I need to go on?
No, I appreciate your making that more concrete for me. I just want to make sure that we're understanding what the actual impacts on your quality of life are anticipated to be.
I'm not an engineer. All I can go on is pictures that I've seen and the sort of work that I've seen going on already.
Thank you. A number of questions are arising for us, obviously, for staff at that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Aguilar has a question for Mr. Dent.
Yes, thank you for coming today and sharing your views with us. But I'm looking for some clarity. We've already established that there are plans afoot to potentially build on the campus already, church plans that would include multi-story buildings and underground parking garage. Would you be raising all the same concerns that you're raising for us today about noise and dust to the church if they said they were going to build on the campus and build underground with a parking garage?
If they were going to make the same kind of size of construction as the LRT is, I would certainly object. If they were going to make the same kind of construction as building a semi-detached home, I don't think I'd bother too much.
Well, my understanding...
I think your question is really not for a resident of Unitarian House. It's for the campus committee.
No, what I'm asking you, sir, is if as you're here as a resident and you're saying nobody else lives there, nobody else we're going to hear from, you actually live there and you experience it. So my question is, if the church, Unitarian Church, went ahead with its plans not to build a semi-detached home, but to build a multi-story building with an underground garage, would you be raising the same complaints to them as you are to the city?
Indeed I would. If they disrupt the lives of residents, I don't care who does the construction. Okay. My concern is for my fellow residents, the people who are sick, the people who have dementia, the people who are in palliative care.
Okay, fair comment. Okay,
thank you. Thank you very much. All right, just to remind everyone, we will take a half-hour break at 1 o'clock to 1:30 for lunch. Next is Alex Cullen, Chair, Board of Directors for River Parkway Children's Center, followed by Marlene Kohler, member of First Unitarian. Mr. Cullen, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While we're setting up here, I think everyone should have a copy of the presentation, and our staff have that, plus the letter that we sent to the city back in April regarding our concerns. There we go. Thank you so much. I want to welcome you to River Parkway Children's Center presentation. Okay, how do I move this? There it is. All right, how do I move this? That way. Great, thank you. I was going the wrong way. So River Parkway Children's Center, we're a licensed nonprofit child care center. We were established in 1968. The building you see in front of us is about 8 years old. We have a mortgage on this building. We're located at 40 Cleary Avenue, and that Cleary Avenue, by the way, is not a city street. It's on the Unitarian Congregation campus in Ottawa's West End. We provide care to 74 children in 5 programs from toddler to school age. Our hours are 7:30 in the morning to 5:45, 5 days a week. We're only closed on statutory holidays and between Christmas and New Year's. Our employees, we have a director, which we share with our other center we operate in Orleans. We have 9 registered ECE teachers, housekeeper, cook, and administrative assistant. So we are about $1 million operation. 70% of it comes from fees. Our expenses, we're a nonprofit, and about 70% of it goes towards wages and benefits. Our fees, we're pretty middle of the road in the child care community. As you can tell, licensed child care is not cheap. And you see the range of fees there. We also do take parents with subsidies coming from the City of Ottawa. So our programs are licensed under the Ontario Day Nurses Act. It's just been upgraded, if that's the right word, through recent legislation under the Ministry of Education. They're designed to meet the overall developmental needs of children in the areas of socialization, emotional growth, intellectual ability, and physical maturation. The activities each day reflect a healthy balance between play and rest, active and quiet times, structured group times, individual activity, and of course, affectionate adult interactions. Outdoor play is a daily feature of our program, weather permitting. We have a board of directors. We operate 2 centers, River Parkway, River Heights. We're a charitable organization. We're composed of volunteers, parents, the broader community, including representation from the congregation. The board is responsible for the overall management of the 2 centers and tries to meet on a monthly basis. So the challenges that we're facing as a licensed nonprofit, the changing child care policy and funding world, you'll hear that more about that in another context, the impact of LRT West Route on River Parkway, restructuring the playgrounds at River Heights. I think we're trying to set up a meeting with Councillor Manette on that one, marketing our programs. So here's the map, the plan from the city. It shows our particular area here, and the 2 curves as it approaches RPCC. And by the way, that orange line there is the built form. The construction form, of course, has been alluded to earlier, is much wider. So the impact of the LRT on River Parkway, the city is using a cut-and-cover approach, which means blasting rock out as the line runs west on Cleary Avenue by Unitarian House, plus the construction equipment to remove the rock, pour the tunnel foundations, walls, and ceiling, then cover the tunnel structure once built. As this construction will come within feet of our building on the east and south as it reaches Richmond Road, the noise, vibrations will disturb both children and staff and parents at our child care center. In particular, we are required under child care regulations to provide nap times for our younger children from 18 months to 5 years. This occurs between 12 noon and 2 o'clock every day. The construction activity will clearly disturb this required activity. As well, we're required under child care regulations to provide outdoor activities for our children. These are in our fence yards on the west side of our building. Will be disturbed by construction. While it may be possible to halt construction during nap and outdoor playtimes, there is no obvious mitigation to deal with construction. And the one point I would like to make is that we may be forced to relocate on a program. Further, there's the issue of the operation of the LRT. Given that the two trains pass a curve, or trains will pass a curve, we're fearful of vibrations affecting our building, particularly as during peak time when the trains are going by every 3 minutes. If we're unable to continue our operation due to noise and vibration from LRT operations, then the city may be forced to expropriate our center and relocate our program elsewhere. This will be costly. Our latest values is $3.6 billion based on 2008 values. I'm closing now, Mr. Mayor. Our child care center, this is our ask, is classified by the Ministry of the Environment as a sensitive receptor for noise and vibration, like Unitarian House. We think the city has a better option for extending Stage 2 LRT West from Dominion Station to Lincoln Fields. We ask the city to reassess its selection of routes in this corridor and choose a route that does not go so closely by a child care center and a senior's residence. The city has the time to do that, as no funding has been committed by any level of government for this project.
Thank you.
Are there any
questions?
I have questions of staff that arise from...
hold that.
Until the end? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. Our next speaker is Marlene Kohler, member of First Unitarian, followed by Tony Provenzano from Procom Realty. So, Ms. Kohler, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. You can bring the microphone close to you and push the button.
What do I...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've asked Alex Cullen to remain. He'll operate
you'll have to speak a little louder, please.
Test. That works. I've asked Mr. Cullen to stay to operate the slides for me. And I want to say that you have a written presentation coming around. It's a bit longer than my oral remarks, but I think you might want to try and follow through it because some of the things I say are rather technical and are hard to follow orally, I think. I appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm a member of the Campus Planning Committee. Today you're being asked to approve a realignment of the LRT route from Dominion Station to Richmond Road such that it will pass through the Unitarian campus. This is the part of Recommendation 1 on today's LRT agenda related to the second paragraph on page 15 of the staff report, and it arises from the study of the 100-day working group. It appears that the full impacts of LRT construction and operation on the seniors' residence and child care center on our campus were not fully assessed during the study. Therefore, we recommend that the city reassess this section of the LRT corridor to find an alignment that does not interfere with these two vulnerable groups, our elders and our children. If council members feel compelled to make a specific decision on this section of the functional design today, we respectfully refer you to Route 14B, the 100-day alternative described in Document 5. Your Council's decision in 2013 about this section was based on an exhaustive review of 7 options, which are identified on the shortlist evaluation results slide. R12, the green column, as you've heard, transitioned to Richmond Road through the plaza east of our campus. This decision was unacceptable to the NCC because of the location and impacts of the R12 trench through the Parkway lands or on their edge. A joint working group concluded its study on March the 6th with a recommendation preferring the modified Route 12A running through our campus, which you're being asked to approve. The NCC retained the 14B Rochester Field Byron Underground option in its decision. This is condition 14 in document 4, the Memorandum of Understanding for the 100-day study. We recently reviewed the scores for R12 and R14, along with the two modified routes, R12A and 14B, considered by the 100-day study. The Western LRT Corridor short list table shows the evaluations of the original 7 and the two newer corridor alignments. The revisions required table focuses on just 4 of them, R12, 12A, 14, and 14B. We bolded the scores for the 6 factors on 12A and 14B that we believe need reconsideration, the only ones for which we've been able to obtain some details. In the middle column of the table, we suggest by how much the 12A scores should be reduced and why. The result is a lower score for the route through the campus, lower than for 14 and 14B. What follows is what we ask you to consider when you make your decision today. Regarding compatibility with adjacent communities, that's the second factor on the table, we recommend reducing the score for 12A by 2 points, that is from 11 to 9. Is it the city's view that the seniors' residence and River Parkway Children's Center should be integrated with rather than protected from the LRT? We cannot agree with this. It's well recognized that such sensitive receptor uses would be adversely impacted by traffic, activity, noise, light, vibration of an LRT in such close proximity. Transitioning the LRT through our campus, not to mention blasting the construction trench
1 minute.
within 10 meters of the south side of the residence and close to the child care center, should score lower than Rochester Field. For wise public investment, we recommend reducing the score by 3 points, and that's to reflect the costs that you've heard about and that you've seen in the submissions of the different parties. For protection for historical, cultural, and archaeological resources, we recommend reducing by 2 points. It seems there's a value more positively for the character of Rochester Field, which is currently used primarily as a dog park, and Maple Lawn Heritage Home, primarily a restaurant where people eat indoors, than the landscape surroundings of Unitarian House, which is critically important to the health and well-being of its 130 residents. To create successful rapid transit stations, factor 4, we recommend reducing by 1, and that's in relation to the tight pickup and turnaround that you've heard about.
You could wrap up. Your time is up.
It's difficult to see how the scores for 14B were lower than the route through the campus. Any potential impact on residents on Richmond or Byron is more buffered than for the residents on our campus.
Great. Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Kohler? Councillor Leeper?
Thank you, Ms. Kohler. In your presentation, you've noted that it is well recognized that retirement homes and child care centers would be adversely impacted by the traffic, activity, noise, light, and vibration of an LRT in such close proximity. 2 questions for you. First, I'm just wondering if we can delve a little bit more into what you feel those adverse impacts would be. I think it's important that the city really understand what it is you're truly concerned about. Secondly, why do you not feel that the construction mitigation techniques that would be in place would work with respect to reducing some of these adverse impacts?
Okay, so I think the main impacts that previous speakers have spoken of and that all our material addresses is the noise and vibration, both during construction and concerns about vibration afterwards. I understand at a meeting I didn't attend that the city acknowledged that for the seniors' residents, the vibrations that could occur as the trains pass would have an impact, at least for people on higher floors. I think if the council needs more information about that, perhaps that could be provided later by a more expert source than I am. I'm not a technical expert in that respect.
I know you've had some conversations with Ms. O'Neill with respect to what some of those impacts would be, and generally I think you would support some of her assertions with respect to the health impacts, et cetera, that arise from these kinds of construction impacts.
Correct, and in fact I would rely on her because of her expertise and the research she's been doing. With respect to mitigation, and perhaps at the same time I could address that question that's been asked repeatedly about church concerns, about church intentions to build on the campus. I think with respect to mitigation, one of the concerns that was touched on earlier is that as your process proceeds, you contract with people who do this construction and building, and it becomes their responsibility, these contractors, to make sure that they follow all the things that you put in the contracts, even if you can put in enough things to protect our residents and children. And I think some of the experience that Unitarian House had when the Continental was being built, and I think people see in other construction projects, is contractors are bound by those timelines and often that are set with them, and that probably have financial impacts for them when they don't meet them. And so their motivation is to just keep going at any hour as much as they need to meet those requirements. And, of course, there's a need to be able to monitor them. So, if this does go through, those mitigation measures, of course, are going to be incredibly important. But I think the city is going to have to take some responsibility in relation to monitoring that and funding the people affected to hire their own monitors. I mean, it's a bit premature to go into the details, but we have real reservations about that. To speak to the question that's been raised about the church's intentions to build and what the impacts would be on those other parties. I have been involved.
I should say that it wasn't my question. I don't know whether the councillors have been raising it, intend to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Next is Tony Provenzano, broker of record, Procom Realty Brokerage, followed by Mark Dermer. Just in the interest of time, Councillor Hubley had asked that we hold the integrated street furniture program, but he had his question answered by staff. Does anyone else have an issue on that? Can we carry that on integrated street furniture? Carried? Carried. Thank you. So that frees up that staff. Next, Mr. Provenzano, you have 5 minutes. Just push the button. Push the button.
Good morning, Mayor Jim Watson and councillors. I'm here to talk about 10th Line in Orleans. I would like to thank the Finance and Economic Development Committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this important matter today. I would also like to thank Angela Taylor and the consultants for their open dialogue during the public consultation process regarding the eastern section of the Phase 2 EA study. I want to express my full support behind the EA study, and I look forward to working together with city staff in maximizing opportunities as we begin to complete the next stage of this significant investment in our community. However, I would like to overlay 2 important items which I think should be reviewed by this committee and hopefully incorporate on how we proceed to the next steps during this development. The first involves the Master Transportation Plan and cyclists. The Master Transportation Plan identifies a cross-town bikeway which runs north and south in Orleans, and this route runs along 10th Line. It starts in Navin and heads north to St. Joseph Boulevard before turning west on St. Joseph Boulevard. I recently attended a transportation committee which approved a similar route along O'Connor for the downtown core. I think that during the Phase 2 LRT design process, we should try and overlay this bicycle route and blend it into the LRT design so that it provides for proper timing and planning. With that, a 10th Line LRT stop could be viewed as a possible hub for bicycles and pedestrians, as the stop at Place d'Orleans will be very busy with bus and vehicle transition. Secondly, the official plan highlights that Orleans requires a balance of employment opportunities. The official plan states that Orleans requires a balance of 1.3 jobs per household as a minimum target. And as residential development continues to grow in Orleans, this minimum target is becoming a significant challenge. The current jobs to household ratio remains at 0.5%, and this committee knows too well these challenges facing the community of Orleans. This is a good time to reflect on this and determine how we can best work together. Bringing jobs to Orleans is a priority as Ottawa grows together in the future. Over the years, developers in Orleans have rezoned precious employment lands, and we need to look at how we can unlock these employment lands as LRT heads east and the city focuses on bringing jobs to Orleans. We need a balanced employment approach. The primary employment lands that run along the Highway 174 corridor are located east of 10th Line. The lands that abut the future LRT stop at 10th Line are fully serviced and can bring several thousand jobs to a community of Orleans. You have seen in the presentation that once approved, the LRT corridor would run down the existing median of Highway 174, and the cost to extend the LRT to 10th Line from Place d'Orleans should be affordable since no additional infrastructure will be required for roads, bridges, and additional infrastructure. Once completed, the 10th Line LRT stop will bring approximately 45 acres of abutting lands, and using existing densities, this stop could bring as much as 2 to 3 million square feet of new development at this stop. With that, this could bring 3,000 to 6,000 new jobs to the Orleans employment hub. In addition, with this development, the city will receive new revenues for the city to pay for the 10th Line stop, and I think this would be fiscally responsible since this stop and this expansion will pay for itself immediately. Further, this transit-oriented development works well at connecting the north and south sides of the Highway 174 and brings together the walking trails and the bicycle paths that link Petrie Island, the beach, and the marina into an interesting blend of opportunities that employers will want in their new location. It will also be the safest stop in the city since the police station is a few feet away. Further, I noticed on the City of Ottawa website that the city and this committee is reviewing its strategy on the amount and location of employment lands. It states, to support the city's investment in light rail, there is an increasing emphasis on intensifying jobs and housing around future rapid transit stations. 10th Line would be a great example on how this could be achieved soon. Finally, this new 10th Line Orleans employment hub would connect into the soon-to-be completed widening of St. Joseph to Trim, and it would bring Taylor Creek Industrial Park closer to an LRT stop, and also La Cité College located east of 10th Line. In conclusion, I fully support the second phase of the LRT, and I look forward to working with city staff on bringing much-needed jobs to Orleans and keeping economic development a priority.
Great. Thank you very much. Right on time. Are there any questions? Thank you very much for the presentation. Next is Mark Dermer, Ottawa's Reconstructionist Community, followed by Aisha Azuni, Complete Streets and Community Network Organizer from Ecology Ottawa. So, hello, Mr. Dermer, and welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm representing the Board of Directors and the membership of Or HaNeshama, a local synagogue that has been in existence since 1987. We thank the committee for the opportunity to provide our written submission and to speak today. Or HaNeshama is a tenant of the Unitarian congregation and the Unitarian campus. Our community encompasses 125 households. We hold nearly 100 events a year in the facility that run attendance between as little as few as 10 and as many as 200 people for the Jewish high holidays. We also have engaged with many outside visitors who come to our events, further widening our effect. We're here to tell you what you've heard a lot already, and I recognize that I'm not going to repeat what you've already heard. We support the Western LRT, but we object to the routing through the Unitarian campus. And the effects and the reasons for that have been, I think, well defined by the three building owners from the campus. We are a tenant, as I explained, but we still occupy the space as well. And we think that our objection is based on the fact that we believe the city has miscalculated in terms of what the effect will be. That miscalculation is partly understandable. This is an unusual property. If you take a walk out on the campus, and I would invite you to do so, to get an idea of the spatial orientation and how far it is possible, for instance, to build a new building from the old age home while still being on that campus, you would not think that 600 households are involved in that campus, between the households that live in Unitarian House, between the households who have their children at the daycare, between the 125 at our congregation and the estimated 250 or more that are at the Unitarian congregation. It's also easy to overlook that in this entire population of 600 households, there is a disproportionate number of vulnerable people in the form of the young children of the daycare and in the form of the elderly people, frail elderly people who are too old to live in normal community housing. And the last thing I would tell you, and this is our perspective as tenants, I think the city is used to hearing about impact on property values that people have when there are going to be encroachments. From our perspective at Orhaneshama, the encroachment is on the long-term peaceable enjoyment. Yes, we're concerned about the construction. Yes, that's going to be regrettable. But our concern is less with the construction than what the state will be when it's done, with the degree of traffic and particularly with the degree of vibration from the trains. These are kind of engineering outcomes that can't be precisely foreseen. We have confidence that the city will make whole and make good on any problems that arise after it's built. But as taxpayers, we are concerned that that remediation of the unknown risks will end up having cost the city more than it would have before, and that the choice will have been incorrect at a time when we cannot go back and undo it. So combined, these wrong calculations have misestimated the cost and the remediation. We believe you need to reassess. We understand how you got here. The 100-day process and the end of it was a wonderful breakthrough in the dispute between the city and the NCC. That dispute having been resolved opened routing opportunities that did not seem that tenable prior to that agreement. But we believe that in the rush forward, the choice of crossing Unitarian campus is based on these miscalculations that I've enumerated on the environment there over the long term. So we would ask the committee and the city as well to carefully review the environmental impact in and around Peary Station, the breadth of impact, the number of people who have affected, the degree of impact for the special populations, the quality of the impact, which runs into intangibles, peaceable enjoyment of a space that has been selected and cultivated for those qualities, and finally to think of the unknown risks in the engineering result of this project when it is finished and up and running. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Question, Councillor Deans, and then Leaper.
Thank you, Wayne. I guess what I've been detecting from the delegations that have been presenting this morning is this sort of overarching assumption that the city won't be building in mitigation measures or monitoring measures either during or after construction. I just wonder if the Unitarian congregation has had those discussions with the city, and if you haven't been satisfied with the answers you've gotten, or if you just haven't gone there and you're just making the assumptions without having the discussion.
Well, remember, I'm not from the Unitarian congregation. I'm from the board of directors of Orhaneshama, a distinct organization that rents. But we do engage, of course, and we have very friendly relations with our landlords. What I would say is, it's not that I disbelieve the possibility of being able to mitigate. My concern and our community's concern is not the construction mitigation, it is the mitigation of running those trains through there. And that mitigation will, if you look at projects like this, just like IT projects in healthcare, because that's the domain that I know best in my professional life, that these things are very difficult to foresee. And because of the unusual nature of this location and the people who are located there, I think you're going to find that the mitigation is probably in proportional terms going to cost more than it normally would. And unless the costing makes the allowance for that, and you're willing, and we can still feel confident we can take the risk in such a way, I'm worried as a taxpayer, and that you should be, of course, as our representatives, that the decision will turn out to be wrong, and we'll look back to this time here and said, look, we knew we had really a rather unusual property, a rather unusual site. We had the chance to take a look at this. There is some information you've seen that suggests that the calculation and the choice between the routes in that area may have not been adequately informed. I would support that view and say that it needs further consideration.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, my interest here is in making sure that every concern that the residents of Unitarian, the stakeholders in Unitarian have, are brought to bear today's discussion. But I'm having difficulties with your presentation in that you're raising the specter of unacceptable outcomes that are just risks. Can we drill down into that a little bit? What do you see as the concrete risks that we run if we don't reevaluate this route? Please.
Yeah. So, look, I'll tell you, I'm not a construction engineer, I'm a physician. But I'm at least fluent in, some physical science. From what I understand, this routing brings two consecutive turns, one as you're heading westbound, curving to the left, which is to the south, landing in the station, which is a stop-start, and then moving to the right. Each curve is a high vibration creator. Each stop and start is a high vibration creator. So we have not one, but not two, but three physical features of this particular routing, which is partly defined by the constraints from the NCC in terms of what it wants for visuals and also what it wants for access to the eventual linear part. We have those demands being made, and it constrains this in such a way that we're kind of dipsy-doodling right through this area of land. And so, I am not a transportation engineer, and I don't have expertise. But when people tell me that those are the kind of things that tend to create noise and vibration, and I can assert as a physician that the health risks of vibration are real and emerging, particularly towards the elderly, I think that those risks may be greater than perceived, and I don't think when you're asking to drill down, perhaps that city staff, in the understandable rush to move forward, and I think the great relief to have overcome what the 100-day process overcame, they may not have done that drilling down to answer that. I would be open to being refuted, but I haven't had that conversation.
That's extremely helpful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. Next is Aija Auzina from Ecology Ottawa, followed by Bill Fenton. Apologize if I didn't get your name right.
That's fine. It's actually Aya. It rhymes with Haya. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, committee members. My name is Aya Auzina, and I am the Complete Streets Organizer for Ecology Ottawa. As you may know, Ecology Ottawa is a grassroots, volunteer-driven environmental organization working to make Ottawa the green capital of Canada. I have come today to express strong support for your light rail plan and to cheer you on in this monumental work transforming our public transit system. A robust public transit system for Ottawa is coming. The light rail project is a bold step into a future that requires bold steps. And you have taken these steps, and you are poised to make more. The environmental benefits from this light rail system will include a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, so very much a basic requirement for any morally and environmentally responsible city facing climate change. Light rail also means improved air quality, as burning less fossil fuels will better our air quality, and therefore we will all be healthier. And light rail means reducing the amount of salt used, thus somewhat reducing the stress on the natural environment and improving water quality. We will walk more, we will bike more, we will ride the rails more. We will interact with each other more, and the benefits of connecting people and communities throughout Ottawa by light rail, both up and down and across and back our city, will be tangible and sustainable. We residents will be physically healthier and socially more engaged with other residents in Ottawa. And what is a green city if not a healthy society in a healthy, active, and sustainable built environment? This committee is being asked to ensure that the financial heavy lifting required to make the light rail system extend further is successful. Ecology Ottawa encourages and supports your efforts wholeheartedly. We want to make Ottawa the green capital of Canada, and light rail, both stage 1 and stage 2, is an integral part of Ottawa's transformation and evolution in that direction. Thank you for your efforts, and keep going.
Great. Thank you very much, Aya. Are there any questions for the delegate? Appreciate your taking the time. Next is Bill Fenton, followed by Dina Epola, the Executive Director of the Orleans Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Fenton, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I'm here today to bring to the attention of this committee a number of pending problems and concerns regarding the terminus of the Stage 2 LRT at Bayshore Shopping Centre, and to present recommendations to address these issues. The major problems with terminating Stage 2 LRT at Bayshore are as follows. There's very little available land at Bayshore for such a major terminus and transfer point for different modes of transportation. There's not enough space to efficiently accommodate all the transiting and waiting buses. For example, the impact of the significant increase of approximately 100 buses arriving and departing daily from the planned Baseline Road Transitway has not been fully factored into the planning for the Bayshore terminus. The noise and air pollution created by hundreds of buses transiting through Bayshore Station and over 18 waiting idling buses will be terrible for nearby residents, in addition to the stopping and starting of the buses at Holly Acres. A comprehensive analysis has not been done of the impact of all future traffic flows of buses, cars, trucks, and emergency vehicles along Holly Acres Road, resulting from the building of a major terminus of LRT at Bayshore. Within a half-kilometer section of Holly Acres Road, at the intersection of the bus entrance and exit to the Bayshore Station, there are a number of major arterial roads and bus routes converging, including the entrance to a new 416 eastbound ramp and the terminus of the Baseline Road Rapid Transitway. Holly Acres Road will not be capable to handle this amount of traffic and will become gridlocked to the point that traffic will not move. Buses will be unable to reach the Bayshore Station in a reliable and timely manner. More accidents at this intersection of major arterial roadways or major snowstorm will simply shut down access to the Bayshore Station and gridlock traffic at a critical spot in Ottawa's Western Transportation Network. The bus entrance and exit to Bayshore Station is a single lane in each direction roadway. Should there be an interruption or temporary restriction on use or closure of this section of roadway as a result of an accident, collision of buses, or snowstorm, the entire transportation system, the west end of the city, will be impacted, including LRT and bus transit. The city is planning to build a bus transitway extension from Bayshore LRT station to Moody. The city is proposing to spend approximately $41 million or $63 million on this 4-kilometer section of a dedicated route, depending on whether it is grade separated. The operational and business cases for this project are not supportable. There is absolutely no delay or reliability issue for westbound buses. The main reason put forward for this project is the apparent delay in the morning of eastbound buses. From 7 a.m. to 8:30, the eastbound Queensway traffic can back up at the 416-417 interchange. However, it does not back up for the buses. A proper analysis of how buses travel through this section of roadway between Moody and Holly Acres demonstrates that the buses travel relatively unimpeded in right-hand lanes. I recommend the city move the western terminus of LRT to Moody Drive for the following reasons. It would eliminate or alleviate most of all the concerns I have mentioned previously. The consulting engineers indicated that an LRT extension to Moody can be built in a rough order of magnitude for the same cost as the planned grade-separated bus transitway extension from Bayshore to Moody. In other words, the city could take the same amount of money for the bus transitway extension, which is not needed at this time, and use this money to extend LRT to Moody. At roughly the same cost, this would be a much better use of taxpayers' money. LRT to Moody would enhance the service to the D&D facilities, Abbott Laboratories, expansion of the equestrian lands at Moody and Corkstown, and access to the Greenbelt. There's plenty of vacant land in the Corkstown-Moody Road area to locate an LRT station and design a much-improved transportation hub for the western part of the city. Extending LRT to Moody does not negatively impact LRT service to Bayshore or surrounding residential community. In fact, it can be shown it would enhance the LRT service by eliminating a lot of congestion, noise, and pollution. Should the committee decide not to accept this recommendation, I would strongly urge city officials to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the problems and concerns with an LRT terminus at Bayshore as set forth in my report and undertake meaningful consultation with the community and those impacted before proceeding with Stage 2 LRT to Bayshore. Thank you for your time and consideration this morning.
Thank you, and we have a question from Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Fenton. Thank you very much for coming today. And I just wanted to kind of point out, and I know we're doing questions to delegations now, so I'll hold this question to staff till later. But it's my intention later to just get staff to describe how the staff direction that we've offered with respect to the BRT project and the LRT project could potentially tackle some of what Mr. Fenton's talking about. So just to highlight, Mr. Chair, that I'll be bringing that forward later.
Thank you, Councillor. I think this is noted by our staff. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Our next presenter is Dina Epal, the Executive Director of Chamber of Commerce, Orleans. Good morning or good afternoon, Dana.
Good afternoon. Je tiens à vous remercier de m'avoir donné l'opportunité d'aborder et d'ajouter ma voix et celle des entreprises et résidents d'Orléans devant le Comité des finances et du développement économique de la ville d'Ottawa. Je m'appelle Dina Epale et je suis le directeur exécutif de la, de la Chambre de commerce d'Orléans ainsi qu'un résident. As the voice of businesses in Orleans, the Chamber of Commerce initiates and facilitates opportunities which boost members' ability to successfully conduct their business and to enhance and promote a healthy economy, making Orleans an ideal place to live, work, grow, and stay. It is therefore no surprise that I'm here to add my voice to today's agenda related to LRT. 4 weeks ago, I was part of a delegation led by the Mayor and Invest Ottawa of business leaders to Queen's Park. The purpose was to raise awareness amongst provincial decision makers of local business climate and to identify steps to attract high-level jobs and investments to Ottawa. Stage 2 LRT is certainly welcome news for Orleans, as we are experiencing massive growth and are heavily affected by traffic congestion in and out of the suburb. Stage 2 LRT will not only address some of the issues related to the rapid expansion in city suburbs, it will also contribute to the goal of the Community Improvement Plan to attract major knowledge-based employers to the area and to encourage the creation of new high-quality jobs. This will further contribute to the economic development potential in Orleans, making it an ideal place to work, visit, live, and grow. There are several reasons why LRT is a great long-term investment for this city. It doesn't just shorten the commutes, but also reduces pollution and builds a stronger economy by bringing communities together, in keeping with one of its goals of having 70% of residents within 5 kilometers of rail, which would create 19 new stations across the city. This being said, the light rail transit would help recruit major knowledge-based employers and encourage the creation of new high-quality jobs to the area. Although Ottawa has not implemented a transit-oriented development where further development is planned and integrated with an LRT stop transit center at its core, with housing, shopping, and jobs concentrated in a walkable and bikeable community like Edmonton has done, the concept is still pertinent to the way our outer urban centers are being built. It is effective to have a transit center LRT station at medium-high density population areas such as Orleans. Incorporating LRT to Orleans will set out a vision of a more compact, transit-oriented and sustainable city as a whole. It is estimated that by 2031, the city's population is set to grow by 30%, with communities outside the Greenbelt projected to accommodate 68% of new residents and 42% of new jobs. This is reflected in Orleans, where our continuous growth is likely to benefit from an LRT expansion east of the Greenbelt and the expected improved connection between population and employment. As a Chamber of Commerce, we believe in the success of businesses, which is often achieved through entrepreneurial innovation, stimulation, and connectivity. This will occur when there is ease of traffic flow in and out of the Orleans core. With massive economic business and residential growth to the east and south of Orleans towards Cumberland and Navan, the LRT expansion past Place d'Orleans to these development lands are essential to the proper growth, development and connectivity of the eastern sector of Ottawa. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Are there any questions for the delegate? Appreciate your input. Thank you. Next is Don Paskovich. Mr. Paskovich, it indicates he may be out of town. No? You're from Industry Canada? And are you here on behalf of Industry Canada?
No, I'm here on behalf of John Paskovich.
Okay, because I have Industry Canada down as your representative, so not sure how that got there. So
okay.
Go ahead.
Very good, thank you.
For 5 minutes.
Well, I guess my connection with this transitway is an opportunity, and this opportunity may address a problem that we have been facing for many years. 37 years ago, John Armstead and I rebuilt Westboro Beach, made a patio, restaurant, paths, what have you. And since then, we've learned that there are a number of issues of the river that are serious and have not been addressed. And namely, these are the storm sewers that dump water into the river and basically close the beach and cause health problems if you do go into them. If indeed the transitway is built along the route that we've been seeing this morning, there will be an issue that perhaps is beneficial. And this issue is that there are 7 storm sewers between Westboro Beach and Pinecrest Creek that currently dump directly into the Ottawa River. And these were put in before there were laws and rules on storm sewer treatment. And the opportunity that exists is that the storm sewers can be diverted down to the area of the parkway where Churchill and Atlantis and Selby to find the end of the plane there, NCC plane, and it is possible to build stormwater treatment ponds that the storm sewers that run by the transitway can be diverted to, so the water would go downhill down to this treatment pond area. And I would strongly recommend that a study be undertaken to investigate this possibility of treating of the storm waters that are currently dumped. Further, I would request that in behalf of Westboro Beach that Pinecrest Creek similar stormwater treatment ponds be put in. Pinecrest Creek is 4 kilometers long, and 1.5 kilometers of that creek are now in culverts. And the bacterial count and residues of metal ions, oils, what have you, are now flowing directly into this river. So an opportunity does happen if there is a transit route that runs along the parkway.
Right. Councillor Taylor has a question, and Councillor Leeper.
Just thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and again, more of a comment. Perhaps later staff can tease this out a little bit better, but as part of our discussions with the NCC, when we're in that space, part of the planned work is to try and remediate a lot of the damage that's been done to the creek and the renaturalized through there. So while the project is progressing, I think we'll have an opportunity to do that, but perhaps if you're able to stay later, so you can hear from the staff later some of the things that they're going to be talking about to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper. That's great. Thank you very much, sir. Next is Mark LaRoche, President and CEO of the Ottawa International Airport, followed by Cheryl Doran. Good morning. Bonjour, Monsieur LaRoche. Bienvenue.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors, Mr. Kirkpatrick. I'd like to open my remarks with thanks to Nancy Shepherd and her light rail team. It's been a pleasure to collaborate with a group of professionals who are dedicated to making light rail a reality in Ottawa. The Airport Authority's vision is to be the world-class gateway for Canada's capital region and an economic engine that drives prosperity for our community. Our research indicates that we are succeeding in the second part of that statement when you consider that airport operations inject more than $1 billion in the local economy each year and support an employee base in excess of 5,000 full-time equivalent positions and more than 10,000 indirect positions. As passenger volumes increase, these figures will also grow. So how do we ensure that we are on the right track to achieving the first part of that vision statement, to be a world-class gateway? We believe that to achieve this status, we must have a world-class transportation system that is intermodal, reliable, convenient, and efficient. It needs to get people where they want to go and to support the growing needs of the entire region. Such a system will make our city more attractive to businesses, conventions, and tourists that seek interesting places to visit, coupled with a great experience. The recommended plan, including the Trillium Line to Boswell Station and the airport rail link, will go a long way to addressing the issues. We are delighted that the environmental assessment and business case work promoted the airport link to Stage 2. We are particularly pleased with the following excerpt from page 58 of the report, which states, consequently, subject to Council's approval of this report, staff will include the trim and airport extension in the funding discussions with the federal and provincial government and include it in the preliminary implementation work outlined in the section below. This is great validation of the importance of the airport link and the anticipated benefits from economic and tourism growth. The Airport Authority, a private not-for-profit under the Canada Corporation Act. Further, its activity are regulated under the terms of its ground lease with Transport Canada, which limits its use of certain funds for mass transit projects. The authority is, however, willing to find a way to contribute to the cost of the airport terminal in Stage 2. We believe that while we can't fund the cost of the line, a terminal station located at the airport fits within the kind of infrastructure spend that is allowable, so we are prepared to proceed in that direction. This funding cannot, however, totally replace the contribution of the City of Ottawa and other levels of government. Why are we willing to contribute financially, or as Mr. Mayor, you say, have some skin in the game, despite others not being required to do as much? Well, it's because the airport link is, in our view, an important part of a successful rapid transit network, and because it's the right thing to do for our airport community, for the city, and for the future. It will offer more transportation options for our passengers, but also for citizens of Ottawa. We have the opportunity to do it right, to build it all now, or risk losing the airport link forever. We are loath to let that happen. We understand that there are competing priorities where the LRT budget is concerned, but we need the city to champion the airport link, and it needs to be undertaken at the same time as the Trillium line extension. Going forward, we know that the province of Ontario has expressed its willingness to support a transit solution that includes a link to the airport. To quote Ottawa West MPP Bob Shirelli, "We're excited about the link to the airport. The original rail plan did have a link to the airport, so we're happy to see that it's there again." He also indicated that there could be extra funding available should the city decide they want to address the airport during Phase 2 of the LRT project. The federal government also has announced that infrastructure funding is available for transit projects such as this one, so it makes sense to maximize the contribution of both by going to the table together. Again, we are prepared to do so. The airport will need to grow in the future. We need to start making the decisions today that will impact how and when we expand. We would like our expansion plans to include an airport terminal station that will support light rail. We would like rail to form one part of a multimodal transit solution that will get out arriving passengers into the city quickly and reliably. We would like those same clients, as well as the residents of our city, to be able to return to the airport in the same manner, and we would like the airport employees to have the same choice for their commute. In closing, I believe it is critically important to seize the opportunity we have before us and give Ottawa the world-class transit system it deserves as both a G7 city and the capital of Canada. We are asking the City of Ottawa to fully support the recommendation made by its staff where the airport link is concerned, confirm your commitment to the vision by jumping on board with us and contributing to a solution that will serve the community for decades to come. Merci.
Merci. I want to thank you. We have a couple of people who have questions, Mr. Rush. That's a very significant and positive statement you've made, and very much appreciate you coming to the table with a possible solution and partial funding source. So thank you for that. Councillor Harder.
Yes, thank you for that. I was in Seattle at the airport earlier this year, and I noticed that they had an LRT connection, but it didn't seem to come right to the, you could see it from the front door of the arrivals. When I asked somebody, I said, why is that there? And they said it was largely for the staff. So my question to you is, do you see this as a success driven by the staff using it, or do you see a strong market for the people who are visitors coming here via aircraft?
Councillor Harding, good question. The ridership total, I think, is close to 750,000 per year, if I recall the numbers that was in the report. I don't know exactly the split, but I know there's a large portion will be employees. But I think it is an option that is more and more used by people that are traveling by air to go to airports. For example, Vancouver, on their ridership basis, they underestimated by at least 20%, and so it's a system that's being used more and more. So I think it'll progress more. I don't think it's employees that are going to be using it most, maybe in the beginning, but eventually it'll be passengers.
Thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. LaRoche, for being here. And I think positive message from you this morning. When you visited me a couple of months ago, I had the impression the airport wasn't really wanting to be at the table as a funding partner, and I have a different impression from what you said today that you would be. Can you elaborate on what kind of contribution the airport will consider?
Still ways to go. What we're considering is investing in the portion of the station that's connected to the terminal. That's part of the amount that was costed in LRT Phase 2. If I can bundle that project with my expansion of the terminal, for example, I'll be able to incorporate the envelope of that station and integrate it as part of the terminal. So there is a substantial cost in that station that was identified in the LRT Phase 2, and we are willing to put some skin in the game on that.
What's your timing for the expansion of the terminal?
Probably within the next 3 or 4 years. On the terminal side, it's not necessarily on the gate side, so we have increments of expansion of the airport for the next 10 years, but particularly on the terminal side, we're looking in the next 3 or 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Deans. Councillor Aguilar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is more a comment than a question, but Mr. LaRoche, we met a few months ago as well, and we had, and you instigated that meeting.
Yes,
and I was pleased to have it, and we had some good discussion around this, and I can't say how pleased I am today to hear you come to the table, and as you put it, have some skin in the game. I think the city looks forward to working with the Airport Authority on this. It's an exciting opportunity, and I want to thank you for championing it and coming forward with some ideas about how you guys can contribute from a financial perspective. So very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Roche. Merci. Our next speaker is Cheryl Doran, followed by Jennifer Smith, and then Alex Campbell. So welcome, Ms. Doran. And you can take the one with the microphone on over there, or turn that one off and use the other one. And the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm very pleased also to hear from Mr. LaRoche this morning, because the plan set forward did not include the airport immediately. But nonetheless, let's speak towards the alignment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you regarding the Stage 2 Functional Design Report. My concern, my appeal to you is to disregard the functional design south of Hunt Club. City staff are asking you to approve the functional design of all areas of Stage 2, including the alignment with the missed revenue opportunities generating from the airport. That is the one single alignment off the Hunt Club rail bridge along the airport parkway and into the airport terminal that would generate revenue. Instead, staff want you to approve the plan as extending 8 kilometers plus 3-kilometer branch to the airport. The 8-kilometer track will eventually be used only 17% during the week, peak hours only. 3-kilometer track to the airport to be used 100% during the week. Delay implementation of the 3-kilometer track today because the proposed plans are too costly. Grade-separated crossing at Leicester Road, one at Leitrim for vehicles to cross over the right-of-way, one crossing over the airport parkway, another over Uplands, and 2 viaduct structures at the parking lot at the airport. This is a huge expense. Property to be acquired from NCC, Transport Canada, 2 properties along Leitrim, cost for a new service road for properties whose access will be cut off from Leitrim, and all And although the report does not speak to the cost for the cleanup of the contaminated lands being acquired, we know from past experience building the park and ride, for example, at Gilligan Way, the cost can be an unexpected surprise. New stations at Leitrim and Bowesville to be solely used for park and rides. There's no houses or businesses around the area. The land for the Bowesville Park and Ride must be acquired from the Airport Authority, although this is not clear in the report. I will assume that the Airport Authority would desire entering into a long-term yearly lease agreement for this land. Will this be in the neighborhood of $1.5 million annually, similar to the EY Center? Building a railway in front of a runway, the same runway where there have been 4 aircraft overruns in 4 years? Seems odd to plan to build a right-of-way only meters away from this runway. Development through provincially significant wetlands with known species at risk, not a good idea. Staff want you to approve the functional design that will avoid the Ottawa International Airport today and proceed with this plan down the straightaway. As the Finance and Economic Development Committee, you know too well the costs to run the alignment far exceed the returns on your investment. If we estimate the Leitrim with its 450 spots, those are all Presto card carriers. That means $1,246.50 a day. Bowesville, if we put that together with Bowesville, 400 spots, also Presto card carrying members, that is $1,108 a day. That's a maximum of $2,354.50 maximum that line will give you a day. Whereas the airport recently published their passenger rate last year was 4,616,448 passengers. If we assume only 10% of those car people will be using O-Train, that will yield, and I assume a cash ticket at that point, $3.45 today, that would yield $4,364.50 every single day, not just 5 days a week. You cannot afford not to go to the airport today. This plan cannot pay for itself. You are building structures, you are building viaducts over parking lots. There is no need.
If you can wrap up, because your time is up.
The alignment from the rail bridge stays along the east side of the parkway right into the airport terminal. The transportation corridor is already made for you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for our delegate? Thank you. Next is Jennifer Smith, President, Creekside Community Association, followed by Alex Campbell, then Jeff Pablo. Welcome, Ms. Smith, and the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor Taylor, and members of the committee. Creekside Community Association is located just north of the Queensway and east of Holly Acres Road. So we are impacted by the plans for the extension of the LRT in the sense that they also impact on the West Transitway extension. We're obviously enthusiastically in favor of LRT and the plan to extend it to Bayshore, but we're opposed to the proposed cancellation of the Transitway overpass at Holly Acres Road in favor of a level crossing. This overpass was recommended in the June 2012 environmental assessment, and we believe that the rationale for it remains unchanged. We're also opposed to the new bus staging area to be built between Bayshore Station and Holly Acres, just north of the 417, given its proximity to residential neighborhoods. Now, the main concerns for our community are noise pollution, air pollution, and traffic congestion that will be caused by the level crossing at Holly Acres. We also believe that since the overpass or tunnel will be eventually required to accommodate the extension of the LRT in future, I guess the mayor is busy. I'll continue. We also believe that since the overpass or tunnel will be required to accommodate the extension of the LRT in future, it would be short-sighted and would result in greater longer-term costs not to include it as part of the current project. As for the bus staging area, we understand that the scrapping of the overpass is due to the need for space to be provided for the bus staging area. So it's not necessarily the cost of the overpass that's a concern, but the need to provide for a bus staging area. So we would like to see the bus staging area move closer to Bayshore and further away from residential areas, especially Creekside and Acorah Village. I see no representatives from Acorah Village here today. It's primarily a rental community, many new immigrants, and I haven't seen their voice heard here.
They're coming up.
Oh, good. Excellent.
They'll speak for themselves.
We feel that the Bayshore Mall is benefiting greatly from the extension of the LRT. So why can't they provide more space to accommodate buses, to accommodate the station? Why can't the station be drawn into Bayshore? We wonder whether all the options in this regard have been explored by staff. If this were to happen, if the bus staging area were to be removed, then the overpass could be built as originally planned. We provided a written submission. You've heard a lot of submissions today, and I'm going to not go through the whole written submission if you promise to read what I sent in. But I do want to make a few points. First of all, we've been told that the noise barriers planned for the overpass may now be installed on the Queensway, which is good news. These have been promised to our community for many, many years because noise levels have been determined to be unacceptable. But if the overpass doesn't go ahead, the question is, when will the Queensway noise barriers be installed? I recognize this is not within the control totally of the city. This is partly a provincial concern. But my question is, what can the city do to help us if you insist on going ahead with a level crossing with respect to the installation of noise barriers on the Queensway? And bear in mind that those noise barriers were delayed because of the planned transitway overpass, because it was decided that those barriers should be installed on the transitway. So we've been waiting and waiting. In the overview, staff mentioned that in response to the Deputy Mayor Taylor's concerns, they would look for opportunities to advance the grade separation Holly Acres and look at opportunities to integrate the LRT station into Bayshore Mall. This is a positive development, but with all due respect, it's a little bit vague. We need something more concrete, and we would ask that this committee direct the staff to remove the level crossing at Holly Acres and instead give approval to proceed with the previously proposed and environmentally supported plan for an overpass over Holly Acres or some other suitable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you. Next is Alex Campbell, followed by Jeff Pablo, and then Doug Weatherspoon. Mr. Campbell, the floor is yours. Welcome. Just push the button there. There you go.
Your Worship, Mayor Watson, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you this morning. My name is Alexander Campbell, and I've lived with my wife at Unitarian House for more than 3 years. I'm in my 75th year, and therefore I'm one of the younger residents in this vibrant, award-winning seniors' home. Significantly, as with so many other residents, health concerns motivated our move to Unitarian House. I have chronic heart disease, atrial fibrillation, sleep apnea, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. We all know, and research substantiates, that close proximity to dirt, dust, and extreme noise associated with a construction site, such as the cut-and-cover ditch which will pass within feet of our building, will make all of my health conditions worse.
There are many other seniors at Unitarian House who, if they were able, would speak to you of their own personal health concerns, many with ailments similar to mine, others with dementia, some with end-stage cancer and receiving palliative care, some who are legally blind. There is no effective way to mitigate this reality for us. However, alternative LRT routes are available and possible. I now want to stress a few points which you have heard before, but which are well worth repeating because they are so often misreported. Unitarian House is a non-profit and non-denominational home. Although founded and built by the Unitarian congregation over 30 years ago in response to a social need, the vast majority of residents, historically and at present, are not Unitarian Universalists. Residents profess a spectrum of religious affiliations, and some have no religious affiliation. It is available to all members of the public. Unitarian House operates completely independently from the Unitarian congregation, from which we will lease the land until 2047. We are not, quote, run by the Unitarian congregation, unquote, as the media persists in reporting. Unitarian House has its own board of governors and executive director. It is responsible for all its expenses and utilities, such as water, hydro, and so forth, and it pays substantial property taxes to the city. The truth of the matter is that not one person from the council, neither you, Mr. Mayor, nor any other council member, nor any planning committee member, has ever come to Unitarian House to discuss with us our health and our way of life, the future sustainability of our home, and the certain negative impacts on the entire population, including staff. This, for me, is a huge oversight in the decision-making process, which otherwise remains a pencil and paper exercise. Finally, I stress this important point, the future sustainability of this seniors' residence. As rooms on the main assisted living floor become vacant, they are immediately filled with new residents. There is a long waiting list of people desiring to come and live in the 1- and 2-bedroom apartments on the other floors. It is imperative that apartments are filled as soon as they become available. It is not financially viable to allow an apartment to be vacant for even 1 month. I ask you, if you were on the waiting list and an apartment became vacant, would you, in all honesty, move into a place that you knew was going to be disrupted and inundated with dust, blasting, and other noise and construction equipment and traffic during the building of the LRT across the property of your proposed new home? And then, not to forget the ongoing vibration and noise afterwards. In truth, Unitarian House will not be financially able to withstand the building of the LRT as it is presently planned. Prospective tenants are already talking about not moving in because of the construction. Are you prepared to be responsible for the possible demise of an award-winning seniors' home that is the recognized standard bearer for future senior living and which is acknowledged by other countries as a model? The future of Unitarian House is in your hands. I hope that you decide and act responsibly. Choose an alternative route. Ensure the ongoing existence of this seniors' residence, and then enjoy the legacy that would then be your rightful due. Thank you very much.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Just on maybe a point of clarification, I know that in your submission you had mentioned that no one's ever come to Unitarian House. I just want.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Councillor. I said no one's come to Unitarian House to discuss with us, the residents, our health and our future and our way of life during the construction of this ditch.
Okay, so just to be clear, though, and to be fair, in dealings with the Unitarian kind of campus as a whole, the request on behalf of all of the organizations at Unitarian, the child care, the church, and Unitarian House, was that we deal with the campus planning committee as a single point of contact, and there are representatives around that working group table, and we've met many times, Councillor Blais, Councillor Eagley, Councillor Leeper, myself, as well as senior staff and planners have met many times and continue to meet with them, and in fact Mr. Curry from Unitarian House is on that group. So I just wanted to perhaps correct that misperception that there had never been any kind of contact whatsoever.
I don't think there's a misperception, Mr. Councillor. I didn't say there was no kind of contact. I said nobody from the council has ever come to talk to us residents about what this LRT going through and it's only a few feet. It's between me and the mayor. That's where the ditch is going to be.
Well,
nobody's come to talk to us about it.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I just want to circle back, though. When you say we haven't gone into the house and spoken to the residents, the express request on behalf of the campus committee is that we deal with them and that your representatives there on that group represent your residents. So we're counting on your leadership at the house to represent the views of the residents rather than us just poking around the house and asking people.
Yeah, I appreciate that. As residents, we just feel it would have been very helpful if somebody from the council came and said, what do you people think about this LRT going through 20 feet from your front door, 20 feet from the windows of your home, and there's going to be piles and piles of dirt and cranes and et cetera, et cetera. How do you feel about that?
Okay. Well, I thank you for that. I mean, certainly as we progress in that kind of working relationship, then, we can look at opportunities to explore, more contact, if that is the wish of the Campus Planning Committee. And I know that staff are going to speak to construction methods and things later, so they can explain maybe a little bit about this notion of, piles of dirt and the width of the cut and all of this kind of stuff. And I also just want to correct one final thing that we keep hearing over and over. When all is said and done, the LRT route would be going underneath the parking lots of the Unitarian campus, not through, not under buildings, underneath the parking lots. So I just wanted to put that out there as well.
Could I just respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead. It's not
It'll
really
be going under the parking lot, but in the construction of it, the parking lot disappears, our forest disappears, our rock garden disappears, none of that will remain. And you can't tell me that you're going to plant 100-foot trees after this and say it's going to be, and that forest is a barrier for air purity and sound at the moment for us, and that's all going to go.
Okay. I assume trees were cut down when Unitarian House was built. That area was all forested at the time.
Supposedly, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And this is the forest that remains.
Right. Thank you. Jeff Pablo, Chair of Ottawa Tourism Board of Directors, followed by Doug Weatherspoon, Vice President, International Strategic Initiatives, Algonquin College. Welcome, Jeff. Jeff has a new role as chair, still with the Senators, but a new role as chair of Ottawa Tourism, so welcome. Just push the button there.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and committee members. I am here today in my capacity as chairman of Ottawa Tourism to express our strong support for the city's plans for Stage 2 of the LRT. At Ottawa Tourism, our mandate is to attract visitors to our great city and to the nation's capital. We continue to work very closely with City Hall to ensure that we're competitive when we're trying to attract these visitors to our city, and we'd like to thank the mayor and this council for your ongoing support and investment in the tourism sector. Competing for conventions, competing for major events, that's part of what we do at Ottawa Tourism, and attracting leisure travelers. And we're competing with cities from across Canada, from across North America, and all the great capitals of the world. And having a robust and well-developed rapid transit system is a key part of making sure that we can compete and continue to win our share of the business. Cities across Canada, such as Toronto, Montreal, Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver, have either just completed or are in the midst of major strategic investments in their transit systems. When Ottawa's LRT system is completed, it's going to significantly improve our ability to compete for major events, conventions, and these leisure travelers. It's easy for us all to imagine a day when visitors to Ottawa will land at our great newly renovated airport and be able to easily ride the LRT system to their downtown hotel. The system will also have the ability to connect visitors across our city with the great attractions. Folks in town for a convention at our newly renovated Ottawa Convention Centre will easily be able to move on the LRT and visit places like the Canadian War Museum and the Schenkman Arts Centre. It's also going to connect our neighbourhoods. Visitors that might not otherwise have had an easy opportunity to visit Westboro, Hintonburg, Preston Street, or Dow's Lake will be able to take advantage of the LRT system and move easily around the city without worrying about traffic, directions, car transportation. And our festivals, Jazz Fest right now, Blues Fest coming up soon. Again, the LRT system will change the experience for many of the visitors to our city when they're here to take in such great events. So in closing, I'd just like to say that Ottawa Tourism looks forward to the positive impact Stage 2 and Stage 1 of the LRT are going to most definitely have on our industry and on the experience of many visitors to the nation's capital. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Pumlo? Great, thank you very much. Next is Doug Weatherspoon from Algonquin College, followed by Ian Ferris from the Chamber of Commerce, Ottawa Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Weatherspoon, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, city staff. On behalf of President Cheryl Jensen, I'm delighted to come to you to let you know that we are 100% supportive of the city's plans to extend the LRT through to Baseline. As you probably know, Algonquin is the home of 20,000 full-time students and 23,000 part-time students. The fastest growing section of our population happens to be seniors coming to the college for social learning, as well as those that are at work right now looking to extend their already existing academic credentials. As you probably are aware as well, there's no doubt that a city needs to provide greater and greater levels of economic prosperity for its residents. And securing a steady job or growing a career entails acquiring the education, the specialized skills, and knowledge to play an active role in today's ever-changing knowledge economy. Obviously, LRT and its extension to Baseline will make it easier and more convenient for residents from across the city to access our programs and services at Algonquin. Residents from east, south, and west will have a much more direct, convenient, and reliable way to access Algonquin College once Stage 2 is built. So now for the less obvious. By 2017, Algonquin has made a commitment that all full-time students will be required, as part of their program of study, to access real work experiences, training and apprenticeship opportunities, with the goal of connecting them with thousands of employers across the region. This reverse mobility is critical to the success of our unique brand of hands-on applied education, one that relies heavily on the integration of students into the local workforce. That's why Algonquin College is pleased that our Students Association, in partnership with OC Transpo, reached an agreement to extend the UPass to all full-time Algonquin College students starting in September of 2015. When combined with Stage 2, the UPass and LRT expansion will provide our students and the employers they serve with the ability to take complete charge of their academic and work future. Creating a strong LRT system from east to west and south also means that Algonquin can contemplate even more programs that combine a college and a university education. Demand for this combination of theoretical and practical education is growing rapidly and will come into its own when Stage 2 is complete, and it makes it far easier for our students to get to and from Carleton University and the University of Ottawa, L'École College. Similarly, access to student housing will increase exponentially with citywide LRT expansion. The reliability and frequency of the planned LRT expansion means that it's possible for any student, young or adult, to live and study in any area of the city. In the long term, this will reduce the pressure on post-secondary institutions to locate additional housing on its campus, reducing development pressures and conflicts with local community associations. Most importantly, it will allow institutions like Algonquin to focus on our core mandate, providing high-quality, relevant, hands-on education and training opportunities that lead to greater prosperity for the residents of our city. In our new master plan, Algonquin has recommitted itself to the notion of being a community college, a place that serves and welcomes residents from across Eastern Ontario. Whether it be to access our entrepreneurship center, or visit our dental clinic, take a night class, or learn English as a second language, we are looking to integrate ourselves even more deeply into the fabric of our city. Simply put, Stage 2 will allow us to serve and welcome the entire region, LRT expansion is not simply a more efficient way to move people from point A to B. It's a catalyst for both economic and social development, unlike anything else that has come before it. As a student of history, I just happened to visit Paris. Paris took 55 years to get its LRT, or its subway system, metro system, up and running. You are on a far more efficient and effective track. I will say, too, that it was originally constructed in 1900, and today, in 2015, it is the underpinning of the economy of that city. I suspect what you're doing here today is the same for this city. Thank you very much. Algonquin is really proud to support this important city-building initiative.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Weatherspoon. Other questions? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that support. Quickly, we heard earlier this morning during the Strategic Initiatives discussion about the new Innovation Centre that's going to be built at Bayview Yards in my ward, something we're all very excited about. Have you thought about how LRT will help to boost the relationships between Algonquin and that Innovation Centre?
Yeah, and not just the Innovation Centre, but all the way along the line. So currently, students really are landlocked when they come and start studying. A bus system and the transitway, while effective, really can't move the number of people at the speed at which the LRT will. So it will allow us to provide classes and really out-of-class experiences at the Innovation Centre, whether or not it's located at Bayview Yards or whether or not it's at the University of Ottawa, Carleton University, or across the city. Equally, we have a corporate training facility downtown, and it will provide a greater access for residents across the city, especially those that are in second career and looking to just expand their existing credentials to access a broader range of services and programs. So it really is a key, critical element of our long-term strategic plan.
Fantastic. Do you think LRT will help to attract a better caliber or a higher caliber of student? Will it become a more world-class institution as a result of having that access?
Yeah, undoubtedly, as Jeff already mentioned, from a tourism perspective, but equally from a recruitment of international students and even students from across the country, the ease of ability to get from place of work to school, from residence to school, and even amongst the programs that we jointly share with Carleton, the University of Ottawa, and La Cité, that level of interconnectivity will just make it far, far easier for us to recruit. There is a number of cities that are also embarking on LRT, so we have a little bit of an advantage, but that will soon probably make way, so we really need to keep this on track and on focus.
I fully agree. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So just a reminder, we're going to be taking a half-hour break at 1 o'clock. We still have many delegations. Ian Ferris, President and CEO, Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, followed by Stephen Ryan, VP Asset Management, Fergus Lee Properties, Acora Village. Mr. Ferris, welcome, and the floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors, Mr. City Manager, and staff. It's my pleasure to address you today on the deliberations that you're undertaking on the future of transit in Ottawa. The Ottawa Chamber of Commerce has been an active member or an active stakeholder in economic development in the city for almost 160 years. We take our role as the advocate and the connector and the voice for business very seriously. The mandate of the Chamber is to work with our members in the Ottawa business community to identify those priorities that will lead to economic growth and expansion, and while working cooperatively with interested stakeholders, including government, to implement those priorities. From a strategic perspective, the Chamber has identified 4 distinct themes that will guide this work. Quickly, their access to talent, an increase in entrepreneurship and company creation, the reduction in the cumulative regulatory burden faced by businesses, and the development of critical infrastructure projects. To this end, we've been working for the past 18 months to better understand the intentions of the business community with respect to these issues, including company expansion, identification of barriers to economic growth, and the important issues that the city faces over the next 5 years. Our consultation program has been far-reaching and meticulous, thanks in part to the willingness of the business community and important stakeholders to take part, but also due to our research partner Abacus Data, a national polling and research firm here in Ottawa. These consultations have included the Ottawa Chamber Business Confidence Index surveys that we conducted in Q4 2013 and Q2 2014, the Ottawa Economic Leadership Summit, which we held in December 2014 with 50 local stakeholders, and the new Ottawa Business Growth Survey, which we just released 2 weeks ago. While the results of these consultations and surveys have been widely reported and covered a number of business issues, I will confine my comments to the development of the critical infrastructure and our findings on transit and transportation. Over the course of all consultations and deliberations, the issue of an efficient public transit and transportation system throughout the city and region has been paramount. In terms of barriers to growth, the recent Ottawa Business Growth Survey identified efficient transportation and transit as equally problematic as access to skilled workers and access to capital. These were the three top items in our barriers to growth for local business. These results build on and are consistent with the sentiment expressed by businesses in the 2013 and 2014 Business Confidence Index surveys, with transit and transportation among the top two issues. So specifically, businesses identified the light rapid transit development as a significant impact on their business. 74% indicated a positive effect, and further 17% were neutral. Only 4% felt it was negative on their business, and this is coming from our 2014 survey. These are significant increases from 2 quarters earlier in 2013, where 59% felt it positive and 25% neutral, with 11% negative. In short, the Ottawa Business Committee values the development of an efficient LRT system that can work to get residents to and from work, and they see a positive impact on their businesses. Turning to the Phase 2 LRT, the Ottawa Chamber has consistently gone on record in support of a modern, efficient transit system that reaches across our city and incorporates communities that are critical to business and economic development. A significant challenge that we face together, and you'll know all too well, is the expansive landmass of Ottawa. As Invest Ottawa, and I know Mayor Watson, have illustrated so well, particularly in the Why Ottawa presentation, we can fit the cities of Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, and Montreal into our municipal boundaries. This presents a tall task in terms of funding such a modern, efficient LRT system. For this reason, we're enthusiastic about the work that the city and its leadership teams are undertaking to secure significant financial contributions for the proposed LRT Phase 2 from senior levels of government. Please take our offer of support today into consideration. Should you identify opportunities for the Ottawa Chamber staff, board, and membership to continue to advocate to this end. An issue that the Ottawa Chamber, its membership, and the key economic development stakeholders across the region are watching is the development of a proposed fixed link to the Macdonald-Cartier International Airport, be it rail or LRT. Maximizing this significant asset is critical in the development of a modern G7 capital city. Our international airport is essential to the continued development of tourism in the region, including the attraction of a more significant convention business. The tourism industry remains one of Ottawa's leading economic sectors, and further attention is required to compete against similar-sized jurisdictions in Canada and abroad. Additionally, further development of our airport will enhance our ability to attract more direct flights to Ottawa, which is something that is critical for the business traveler. Interestingly, I note that CBC is currently running an online poll on the issue of light rail to the airport. The results are telling, with 92% supportive and only 6% in opposition. It is for these reasons that we strongly urge Council to consider a solution that works for all parties. Thank you for allowing me to present this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farris. Are there any questions? No. Appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
Our last speaker before the break is Stephen Ryan, Fergus Lee Properties, Acora Village. And this is, for members of council, it's formerly Bayshore Village, is now referred to as Acora Village. Mr. Ryan, welcome, and you have 5 minutes. Just have to push the button. Just push the button right on the base.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Steve Ryan. I'm the Vice President of Asset Management with Fergus Lee Properties. Fergus Lee Properties owns the Acora Village rental community, formerly the Bayshore rental community. We are here to and in support of the west extension of LRT. We think it is complementary to the existing transit system in Cora Village in the West End. And in our community, we have a total of 2,465 suites. In that complex, there's 10 high-rise buildings, apartment buildings, and there's also another 1,000 garden homes and townhomes. So a multitude of families, approximately 7,000 residents, live in a Cora Village. And we believe that the extension of LRT is going to enhance our residents' ability to commute throughout the city, whether it's east, south, downtown. Living in a Cora Village will be less restrictive when it comes to transit, and they'll be able to access different locations in the city. We also believe that it will provide excellent commute opportunities for residents throughout the city to access our community in the West End, and the investments that we're making in our community certainly are reflective of an inclusive community, a welcoming community, and we believe a significant contribution to the overall investment in the West End. We've also had a very good relationship with the city. Councillor Taylor and his office, as well as the LRT, we've been engaged by them to discuss some of the aspects of the LRT, and we have been heard when it comes to some of the concerns. The initial one was the staging of buses next to the residential community as they prepare to access the LRT during rush hour and that type of thing. And we continue to work with the city and the Bayshore Mall, and we believe that there are opportunities to move that staging area closer to the mall to make it more convenient and less disruptive to the residential community. And we also have a number of initiatives in our own community. We in 2011 announced a $40 million reinvestment strategy for our Cora Village, and that really translates into almost $90 million over that first 10-year period when you consider all of the investment that we're doing. But also the Bayshore Mall has a significant investment, revitalization of the Bayshore Mall, and we believe that this is going to revitalize the West End. Carling Avenue Economic Development Program, West End development, we think it's certainly going to enhance it. And we welcome the LRT and all of the things that we think the LRT will do for the West End of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. Are there any questions, Councillor Taylor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan, for your presentation. And perhaps I'd ask you just to highlight very quickly for us. Obviously, it's in my neck of the woods, so I'm very familiar with it. And I know it's not an apples to oranges comparison, but we've heard today concerns about construction pressures on surrounding communities. You have a community of 7,000 people surrounding a giant shopping mall, which is in the midst of undergoing a $200 million expansion, a pretty dramatic expansion for anybody who's been to Bayshore. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about how it's possible for a landowner to work with a construction entity to try and mitigate on the scale of 7,000 people.
Yes, and certainly one of our concerns when the Bayshore Mall embarked on their renovation, upgrade, revitalization program was the impact of construction on our community, given that there are a number of residents that live right next door across from the mall. One of the things that we have been very pleased with is the collaborative and engaging effort that the Bayshore Mall has had with us, and the efforts that they have undertaken to mitigate noise disruption, hours of operation for construction, the city allowing access to the Bayshore Mall construction project through the transitway system. All of those types of things were a collaborative effort with us working with the Bayshore Mall as well as the city with your office, Mark, and we feel that, quite frankly, I'm very impressed with the little disruptiveness that we've experienced over the last couple of years with that expansion.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll resume at 1:30. If we can ask members of committee to be here at 1:30 so we can get underway. 1:33. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:33, so we're now going to go on to the rest of the delegations. We had Dennis Peltier, who was the general manager, or is the general manager of Bayshore Shopping Center. He was here. He just wanted to go on record as being very supportive of Phase 2 of LRT, so we thank Mr. Peltier. Next is Rick Nelson, President, Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association. Is Mr. Nelson here? Okay. Next is Grant Miller, Chairperson of the Parks and Recreation Committee of Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association. Okay. Then Warner Dexel, downstairs. Michael Cassidy. Okay, Mr. Cassidy, come on up. You're the next. Okay, Mr. Nelson, if you can come and take the seat. The floor is yours for 5 minutes, and you're president of Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and councillors. What I want to talk about today is, we've heard of the issues earlier about terminating the LRT at Bayshore, and my question is, why are we only looking at Bayshore? I've talked to other city staff about having terminated Emily Drive, and it seems to be not much direction looking at that. But as far, can you hear me okay, by the way? Okay. Next slide, please. Or, do I change slides here? Okay. Okay, one slide back though, please.
Don't speak as close to the microphone.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So what's the problem with Bayshore? First of all, there's very little space there for terminating the LRT. It's a lot less space than at Blair Road. I think staff's done a great job trying to accommodate the best termination with very little space to work with. It's very close to existing neighborhood, residential neighborhood. There's vibration, noise, and pollution issues. OC Transport have claimed that buses will not be left idling, but I went to Lincoln Fields the last couple of weeks and observed that most of them are left idling. I asked one of the drivers why they're idling, and she told me that the hybrids won't restart, and a lot of the buses, if it was too warm, the drivers want to keep the buses cool. If you convert the Bayshore station to LRT termination, there's a lot of expensive throwaway development that has to be done to stage for the buses. Once you go back to a full LRT going to Canada, you don't need that staging area anymore. There's the issue of the Holly Acres Bridge. The West Transitway Extension EA recommended the bridge be put in for a couple of reasons. One was staging, and the second reason was vibration issues. Those issues haven't gone away, and vibration issue will be worse because you'll be going twice as many buses to a station as today, because every bus has to come and go. Next slide, please. Okay. Also at Bayshore, there's no direct access to either D&D or the Wesley Clover Foundation fields. When you convert the West Transitway Extension to LRT, you're going to have to close it as well. The integrated solution with West Transitway BRT, which is talking about at-grade crossings at Holly Acres and Moody, will actually slow down westbound buses, as they must go to two signalized intersections versus one today. There seems to be no consideration on how to terminate the baseline rapid transit bus corridor and the traffic implications that it has on the Bayshore station. If you look at all the developments in Ottawa South out by Eagleson and Terry Fox, there's lots of houses going in, and they will all require bus service into the city. I'm afraid the Bayshore station, as presently designed, has no growth potential. So in 8-10 years, where will these buses go? They're coming in. The other thing is Holly Acres has a lot of changes planned for it. MTO, as Bill Fenton said, MTO are planning on putting off-ramps from Holly Acres onto the Queensway, and that, along with the baseline rapid transit bus corridor, is going to put a lot of traffic on Holly Acres, both buses and car traffic. Next slide, please. Okay, why would you want to move it to Moody? There's a lot of pluses. One is you don't have to do any throwaway construction at Bayshore. There's no neighborhood issues at Bayshore to worry about for idling buses, etc. There's less physical constraints on buses waiting for passengers because you can probably have a bigger space to work with. The West Transit with BRT could be deferred until LRT is ready to go to Moody. At Moody, you have access to the Queensway ramps on both sides, which gives you good long-term access to Canada. And you could build the Holly Acres Bridge at the same time the LRT is being extended out, because it wouldn't be needed in the short term. The other thing about Moody is you're within walking distance of both D&D and the Wesley Clover fields. And if the West Transit Way is deferred, there's no need down the road to have to convert it from BRT to LRT. If you look at the NCC maps, there is some buildable land around the soccer fields, and the land to the west of Moody Drive is already being developed by the Wesley Clover Foundation. The nice thing about terminating at Moody also is that the traffic on Holly Acres has no impact on any of the bus service or LRT service. Okay, there are some negatives at Moody. You may have to reroute or close course down. The NCC may have some issues, but since this is supposed to be a temporary termination until the LRT is terminated in Canada, I can't see any long-term permanent type structures being developed. Bayshore merchants may be unhappy because people won't transfer from a train to a bus and go in for coffee. And there's a slightly higher cost building the LRT to Moody than building the LRT followed by BRT.
If you could wrap up, your time is up.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so our recommendation is to have the EA process evaluate the possibility of moving the termination point of the LRT to Moody from Bayshore. Basically, get it into the equation so it can be evaluated for its merits.
Thank you.
That's all. Thanks.
Are there any questions of the delegation? Okay. Thank you very much.
I apologize. I was just in the washroom when you started. So.
Yep. No, it worked out perfectly.
Okay.
Next is Grant Miller, Chairperson of Parks and Recreation Committee of Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association. Is he with us? No. Warner Dex. Okay, so he's not coming. He's with your association. Okay, and we have received that. Okay, thank you. Warner Dexel is next. Mr. Dexel, nice to see you again. Welcome. Come on up. The floor is yours. Welcome, and nice to have you and Marjorie with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have been a proud citizen of Ottawa for some 50 years, but under your current mayorship of Cleary Village, my feelings of pride in our city and city leadership is seriously challenged. The city, and you in particular, have claimed to want to make Ottawa a more senior-friendly place. But the appearance has been created that you are not ready, that you are now ready in a cavalier and unconscionable cruel move to sacrifice 50 fragile, serious seniors to what would be a disastrous old age for them, if not a much earlier death. As the instigator and facilitator of providing the efforts to build Unitarian House residence for needy persons, by the way, there weren't trees there. In my wildest dreams, it never occurred to me that the proposed injustice by the city would threaten their residents. This is a not-for-profit residence, one of the few that provides for seniors who can't afford the cost of a private residence. Mr. Mayor, I'm ashamed that to be a citizen of Ottawa, the city which did not provide adequate public medical opinions on the scale of the proposed injustice. I want to make it clear to you, Mr. Mayor, that in approving this plan for Cleary Village, the city would be guilty of ageism. Ageism is the most growing form of discrimination in our society, and like any other ism, like racism, is not what Ottawa citizens want to see in our society. This would be a most callous way to treat seniors, the old and the frail, who have given so much to our city. My plea, Mr. Mayor, is that you will provide an adequate mechanism to correct the proposed injustice. There is a simpler, cheaper, and less destructive alternative available. If this alternative is not forthcoming, the only alternative is delay, and I emphasize delay. Surely the province will at least take adequate time to consider an application for a bump up of a flawed environmental assessment. I am sure the province would not want to become a co-conspirator in this great injustice that would be done to the frail and the elderly. I believe the province will show the required empathy and concern in examining this injustice, and thus would withhold further funding until the injustice has been terminated. In closing, I plead to you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, to rethink the Cleary Village decision and be mindful of what it would be like if you were old and living in Unitarian House if this plan goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Mr. Michael Cassidy, resident of Unitarian House. You have the floor for 5 minutes, Mr. Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Alderman Councillor Leeper. I used to be in your chair a long time ago. We didn't have this thing happen in those days in this way. The city has grown enormously since I was in council. I think you have a difficult decision here, but I want to bring to your attention that a very substantial amount of the objections that have been raised today have come from people connected with the Unitarian congregation, with River Parkway, and with the Unitarian House, and suggesting that perhaps of all the parts of the west end of the city that are affected by the extension of the LRT, we are at the top. And I hope that you would bear this in mind and perhaps look at the alternative that was put forward. I think it was A12B, which would be using Rochester Field. And it's only been briefly mentioned today. But the Rochester Field alternative has the advantage of no intrusion at all when it crosses from the Parkway over to Richmond Road. It will affect a number of houses along Richmond Road, about 25, but Richmond Road is already a busy traffic street, and therefore the intrusion will not be the same as it is at Unitarian House, and this alternative is there, and it seems to me that this should be considered very, very seriously. McKellar Park residents stand to benefit from the Cleary station, but they will have much less benefit if it's hidden behind the commercial plaza, which is on at 747 Richmond Road. And this too, it's a logical place for a transit station is where people can reach it easily, therefore along a major road or near a major road rather than tucked away where it's invisible to people passing by. I'm concerned at the fact that the city is now saying that it's going to pay $30 million to the NCC for improvements on the Parkway, money that would not be required if, in fact, the Parkway was not being used as the route of the LRT, but if the LRT came back to Richmond Road, and that makes some sense as well. And those are the points I wanted to make. That $30 million is in your hands, and you can use it to reduce the intrusion which would come, and you can reduce the intrusion that would come very much if you move the station over back to Richmond Road, and if the incursion
into Unitarian House and the Unitarian properties was to be eliminated. That's brief, isn't it?
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy, and I do appreciate the effort to suggest alternatives, and I know we're going to have questions for staff about the various routes that were considered. I do want to make sure that I understand the concerns about the current route, though. Like I've been asking the other presenters, what do you see as the impacts of using the route as it's been proposed in this current report?
Well, I'd say 2.5 years of construction, and we've already had construction on the high-rise, which is around the corner from us. That was bad enough. I see that as one problem. I see the continued incursion from having the LRT as close as it is. I see problems in terms of the city's responsibility to make LRT attractive. And LRT is a lot more attractive in our area if it's close to McKellar Park and if it's close to potential users. The people who live in Unitarian House will definitely use the LRT if it's around the corner, but we're not going to be guaranteeing its commercial viability as if you can get a number of people who are using it to commute to downtown and to get to work, and therefore make it accessible. And this makes sense to me. I think that the point system that was needed, that was used in order to say, well, maybe this route is better than they went along, than going through the. The points seem to indicate that going through Unitarian House was a better system. I don't think that makes sense. I think that the Rochester Field does not interfere with anybody except the chipmunks, and it's an unused piece of park. It's rarely, if ever, used, and it's an available thing. And the NCC has said they're holding it open so it can be used. Well, for goodness' sake, then please use it.
I appreciate that, and I think your point with respect to the station placement and accessibility to the McKellar Park is one that deserves careful attention. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope
Mr. Mayor.
Having that drawn your attention, I hope that you appeal to the people in McKellar Park in your constituency, in your ward, and say that, hey, we got it better for you. I did a job.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Any other questions? I think there'd be some objection to your characterization as the Byron Linear Park is being underutilized. It's actually quite well used.
Oh, I didn't say that. No, I said that the Rochester Field is underutilized, and the pointing system, which said that it's better to go along the Parkway than to go through through the Rochester Field, doesn't make sense to me at all.
Okay, thank you. Next is Jamie Boyce, Christie's Restaurant, followed by David Jean's Transport Action. And the floor is yours.
Hello, and well, this said good morning, but good afternoon, I guess. My name is Jamie Boyce. I'm here representing Walter Boyce, the owner of 809 Richmond Road and Christie's Family Restaurant, a property and a business that's simply referred to in the city's report as one of two private properties. Walter does send his regrets for not being able to attend today. He had a pre-scheduled surgery that he's in, so he would like to be here speaking on his own behalf. Walter circulated a letter on June 26 to members of this committee, staff, and other key committee chairs objecting to the proposed route alignment through 809 Richmond Road, as well as our neighboring properties. In that letter, he did express that he felt in support of the city's he is in support of the city's greater LRT plans, but feels as though there are viable alternatives in the immediate area within a similar cost envelope and with similar risks. He finds it ironic that these comments are being made today at the Finance and Economic Development Committee of the city, where we're discussing the closure of a long-standing and very successful business by the city's actions with this proposed route. Christie's Family Restaurant has been a neighborhood institution and a profitable business for over 40 years. Walter has owned the real estate and the business since 1989. During that period, Christie's has been a neighborhood destination for families to enjoy time together and great food. In 2014, Christie's welcomed over 100,000 people through its front doors. Christie's has also been a community builder. Through Christie's, Walter has supported numerous charitable organizations, including the Kiwanis, the Maycourt, the Ottawa Hospital, the Cancer Society, the National Capital Outaouais Ski Team, and other charitable organizations. Christie's has also been and remains to be a very strong employer within the city. The restaurant is currently employing 39 staff. The current payroll is in excess of $600,000 per year, which extends to supporting our employees, their families, and their livelihoods. Many of our staff have been with the restaurant for upwards of 10 years. And we have had staff who have been there their entire life, one of which retired about 4 years ago after 30 years of service. Christie's has provided these people with a stable, a comfortable, and a quality workplace and a quality experience. Should the city continue with its proposed route, it will result in closing Christie's, killing a neighborhood establishment, and putting 39 people on the unemployment list. Consultation has been ongoing with the city since 2012, always with a route running along Richmond Road to the south of the property. The route running south of 809 Richmond Road would not impact the property or impact the operating business. And that route is consistent with what the TMP states. Only in August, September 2014 did the city choose to materially change the route, impacting 809 Richmond Road and our surrounding neighbors. Since that time, we have made, with our neighbors, maximum effort to try and understand the reasoning behind the city's change, during which we've only been provided with limited and packaged information. What is interesting is the fact that the NCC, which in our opinion is a private property owner, not dissimilar to ourselves, has been provided with a privileged opportunity to negotiate with the city in secrecy to a favorable result to the NCC. We have not been provided the same courtesy. Although the result of the 100-day process resulted in a preferred route, the NCC's MOU also leaves an alternative for the city to utilize the Rochester Field. Based on information that we have been provided, the costs between these routes are quite similar, and the scores by the city's ranking are very close within a margin of error. Walter objects to the proposed route when a viable alternative exists. We ask the city to revisit the implications of the proposed route, reconsider the alternative solution that will minimize impact to our property, to our business, to our great employees, and to our neighbors. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and trust that you've heard Walter's message and look forward to the city taking proper steps with regard to alternative options.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Any questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyce. And just for clarification's sake, if the, and I know there have been some discussions in and around this, kind of area, but if the proposed scenario goes forward, would it be Christie's intention to, you have a fairly large piece of property versus the amount of space that would be needed for the LRT. Would you entertain rebuilding? Would you want to retain ownership of the property, or would you consider divesting it, or have you made that decision yet? I mean, the remainder of the property. Would you rebuild something on it, or no?
So the proposed route dissects diagonally through the property. which results in two very difficult pieces of real estate to do any development on, do any heavy load development on. Walter bought this property 25 years ago, always with the intent of it being a redevelopment. The success of the business has kept the operation going, and any redevelopment would incorporate Christie's or a like of Christie's back into the redevelopment. So the answer to that question would be yes, there is some opportunity available for consideration on future utility of the property. The reality is that it may be very difficult to come up with something that functions based on the dissection of the property that's being proposed.
Okay, but it would be your wish to at least entertain looking at doing something with the property if possible?
If it's financially viable and functional, it's something that's not off the table.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our last speaker is David Jeans, representing Transport Action. Mr. Jeans.
Thank you, Mayor and committee members. I don't think I need to introduce myself to the people around the table, but I would like to say that I've been involved in transportation planning in Ottawa for 40 years, and I have been qualified by the Ontario Municipal Board as a transportation expert witness, for what that's worth. But more important than that, I've supported the expansion of light rail at every stage since Regional Council voted in favor of putting it into the Transportation Master Plan in 1997, and I've served on most of the consultation committees. In fact, I think everyone related to light rail, and I'm regularly invited to be a member of the technical advisory group or advisory committee for each project. So I have been involved with all three EAs that we're talking about today, and I've been generally very pleased with the quality of the work, the ideas that have come forward, the completeness of the studies. I think that we have a good but somewhat expensive rail map moving forward, and I generally want to be very supportive of the good work that has been done. There are a couple of points to be made. Obviously, you've heard today of three specific trouble spots that could well merit further attention in working out the details of this plan. Cleary Avenue, and Bayshore particularly, I think that I should say that I do live very close to Cleary. I originally thought that 745, the shopping centre there, was the right place for the station. I still think that it could be the right place for the station, and that could, at some cost, solve the problems that you've heard about today. Likewise, I've also been a supporter of Rochester Field. I happen to live an equal distance from both locations, so it would make no difference to me which route the LRT follows. I live within walking distance of both sites. One of the problems that you've heard about at the Unitarian property is that the trains have to go around an S-curve as they leave the station in order to get into the Richmond Road corridor. And I can tell you from many years of rail experience that S-curves are a very bad design for railways. They create both comfort problems and operational problems that can generally be avoided by putting a section of straight track, at least the length of a rail car, in between the two curves. And you actually have the opportunity to do that here with one curve coming off the Parkway, a station running diagonally under the 745 Richmond strip mall, and a second single curve, not an S-curve, to get back into the Richmond Road corridor. Now, I think after what you've heard today, despite the fact that there may have been technical problems in looking at this before, and certainly I appreciate the issues with sewers and water mains, that you've heard some good reasons today why another look there may be in order. I do also want to say that I was very glad to hear Marc Laroche in support of the line into the airport. I think that's very important for economic development. We were discussing that back in the Ottawa 2020 study. It was supported by the Federal Transport Minister of the day, David Collinette, and the same offer to actually be involved in the building of the station was made at that time by Paul Benoit for the Airport Authority. So I'm very glad to hear them back on board, and I think getting the line to the airport is very important for economic development, but also, as you heard from Cheryl Dorham later today, an airport line has the kind of two-way all-day traffic, which is exactly what your peer review panel for the 2008 Transportation Master Plan told you needed for an effective and sustainable transit system. A park and ride lot in the suburbs that generates heavy traffic in the morning peak and then nothing for the rest of the day isn't nearly as sustainable as an airport. I talked about high cost. I think that as you go forward, there will still be some opportunities to reduce costs, and I hope that you'll be looking at these. You selected LRT technology back in 2007 because it presented some opportunities for lower costs, even though most of the parameters of the Confederation line are really more like that of a subway or at least a light metro. And some of the things that I think your engineers can look at will be the need for a rail flyover south of Lincoln Fields and the need for a second maintenance facility in the West End. The baseline transitway station may have space for storing 8 to 12 two-car trains in that tunnel, which might well obviate the need for a second storage or maintenance facility in the West End.
You can wrap up.
Good luck with the project moving forward. You'll have challenges in getting the federal and provincial funding, but I think the EAs that you have before you, if you can deal with some of the problems you've heard about today, are a very good basis for moving forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we have questions and to staff and any motions that you may have. I have Councillors Eglai, Hubley, and Taylor on the list. Councillor Deans. So if you have motion, Councillor Leeper, Councillor Eglai, if you'd like to go. And as I mentioned, if people do have motions, if they could introduce them at the beginning so everyone has knowledge of them, and ask your questions of staff at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So first of all, I'd like to thank everybody who came out here this morning and made a presentation. And I'm going to have a number of questions. I've been holding them and noting them for staff as the delegations were presenting. And I also want to thank staff for all the hard work they've put in. As chair of transportation, I've worked very closely with staff on this, and I see the hours and the effort that they put in. So I want to thank you for that. Before we get to questions, Mr. Mayor, there is a motion, and I'll read it. It's not that long, but I think it's an important one. And it comes from hearing from my southern colleagues, such as Councillors Cloutier, Kakish, Deans, and DeRose, about this project. And whereas in order to maximize federal and provincial funding and to benefit from economies of scale, the Trillium Line extension is bundled with the Confederation Line extensions as a Stage 2 LRT project. And whereas the Trillium Line is a distinct rail line from the Confederation Line with different technologies and vehicles, and whereas in a P3 procurement, proponents can be incented in the procurement documentation to drive to achieve prescribed outcomes, and whereas achieving early revenue service for a section or any of the 3 full Stage 2 extensions would advance the benefits of light rail to southern communities as well as mitigate mobility and transit service impacts during construction. Therefore, be it resolved that Stage 2 office staff be directed to explore structuring the Stage 2 LRT project procurement documents to incent achieving Trillium Line revenue service sooner than the estimated 2023 timeline. So I think that it's a good question to ask, and so I'm hoping that my colleagues will support the motion so we can find out exactly what is achievable and what we can do going forward. So the first question I have is in and around Baseline Station. And one of the things that I noticed in the documentation, the presentation, is that the Baseline Station park and ride goes away. This, while not in my ward, it's one that's heavily used by residents in my ward and Councillor Shirelli's ward and surrounding areas. I think it holds about 300 cars on any given day, and it's always full. So my question is, if we're trying to get people out of cars and onto the train, why are we taking away the park and ride? Or is there another, or are we looking at moving it somewhere else, or how do we do that? I mean, we don't want to be counterproductive here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When that baseline park and ride was built in the 1980s, there was always the intention for it to be removed at some future date, because that was at the end of the line when the transitway was constructed, and now the transitway has been extended. So what we want to do is make best use of the land, so it could be TODs around there and with the expansion of Algonquin. As for will that be relocated somewhere else? What we want to do with the park and rides is capture the people before they drive the distance into the city. So around Bayshore, people can walk or ride their bikes there, and then the other park and rides are to the extremities. So you'll see them in the transportation master plan. They're more in the suburbs rather than inside the green belt.
Okay, so what are the people in Tanglewood, Craig Henry, Trent Arlington, how are they supposed to get there? They're not going to walk there, and they're not going to cycle there.
It's if I can add that it's within cycling distance, but perhaps there could be the local bus routes that would bring them to the spine, which is the light rail facility, light rail system.
So you're saying there's no opportunity to revisit and look at some sort of a park and ride there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not in that vicinity, but we can certainly go back and have a look if there is a need to have something small, but that was never the intention through the Transportation Master Plan or the Park and Ride program.
Well, if you take that as direction, I know that we have land, for example, around adjacent city buildings very close by, and as I say, I've never gone there in any morning when it's not full to capacity. So I think it's something we need to consider. So if you'll take that as direction, I'd appreciate that. We heard about, from a number of the delegations, about the potential for drop-off and pick-up at Cleary Station and the impact that might have on the Unitarian parking lot. So I've got a two-part question there. I guess the first one is, I don't believe that was the intent of that station, and we want to direct people for kiss and ride, if you will, somewhere else. Maybe you could talk about that. But also, I take there's no restrictions in our project that would stop Unitarian, for example, putting up some sort of a gated parkway, so that if they didn't want people to do that it simply wouldn't happen. So can you speak to those 2 points?
So first of all, Mr. Mayor, the way that that station is characterized is that we would facilitate to have that drop-off facility on Richmond Road, so that it would not be, we would discourage people from turning into Cleary to drop off. So that's number one, and we would hope that when development comes forward, that development of that 747 Richmond would be done in such a way as to complement that, so that it's very intuitive and very natural for people to use a drop-off facility on Richmond. And to your second question, the access into the Unitarian, it is private at a certain point, so I presume that they could consider to have some type of controls. I think the first thing we'd want to do is design it appropriately to make sure that doesn't happen, but I believe that they could explore those kinds of opportunities.
The other issue, or one of the other issues raised, was ventilation. So I'm wondering if you can comment, first of all, on the regularity of that venting system, if you will, and the volume that might be expected when it's in operation.
Through the mayor, most of the ventilation along here will be passive, so these will be vent shafts, so that as the train is coming through the tunnel, it will push a piston of air towards Cleary Station, and that will vent up. There will also be emergency fans in there, so if in the event that there were some kind of fire in the tunnel, we have the ability to keep smoke away from the trains while we evacuate the train. So the vast majority of the time, this will be a passive ventilation system. We will have to occasionally test the system. Usually it's half an hour every 3 or 4 months, just to make sure the fans are still working. And then if there is a major event, then those fans would be activated to create a tenable environment in the tunnel.
I take it when you use the term passive, you mean that doesn't make a whole lot of noise?
No, there would be very little noise. It would just be the air coming out of the vent as the train approaches and air going back into the vent as the train is leaving.
Okay, thank you. One of the other delegations raised the issue of the cycling path, proposed cycling pathway along 10th Line Road, and whether staff could look at sort of a bundling, if you will, an overlay, I think was the term that the gentleman had used. It seems to me, especially in light of the motion I just brought, where we're trying to bundle things together, is this something staff has looked at or is prepared to look at?
That north-south on 10th line is identified in the cycling plan, but it's a phase 3, so there wouldn't be dollars for it until sometime after 2025. I guess that's where it stands, but if there's an opportunity, we would look into this, but the funding is sitting in phase 3.
Okay, I guess the question I'm asking is, are there efficiencies? If you did it, I get the money, and that's always a challenge, but would it reduce the price if we built it into the overall project?
So, Mr. Mayor, first of all, I mean, what's included in terms of the Stage 2 build goes to Place d'Orleans, and that location would be a 10th line station that has been relocated to better meet the development potential as the presenter had suggested. In terms of overall, I think that's a good takeaway for staff, because part of what we've done throughout the Confederation line and the Trillium line, the O-Train system, is always look at our cycling and pedestrian facilities to make sure that they connect to transit as a priority. So it is down the road, and it's a great opportunity for us to take direction in our next update to see how our cycling facilities connect with Stage 2 to see if there's any gaps.
Okay, so thank you for being able to look at that. Last question is, one of the other delegations was a board member from the synagogue that operates at a Unitarian church. He'd raised a number of concerns and suggested there hadn't been a lot of interaction between staff and the board of the synagogue about those concerns. And I'm wondering if you're prepared to meet with the board or representatives of the board to talk about some of their concerns going forward.
Mr. Mayor, and as you well know, Councillor, we've had an opportunity to meet with representatives from a Unitarian campus on a number of occasions. I think since March we've met 4 times with them, with a wide variety of representatives from each of the facilities there. And the discussions have been very productive. We've gone through a lot of potential ideas to mitigate for construction, and we've gone over procedures that we would include in our procurement to make sure that the day-to-day operations of the train wouldn't impact on that campus.
Okay, but I'm not hearing the answer to the question. Are you prepared to meet with a representative from the synagogue just to answer their?
I'm sorry, Councillor. We'd be happy to meet with him and other members of
I thought you would be, because you met with many of the stakeholders.
Yeah, we plan to continue meeting.
I think the clerk would have the contact information, so if you can reach out, that would be much appreciated.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the following motion. Whereas Councillor's next review and update of the official plan, Transportation Master Plan, Infrastructure Master Plan will extend the city's planning horizon beyond 2031. And whereas the affordability model established within the 2011 LRFP for transit, which establishes priority projects for each phase of the 2013 TMP, will be updated as a matter of course in coordination with these updates. And whereas there is no light rail projects west of Bayshore planned within the affordability envelope to 2031, whereas the 2013 TMP identified an affordable rapid transit and transit priority network that included the Stage 2 light rail transit project, as well as a number of at-grade and grade-separated bus rapid transit extensions, namely the West Transit Way, from Bayshore Station to Moody, and a second extension from March Road to Terry Fox, the Baseline Transit Corridor from Baseline to Heron Stations, and the Canada North Transitway from Corkstown to Soledad Road, as well as an additional $200 million in transit priority projects. And whereas recent federal and provincial budgets have significantly increased the availability of transit infrastructure funding subsequent to the 2013 TMP analysis, and whereas the TMP did not give any ranking or timelines as to which PRT or LRT projects would be implemented beyond 2031, And my final whereas, the next update of the TMP creates an opportunity to review the growth pattern for employment and residential growth against projections across the city, including Canada. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to fully assess the feasibility and relative priority of rapid transit investment in the West and develop an option to provide a rapid transit rail solution to Canada at the earliest opportunity, respecting the affordability model established within the 2011 LRFP for transit, and that this work inform the TMP update, including a review of projects currently under the affordable RTTP network. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for working with me on this motion. I sincerely appreciate your help, and I know that this will benefit our entire city. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank my colleague, Councillor Blais, for his assistance and sharing the vision of a fully connected city if this motion is to be adopted. Finally, I want to express my appreciation to my neighbours, and in particular Councillor Caudry, who has spent many hours working on a transportation and transit solution for the benefit of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I have a number of questions, and I think I'm just going to follow along the line from east to west. On the Cleary Station area, I'm wondering if staff could maybe articulate for us some of the construction mitigation efforts that they could put in place. We've heard a lot about the construction pressures today. And, you know, people have thrown out some remarks about things like piles of dirt and earth-moving equipment kind of thing. I know that particularly around the MSF, we've used kind of creative solutions like tiebacks and things like that. So I'm wondering if we could hear first from staff on that, and then I have a number of other questions.
So, Mr. Mayor, in response to the measures we would put in place during construction, first and foremost, of course, you have your own city bylaw, and we would be requiring anyone to be adhering to that. In addition, and where we identify that there's significant concerns or issues that we want special treatment, we would be building that into the procurement process to get back and allow the project code to use their innovation to make sure that they do things to minimize impact. And we certainly experienced that with Avenue O on the Confederation line in terms of the use of tiebacks and the connection and how they worked with the neighbors in the community. So we've had very successful ways to do that, and it's proven itself during the construction period.
So you feel you could, if this is approved, we could sufficiently narrow the impact of the path as we went kind of through the Parkway lands and then underneath the Unitarian campus parking lot area. And again, I'd come back to that tieback method. As I understand it, would see you constructing walls at kind of the extremities of the trench. And then you would lower equipment into it back further, so that, you know, on the lands, on the campus lands, there wouldn't be any things going in and out of the trench, as it were. Is that my understanding?
And that is what we did with the MSF connector. So there were tiebacks and walls built, and then the construction proceeded. So in that direct vicinity, there was no construction equipment coming in and out. It went out at either end. And I don't want to say specifically how the construction will proceed, because we do want to structure the procurement to have the Project Co. be innovative, but we would incent them to minimize impacts and look at how we could score them and how we would evaluate that to make sure that we've looked after those interests.
Okay, thank you. So on the topic of construction mitigation, and you guys have spent a tremendous amount of time in this project and in Confedline looking at ways to mitigate impacts. I'm going to come full circle back to a conversation that we heard a little bit earlier transpire about, you know, the Unitarian congregation and their campus planning committee and their desire to possibly erect buildings on their land versus, you know, the impact that would put on versus us doing work, you know, subterranean work on their land. So I just want to get a feel for, and I tried to tease out from one of the presenters, are there construction methods that you're aware of that would better mitigate? I don't see how, and perhaps you can't speak for them, but I'm looking for a little bit of comment in terms of us digging a trench and then installing the tunnel versus a surface building, a multi-story surface building, possibly with a garage, being built on the campus grounds. Comparable, or are we certainly under or over the amount of pressure that would be exerted on the campus?
Mr. Mayor, I think that they would be comparable, and I've heard Unitarian members speak to the disruption that they felt with the building construction at the corner. So, it is it's construction, and I think it's incumbent on us to design it and procure it in a way to minimize the impacts, and there are ways to do that. There's lots of innovative ways to construct in terms of the time of the disruption in that direct vicinity, as well as the breadth of the, how wide the trench is and those kinds of things, and the tiebacks that you mentioned.
So with respect to the obviously we didn't really talk about it much, but as a result of any kind of expropriation, even subterranean expropriation, there'd be monies paid to the Unitarian campus, and we understand that. And as part of our kind of process, wondering if perhaps you can talk a little bit about our offer of service for Mr. Dark and some of the work that perhaps he did or is willing to do with the congregation.
Mr. Mayor, yes, we, because of the work that George Dark had done to advise the 100-day working group, he, in discussion with us, we offered his services to the Unitarian House representatives, and I understand he spent a day with them sketching out options for them to realize the development potential of the site and to understand what could be built in the absence of the LRT and what could still be built with the LRT alignment running through the campus. I understand that those were good discussions. They have plans to develop both over the top of the two parking lots that were going to be underneath, but as well as a larger potential complex toward the west of the site.
So we've offered Mr. Dark, and that his services, I presume, are still available to them, up to some kind of limit, and the potential of them having the compensation coming from expropriation dollars could potentially allow that kind of vision to be married with the economic reality of being able to make it take place. Is that kind of what we were going for here?
That sounds about right, yes, Councillor.
Okay, so I'm going to move a little further west now. One of the presenters had talked about the Pinecrest Creek corridor, and I'd like to hear maybe a little bit from staff about some of the remediation ideas that are being worked on with the NCC through the corridor.
Through the Mayor, we've been working very closely with the NCC on this corridor. We have been looking at where there are opportunities to daylight portions of the creek that are currently entombed. We've been looking for opportunities, for instance, where there are bus ramps on and off the Queensway today. When they're removed, how those areas can be renaturalized and possibly even turned into areas for additional storm storage. We've been working in terms of looking at a wider sub-watershed area study with the city in terms of an overall solution to the entire watershed. So we have been looking at a number of opportunities, and we are confident that we can build a number of those into the project at relatively low cost that will improve the quality of the corridor as the LRT is put in place.
So just to be clear, we're looking for opportunities to daylight the creek, to kind of remedy some of the historical problems that have taken place as multiple partners over the years have gotten into that space and gerrymandered it.
That's correct, and we're using the NCC's information on where the creek is performing poorly to look at where there are opportunities to improve the flow conditions and erosion of the banks and other things.
Okay. So thank you very much. So last set of questions, and I know that there's going to be some discussion around this at Chair Eagly's committee tomorrow with respect to BRT in the West, and I want to thank the staff for being available here and there, so that if there's any kind of crossover in the questioning, we don't penalize people for being at the wrong meeting at the wrong time. Obviously, I'm in favor of having the LRT run all the way out to Bayshore, and I know that we've heard from folks talking about, well, do you terminate it there or do you go on? I'm certainly happy to see Councillor Hubley's motion with respect to looking at extending out to Canada. I think the faster, the bigger we can build the system, the better. Certainly, in the Bayshore area, and we heard from Mr. Ryan, there's 7,000 residents that live in Bayshore within a 5-minute walk of the station. There's over 6 million shoppers annually that go to the Bayshore Shopping Centre, so that's a significant number of people going through there. Some of the discussion that took place today was about the Bayshore to Moody Transitway extension, the BRT extension that would take place west of that. And I know that Mr. Swale talked a little bit about looking at including a grade separation feasibility as pulling that kind of into the Stage 2 project. And just with respect to timing and in plain English, maybe I could hear from you on, we have a timetable for the LRT build out to Bayshore. There's a timetable attached to that, potential for grade separation. So what would it mean then if staff were able to go ahead and construct an at-grade now at Holly Acres? How fast would we be looking at turning that into a grade separated if we were able to pull it into that Stage 2 project?
Well, it would depend on a number of factors, including, as I mentioned previously, development and potential integration with Bayshore Shopping Centre itself. The current plan has the construction happening over the next few years for the at-grade. To roll it into our project, we would have to come up with a plan that was feasible over the next 2 years to be able to roll it into the procurement and have it as part of the final design for Stage 2 by 2023.
So in other words, if we're successful at working with Bayshore...
Sorry, you'll have to get back on the list because you've had your time. Councillor Deans?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, this is all very interesting discussion today, and there's lots and lots to talk about. But I want to talk about the South, and I have to say I was just delighted to hear Mr. Lash from the airport today say that the airport is ready and willing to be a partner with the city in the advancement of light rapid transit to the airport. I think that's really significant for the future of our city. But having said that, I also heard something else new from Mr. LaRoche that I hadn't heard before, and that is this notion of integrating into the next terminal construction at the airport LRT. And I remember from our conversations about integrating LRT back pre-2006, Eli's nodding, he'll remember that. We had talked about integrating LRT into the Unicenter at Carleton University, and of course we lost that opportunity when that was cancelled. But I do remember from that conversation that electrified rail is far superior when you're talking about integrating into buildings than diesel rail. So now that I've heard today that the airport is interested in integrating light rapid transit into their building, it tells me that we should be looking at advancing the electrification of the north-south line. And of course, along with that, Councillor Kakish and I were in Riverside South last week, and I'll tell you, we got quite the earful from residents there that are not happy with the car-oriented mode of travel currently. So having said that, I'm wondering, and I salute Councillor Aguilar's motion. I asked for that back in last term when I was chair of transit to advance it. We were told we couldn't advance it before 2018 when we opened Confederon. But all of this is pointing to me to the need to electrify that north-south line now. Like all the stars are starting to align. So I mean, I know money is the big hurdle to all of this stuff, but the province has come to the table recently and funded 100% of Hamilton. So would it be possible to consider advancing the electrification of the Trillium line, especially in light of all of this new information?
So, Mr. Mayor, the electrification was identified in your ultimate network, and it was certainly not within your affordable network. What we're working at with the airport is a type of integration like you see with the O train at Greenboro. So, that kind of station, that kind of accessibility, and worked on with the airport, and it will work. So it doesn't need to be electrified to be integrated. So your short answer is we don't have the money and had not planned that into our model at this point.
Okay, but there's no reason why we couldn't contemplate that, especially when you think about Riverside South. And looking at another report on the agenda today, you see the growth projections for the South Urban community are really, that's the part of the city that's really rapidly growing. So when I hear Councillor Hillbury, and rightly so, talk about looking at opportunities to advance to the west, I can't help but think with all these opportunities in the south that we too should be looking at conversion to electrification in the south. So what would be the process to do that?
So first I'll say that the plan, the EA that's in front of you, and the functional design is responsive to the ridership needs and the growth that's projected both for employment and residential. So from that perspective, I want to assure you that rail is included to the south and in response to the demand and the growth that's projected. In terms of looking at...
Wait, just on that point, the rail to the south right now is only to Bowesville. It's not into the community of Riverside South.
That's
because
correct.
You have no turning radius with diesel trains. So it's not quite accurate.
So as this EA deals with that, the EA that's in front of you, if you would want to take a look and revise the technology and advance it, that's another level of question that isn't in front of you. I mean, you could direct that be revisited as part of the TMP, but in the process, what's in front of you today is to start to advance Stage 2. So the Stage 2 that's in front of you, the 3 EAs, to actually go to the next level, start the preliminary engineering, and initiate procurement, and continue our discussions with the federal and provincial governments. And with both of them, we have been engaging them so far on the plan that Council has approved and directed us to advance.
And is there any hope that we would get more than a one-third contribution from, say, the province in light of the 100% funding that they did in Hamilton and different forms of funding that they've done in other Southern Ontario communities?
I certainly can't speak for the province, but the report directs that the mayor and the city manager work with them to maximize the contribution, and I see Kent is wanting to jump in.
I was just going to add that there's always hope, but our understanding of the current provincial basis for those announcements would preclude that level of funding in Ottawa. But
so what was the basis for that?
That Hamilton is within the existing Metrolink service zone. And consequently the infrastructure is owned by and operated by the province of Ontario. But that's why I'll repeat that.
We'd be okay with them owning ours, wouldn't we?
Well, probably. That's why the staff have worded the recommendation to be directive to request the mayor and myself to go and attempt to achieve maximum subsidy without putting a percentage on it.
Okay, because there does seem to be a fairness issue here, so I'm sure you're going to both be pressing that point. Just on the issue that we heard a lot of delegations on today out in the Unitarian Church area, what would be the reason for not selecting Rochester Field?
So we looked at both of them. We wiped the slate clean. We looked at Rochester Field and Sir John A. Macdonald, and there's an evaluation that's attached as one of the documents to the report today, and it shows you the evaluation, and clearly the extension across the Sir John A. Macdonald scored higher. And really, I mean, the simple answer to that is we've always maintained, and we've been clear that we wanted to protect Rochester Field and protect the Byron Linear Park. And so while we took a hard look at that Rochester Field again, and then along the Byron Linear Park, it is very disruptive to both of those community assets, and that was a part of the reason why they scored, it scored less than going on the Sir Johnny Macdonald Parkway. There's a number of other reasons, but that was a big part of that.
Is it cost as well?
In terms of costs, during the 100-day exercise, they came back as relatively equivalent, and we thought they could be held within the affordability envelope. But the amount of risks dealing with all the subsurface infrastructure through the corridor along the Byron Linear Park were significantly higher. So there was a higher risk of cost creep with respect to that alignment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have three areas for discussion. I want to thank my colleagues who have raised a number of the questions that I had, but I do have some remaining ones. With respect to the question that Councillor Deans just asked, the Unitarian stakeholders have provided us with an alternative scoring grid to try to compare the Richmond Via Unitarian campus versus the Rochester Field Byron. Can I get staff to provide some comment on whether they feel that the adjustments that Unitarian stakeholders have proposed are legitimate? When I look at, for example, the impact on the Unitarian stakeholders would seem to justify the slightly lower score in some of these areas. How do you comment on the proposed scoring grid revisions?
Mr. Mayor, I think I'll just start and then ask David Hopper to follow through with a little more detail. But generally, when we looked at the evaluation, and the team from Parsons went to evaluate both of the 100-day solutions through the original criteria that was set for the 2013 open house on the Western LRT extension. When they went to do that, the former Richmond Underground alignment was about 2.5 points, scored 2.5 points lower than the 100-day solution, which went along the Parkway lands. When we reevaluated the Rochester Field alignment, that score stayed relatively the same as the former alignment, which pretty much went the same way. Was called Goldenrod alignment. So according to the original criteria, it didn't go up much. I guess when you get into the level, EAs at this level, functional design, aren't meant to dive and do a deep dive into specific impacts around an isolated piece of land or a few parcels of land. They're to more broadly score the entire alignment. So a lot of the issues that are being raised by the Unitarian Church wouldn't tend to sway the scoring as dramatically as some may think it should. I guess the one other thing to consider in the alignment on the south that would go through Byron Linear Park would bring in about 4 dozen residences that otherwise would not be as impacted, plus there are more challenges with respect to mobility beyond the subsurface infrastructure challenges that I raised previously. So, David, do you have anything to add?
I think that covers it off. I mean, these alignments are looking at the entire segment from Tunney's Pasture to Baseline. So we have also had to look at these 2 new alignments in the context of the 7 that were done before. So we were looking at these. It is relatively small changes that have happened in looking at the improvements through the 100-day process. So we would have to go back and see whether any of these scores, how they compared all of the other options. But we believe within the range that the options are scoring, the Rochester Field option is still scoring significantly lower than the R12A along the Parkway option, based on our analysis of all of the options and all of the information we have along the entire corridor.
And if I understand, I just want to confirm what Councillor Deans asked. The difference in cost between the two is seen to be minimal?
Yeah, as Mr. Swell said, they are close in cost, but there's significant risks associated with the Rochester Field alignment.
One of the One of the risks I think Mr. Cullen raised earlier was that the expropriation costs may be higher if the impact to the child care center, for example, is such so unacceptable as to require an expropriation of it. Can you comment on that?
Mr. Mayor, I really just can't see how we would ever get to that. The location of the child care center is far enough removed from the train. And secondly, as we go through the procurement and we require Progeco to come back and show us how they will be designing to mitigate noise and vibration to the level of standard of a daycare as a sensitive receiver. And believe me, there's engineering solutions that I'm very confident have been used around the world. And if I could, I just wanted to remind you, I mean, a lot of people think of these trains. Unfortunately, we don't have them running here today. When we do, you will see they are very, very quiet electric trains. They are not like subways, and they are not like the heavy rail that once upon a time used to run down that corridor. These are not in the same category, and I do want to remind Council of that.
Which actually brings me into, there have been a couple of very specific concerns raised around noise, around dust, around vibration. I learned a new technical term today, the dipsy doodle. Can you talk to me about the S-curve and what the potential is for unacceptable vibrations and noise to those sensitive receptors who are at the Unitarian House?
Through the Mayor, we have done a fair amount of design work on this. The curve has been described as an S-curve, but as David Jeans mentioned, it is actually two separate curves with a tangent track between it. So what that does is once the train is going around the first curve, it has time to level out before it goes around the second curve. So that goes a long way to mitigating any potential noise and vibration issues. We also designed these curves to operate somewhere around 55 to 60 kilometers an hour. So the train speed will be limited through here so that we do not run through faster than the curve is able to handle. We also have measures in terms of putting either a floating slab or what's called double ties, where the track itself actually sits on rubber pads that isolate it from the tunnel that can be used to isolate noise and vibration. They've been used very successfully on the Shepherd and Spadina subways in Toronto, and are planned through the downtown tunnel, where there are other sensitive receptors as well. So we don't believe that the geometry here is so tight that it's going to cause a lot of problems, and we believe there are strong proven engineering solutions that will keep the noise and vibration very minimal. A lot of these trains that operate in other cities, one of the problems they have is the train is so quiet that when it's operating on plazas in Barcelona or in Jerusalem, people can't hear the train coming. In fact, in Jerusalem, they've actually added noise on the front of the train so that people can hear it coming down the pedestrian plaza to get out of the way of the train. So these are not your typical GO train. They're not the Toronto subway. They are very, very quiet trains. We would be operating on continuously welded rail. So again, that's another technique that avoids the clickety-clack of older railways. As well, the trains themselves have a lot better soundproofing today down around the wheels and around the motors. So we find that they're much quieter. The reason we informed the Unitarian Church that there will be some noise and vibration is because it is impossible to remove all of it. But there are sort of three thresholds. The first one is the limit of perception, and that's around what we call 1/10 of a millimeter per second. So, for instance, if you're standing out here over just above the cafe, if you're standing there one day and you just close your eyes, you can tell when somebody else is walking by because the floor underneath you vibrates. That's at the limit of perception. That's around 0.1. The level of annoyance is 10 times that, or 1 millimeter per second. The evaluation that we're finding both with the downtown segment and what we're predicting in this area is we would never get even close to the 1 millimeter per second that causes continuous annoyance. We're somewhere around half of that level. And above that, the next threshold is at 30 millimeters per second, which actually could cause damage to adjacent structures. And we're confident that even during construction, we will not come anywhere near achieving that level.
You spoke about the rubber pads that can create the floating rubber pads, was that the correct term? That can mitigate some of the noise impacts from the two S-curves. Rather than optional, it strikes me that it would be important to build that into our RFP process and to incentivize the use of those.
Well, during the design process, what we will do is go along the entire alignment and look at where there are sensitive receptors. So sensitive receptors are defined both in the city's noise environmental guidelines as well as the province's. So we would look for schools, daycares, churches, senior citizens' homes, homes that are very close, homes that are built on sensitive soils that are more likely to transfer vibration. Mm-hmm. We'll then look at what standard should be applied to those receptors, and then design the system around that. So we will design and look for segments where we do need to provide a vibration protection. There's a stretch out through Orleans where, because of sensitive soils, even though we're in the median of the highway, we can introduce enough vibration to affect houses that are beyond the highway because of the sensitive clays. So we will do all of that work in the preliminary engineering, which is the next phase, to look at where these specific mitigation measures get built in.
But otherwise you're preparing for the outcome.
Yes, and then that also gets built not only into the design, but also gets built into the output specification that goes to Project Co. that says you must design a system and you must achieve this level of performance. And in fact, in the current contract, if the current Confederation line can't meet some of those criteria, they have to shut the line down and go back and redesign it so that it does work. So the restrictions that will be in Project Co. will be very restrictive in terms of making sure that sensitive receptors are well protected.
One last question. I suspect we'll have to get back on the list. The hours of operation of construction has come up a couple of times. We've heard that the contractor will be incented to get this done as quickly as possible, working around the clock. What can we expect with respect to the hours of construction?
Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned earlier, the city's bylaw would be in force, and if Project Co. wanted to construct outside of those or wanted to do something 24/7, they would need to seek relief from council to do so. I don't want to prejudge what their plan of attack would be and how they would be structuring and staging their construction, but you can be assured that you have a bylaw and they will need to adhere to that.
I'll put myself back on this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Blais, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And truly, I think this is an important day in the history of transit here in the City of Ottawa. While we're going to be hopefully approving a plan that will connect our city east to west to south with rapid transit, I want to support the motion that's being brought forward by Councillor Egla. I do think that there are opportunities if certain stages of the train can be brought into revenue service earlier that might provide other opportunities, especially when we're looking for OC Transpo and the need for additional buses to accommodate inevitably detours that will take place because of construction. So I do think that's probably a smart idea. I would think that we would look at all elements, though, for accelerating revenue service before 2023, not just heading in one direction, because obviously the benefits of getting it earlier are clear and apparent. And to Canada, a question to Mr. Kirkpatrick. Given that the LRFP for transit was written obviously before Stage 2 was presented, and Stage 2 falls within the affordability LRFP, during the procurement, either before or after, sometime soon, are we going to be re-engaging in the assumptions we've made in that process to verify once again that this is an affordable and continues to be an affordable investment for the city, and that our assumptions are correct?
Through you, Chair, there's, as members of committee know, there are many significant assumptions that go into that affordability model. One of them is exactly what would it cost to build the infrastructure that we're talking about. Another one is what would the city be able to achieve in terms of senior government funding, development charge revenues. There's assumptions in there about transit tax rates and their association with the cost of providing transit service, ridership assumptions. So there's a whole host of capital construction, capital financing, and then operational revenues and expenditures. So the report indicates that the great news with this report that's in front of you today is that the first major piece in terms of what would it cost to build this infrastructure has gone through a significant evolution in terms of the due diligence that's been put to it with functional design, and those numbers are holding. The report directs the Mayor and I to go and seek commitments from senior levels of government. That's another significant revisiting, and the report indicates that after we've accomplished that, we would then come back with an update on the overall affordability model, which would also include looking at those operational considerations as well, along with projected development charge revenues. You'll recall that the affordability model assumed that we would get changes to provincial legislation that would allow us to look forward to a service standard instead of retrospectively. Significant work is happening on that front with the province. That's another big piece to it.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Kirkpatrick. And now to staff, and particular to the eastern extension, but this comment I would apply, I think, to either direction. One of the things that came up during public consultations, particularly about the cross-section of the train through the middle of 174, not that that is the most, visually beautiful part of the city to begin with. I think there were some concerns about the Jersey barrier and the chain link fence and just kind of the visual impact that might have. So I'm wondering, can you confirm for us that we will look at alternative fencing, whether that's living fences or cedar hedges or whatever it might be, to reduce the kind of inner city feel to that transit corridor through the suburbs?
Mr. Mayor, we can certainly take that away. We will need some kind of barrier, as you well know, but we'll take your point that you'd like it to be more aesthetic than what you have seen so far.
Yes, I think Councillor Minette and Councillor Middick would agree with that position as well. So thank you very much. Again, Mr. Mayor, I think this is a great and important day for the history of transit in our city, and I hope everyone on committee will obviously approve the recommendations and the motions that have been put forward by Councillor Eglai and Councillor Hubley. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Blais. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was following up on what Councillor Eglai was talking about when he was asking about the park and ride at Baseline Station, and wondering if by taking that out we could extend the BRT to the Barrhaven connection. I think it's possible. Looking at the land at Medhurst and Tanglewood on Woodruff, that's a large swath of land. We believe it's hydro land, but I think that negotiations could be made for a park and ride there. There would be an inner park and ride that could benefit the people that we were wondering where they would be displaced to, but also could allow the BRT to be extended closer to where it now ends. The Barrhaven benefits, I mean, there's a lot of talk about the south. Well, the fastest growing area in the south is Barrhaven. Okay, so that hasn't been spoken about today. And yet, in speaking to the folks at the OC Transco and LRT, the addition of the rail down to Bowesville is really not going to benefit Barrhaven. It's actually going to be longer to go that way than our existing BRT. So we have the benefit of being the only suburban community that has a Southwest Transitway, a BRT, a totally just transitway, segregated, separated transit corridor, and that's good. It works very well. I take it myself good 3 times a week, more if I could. But really, where it's weak is where it comes out at the Sportsplex, and I think this is the perfect opportunity because we will have that land. Right now, if I'm going home in the afternoon, and actually Councillor Eglai and I were on the same bus, he and I will take any bus that gets us to any part of Barrhaven, but him to Baseline Station. So we were on the same bus. That bus stop is right at the end of the most southern end of all of the Baseline stops, the Baseline Station stops. The parking lot is just beyond that. And in fact, the bus right there swings this way to go back onto Woodruff into the traffic when it could go ahead There is the land there, as you know. It could cross Tallwood. It could parallel the, what's the name of our archive building? Bartleman Building. Underneath that, under the underpass there, and up into that, at least to that point. So how would we go about having that kind of consideration? Because otherwise we're outside of any time frame that I think is going to sustain the system that we have.
Mr. Mayor, the answer this two ways. I mean, there is a section, and there's certainly bus lanes on Woodruff that work quite well for a piece of it. However, you'll note that the MSF location that has been earmarked is south of Baseline Station and just north of Hunt Club. So we're going to need to bring trains to that location. So I would suggest, and we can certainly work with you to get some direction, that as we do that, we explore extending the transit way along with that to improve that connectivity, at least for that piece, and we're happy to work with you on that.
And I think that Councillor Egli and I would both be appreciative of that. It's, even I noticed that the media has picked up today. I was listening to, they were talking about the great job that Chair Blais, John Manconi and his team and all of you have done in preparing us for today. It's good that it's the summer holidays, but it gives people a lot of time to get used to before September, and that's absolutely excellent. But I just think that we have the perfect opportunity to really look at this holistically and make sure that every little piece. I noticed in the media, though, they're calling it the Bayshore to Blair Road or whatever they're calling it, or to Orleans, Plaster Orleans. But the bottom line is, in order for me to represent my people for Councillor Egli, the big news and the bigger station is absolutely Baseline. It's one of our biggest stations in the entire system, so why we would not be talking about the benefit to Baseline? It's huge. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor, we're just going to go to people who haven't spoken yet. Councillor Monette, and then I have Councillor Taylor and Councillor Leeper on for a second round. Councillor Taylor.
Okay.
Oh, Eli. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. When we're looking at Orleans, and obviously Orleans, anybody who was here today was very positive about LRT Phase 2 and potential for looking down the road. Has the capacity been looked at for the park and ride as we move forward, especially when we're looking at Phase 2? I look at if it's Place Orleans, where is the destination? I look at the park and ride what we have right now, and really it would not be adequate to move forward. And I know Place Orleans itself, we are on a year-to-year contract with Place Orleans. If Place Orleans was a park and ride location, we are going to need more park and ride areas, because that's LRT to be successful. You need to be able to get to access the LRT as easy as possible. Is that being evaluated as we go on?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think when Mr. Swell spoke, he spoke about, there is some room at that Place d'Orleans Park and Ride to expand it, and we have got some funds in the estimate to do a bit of that. As you well know, the Park and Ride, depending on the location, some of them we can barely keep up with demand, but that would be part of an ongoing program. But the project as it sits now does have some funds to do some expansion there.
There was also a discussion about Leda Clay and how it would affect the residents, close to the highway. I know Councillor Bland mentioned about noise attenuation. That is being looked at both sides of the highway as we move forward?
Mr. Mayor, there's parts of the, along the highway that require noise mitigation today because of the highway itself, and it currently doesn't exist, and so the project for LRT does include monies to have that noise barrier installed.
Okay, I agree with Councillor Blood. I will be supporting both motions. I think it's as we're moving forward, we're looking at the whole city and not just parts in the city, and I think it's about time we do that, and very encouraged with the motions that have been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monette. Councillor El Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to say thank you to the staff because they made themselves available to meet with the committee member and most councillors, I believe. And kudos to your effort. One of the questions we heard time and time again about the affordability model we established in 2011. So is it fair to say it will be like the TMP, be revisited every 5 years to see the changes we might see? I mean, some of us been around the table long enough. We've seen the changes happen quite dramatically. But how would we tell our resident we are monitoring all the detail, and there's no queue jumping here or there. There's hopefully no political maneuvering again. So how would you address that? What would you tell the resident? We are monitoring this plan every 5 years and we'll have a full review on it.
Mr. Mayor, so your transportation master plan is looked at every 5 years, and part of the reason for that is to assess where has growth happened. I know that there's other works going on, and maybe Vivi or John wants to add to that in terms of employment lands. There's a lot of things that impact your transportation system, where people are living, where they choose to work, and that is the opportunity to do that. And so, yes, every 5 years you have a chance to revisit that and say, okay, is it tracking the way we expected it to? Is there something changing here in terms of travel patterns that we need to adjust to? And that is the opportunity to do that.
Well, I'm glad to hear this. But is there a marking criteria, or is it something so the public can see we are consistent, just like when we ask for, OP expansion, we create this whatever criteria with numbering how we assess. Is there a model so our resident can revisit and take a look at it and see where the growth is, or is there such a thing?
Yes, Councillor. We do this in conjunction with a review of the official plan. So it would be where, if the urban boundary is being expanded, where are the employment lands, and then we deal with the traffic zones forecast. So it's all quite visible. We have a lot of background documents that accompany the TMP, but there's a binder full of other information. So it's all there. I believe that we have all the information as part of the package when it came forward to Council for approval back in November 2013. So we look at traffic zones, we look at origin destination surveys. So there's a myriad of factors that go into the network at the end of the day that we approve, and the prioritization of projects. It's very, and we have to do it at the network level, as you can understand, as you can appreciate, because they're all linked. And it's all available, and we have to also roll in the affordability lens when all of this is done as well. And we do have the list of criteria on how we prioritize the projects.
Okay, thank you very much. And one other question, Mr. Mayor, my colleague Jeff Lieber asked about when we heard from Transport Ottawa or Ottawa Transport 2000, I'm not sure what they call themselves anymore, about the shape of the track and the safety of that. I think Councillor Lieber and I, we visited the tunnel and we saw the work has been done and the safety and all this. So I'm sure all of these been taken in consideration and calculation of what we heard today.
I think you might have been out of the room when that exact question was asked of our consultant. So it...
So yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, we have had rail engineers who have looked at this, and it is a suitable design, and it will not cause noise and vibration issues, and it is, all these issues have been taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor El-Shantiri. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the putting together this very extensive report on how we're going to be moving forward, because I think it's a really important step forward for the city. It's a really important part for the city to have this going forward. We are, as Councillor Hubley has already said, a little bit left out in the West End. We don't even have a bus rapid transit, which they have to the south and they have to the east already. We are going to have great, I think so the piece they're doing right now to Moody is going to make quite a large difference in that way and start the process going. But I'd like to just great support for Councillor Hubley's motion. We've talked many times about the issue that we have of getting people forward. And they say, well, not as many people use the bus from Canada. Well, there's a reason for that. When you're stuck in traffic for 20 minutes in the bus, you get tired of taking the bus. And a lot of people actually refuse to take it because the service is so bad. So as we improve the service, I fully expect we will see more people using the bus because the traffic on the road is, it used to back up at Bayshore, and now it backs up at Moody. It's actually sometimes even back as far as Canada, despite the wider road. And so in looking at the review coming forward in 2018, I think it's really important to look at the numbers of people, the growth, and there is one of the interesting things right now, Mr. Mayor, is that the employment in the Canada North Business Park is reaching an all-time high, and that there are three new buildings under construction right now in that area, and and there's a lot of optimism on what is happening with the technology industry that particularly has been focused in our area. So these things I think need to be even more taken account of. We talk about people going to work, but we also, the jobs that they're going to become a factor as well, and that is going to be changing, I suspect, quite a lot in the next few years. So I look forward to the review coming forward, and I know you're starting almost already to work on the next TMP. We will have the statistics from the 2016 census to be able to use, hopefully by that time. It'll be near the end by the time they come out, but I think there will be some information that will be helpful at that time. But I've asked the committee to support Councillor Hubley's motion, and I also think that Councillor Eagle's motion is I think it's Eagle that passed it, is also worthwhile doing to enhance what's going forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the stations that we haven't chatted a lot about today has been Dominion Station. It was touched on at the very beginning. Again, it's a station that is in very close proximity to a number of residential properties. I have two sets of questions around there. The residents who live at the end of Dominion, at the end of Berkeley, have a number of legitimate complaints right now around how the OC Transpo station is being maintained. Persistent graffiti, there is complaints about light pollution. The pedestrians are using the Desire lines from Richmond Road to get to the station without sidewalks currently. How are we going to be able to make Dominion Station a successful part of the transit system with safe pedestrian access and with minimal impact on the surrounding residential areas?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We actually look at putting in a formal transit station at Dominion as an opportunity to address a lot of these persistent nuisances that a lot of the local residents are experiencing right now. It will simply put more eyes in the vicinity. It can make significant improvements to both those pathway connections, but also the lighting around the station. And the increase in volumes of people accessing the station or alighting from there will also help. So we've met several times with a lot of the local residents. They're very concerned. They think that having a station there is going to increase these activities and these frustrations. But from everything we've seen in other jurisdictions and what we plan to apply to the design of that station, we think that there'll be noticeable improvements in the area.
You've noted that the station, I think in the presentation at the very beginning of this morning, will serve a target group that will be arriving primarily by foot. It'll be important to take a look at the entire stretch of Dominion from Richmond Road to the station to understand how we can do that. Will the project scope extend, or our design scope extend to Richmond Road?
Yes, we're already starting a study looking at how those movements from a broader radius will access the station conveniently and comfortably, both on foot and by bicycle, as well as planning some more formal kiss and ride opportunities, which we think will become more diffuse. Right now at Dominion, they're seeing a lot of kiss and rides. Yep. We believe that a lot of those people are coming from further west and then dropping people off as they then move into the downtown. So with stations at Cleary and at New Orchard, and those kiss and ride opportunities that will present themselves either on Richmond Road or on Byron, a lot of people will be getting off there to access the station. We imagine there'll be a decrease at the Dominion Station area.
What kind of consultation will go into that, since we're talking about broader community impacts as we're looking at the connection of the station to the broader community?
We plan to do some public consultation on the designs of how we are going to plan for those pedestrian and cycling movements, as well as the drop-offs as the stations get refined through preliminary engineering.
Okay. And then my second consideration with respect to Dominion, we've heard from residents along those residential streets with the low-rise, as well as the residents of the Barclay. The initial conditions that the NCC had put on this entire project with respect to burying the entire line was very attractive to them. Within the affordability envelope that we have, we cannot bury the full line. I believe there's 150 or perhaps 200 meters before it goes under the newly aligned parkway. When we're procuring for the design build, is there the potential that we could incent the future contractor to bury it sooner?
In response to that, I mean, certainly we could do that, so within the affordability envelope, we could ask that the Project Co. come forward with proposals that deal with that. I do want to mention that, there was a bit of a trade-off there in terms of, the riders wanting to at least see the river and have that experience, and it's certainly from a transit ridership perspective, having a glimpse of the river and being able to know exactly where you are is important, and it's important to, as part of city building. So we don't want to give that up entirely. I think it's a really nice attribute, and I believe that the trains themselves, because they are so quiet, it's going to work very well, even with an open trench for a section of that.
There's probably some balance to be achieved between that desire to provide those riders with that view of the river, even if it's only for however long it is, and minimizing the visual impact of having the open trench with which the residents are very concerned. I think earlier today, and I've forgotten the details, you mentioned that you were willing to take it as a direction to staff with respect to the Bayshore station to try to minimize that visual and noise impact. I'm not sure of the details of what was anticipated there. I guess my question would be whether you're willing to accept as a direction to staff to minimize that visual impact for that open trench portion.
Yes, we would be happy to take that as direction.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Weber. Councillor Hubley, you still need to be... Thank you. Sorry, I was stepped away for stretch my legs. Just one quick correction on mine. Whereas the TMP did not give any rankings or timelines, if you could just drop the ranking or piece in there, all we have to worry about is timelines. Apparently, we've moved up the rankings. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Taylor, a direction to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just, I know that Mr. Swale had mentioned this earlier, kind of glossed over, that was several hours ago. But just working with staff, they'd be prepared to accept direction that they investigate visual and acoustical abatement measures for the residential area adjacent to the Bayshore station as part of the design process. And in addition, the preliminary design engineers would look for ways to determine if potential station integration with Bayshore or adjacent development plans could advance a grade separation opportunity at Holly Acres as part of the Stage 2 process. So if we do go forward with an at-grade at Holly Acres, it is for as minimal a time as possible. And I understand that's acceptable to staff.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So are there any other motions from members of FEDCO? No. Yes?
I don't have one today, but staff are going to prepare a motion for council on behalf of Councillor Egley and I with regard to the
I think it's a
Cyclist
direction to staff they're preparing, are they?
Well, they came over and they're going to be preparing a motion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
For council?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One of the concerns we heard from residents in the Unitarian community on Cleary is concern during construction. And I want to ask the city manager, who had overall responsibility for Lansdowne's massive construction project, which was right across the street from a long-term care home and a seniors home. Did we, I don't know if you know this, did we receive any complaints from residents or staff of those facilities at the Glebe Center with respect to construction noise, vibration, dust, truck traffic, and so on?
Mayor, I've confirmed with Marco Manconi, who members of the committee will remember was the project manager for that project, that there were no complaints of that nature received from the Glebe Center during construction.
The other point is there's a massive, Ms. Shepherds, that many of us were down in the tunnel, which is really, it starts as a cut and cover and then goes into the tunnel right across the street from the Good Companion Center, which is a seniors drop-in. To the best of your knowledge, have we received any complaints about problems with that construction project, which is also massive?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. We investigated that a couple of weeks ago, and we haven't heard of any complaints.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to offer a couple of wrap-up comments. First of all, we've heard from close to 30 individuals and groups, and I thank you for sharing your views with us. Whenever we have a chance to discuss LRT at committee, I'm impressed at how far we've come in such a short period of time. You recall many years ago we were debating the merits of LRT. Now everyone wants LRT in the east, west, and south. At the beginning of the year, I said during our State of the City address that 2015 would be a year of momentum for Ottawa's LRT expansion. And just yesterday, we closed portions of the transitway between Blair and Herdman to begin converting it to rail. And I think it was Councillor Harder that spoke of the fact that it has gone relatively well. It was the right time to do it, obviously, during the non-peak period as things slow down, to allow drivers and passengers a chance to get comfortable with all of the many changes. Soon residents are going to be able to see construction move forward rapidly on the East End stations, because they're the ones, obviously, that are going to be done first as we close the eastern portion of the transitway. Everyone's going to be able to witness for the first time ever, we're converting a dedicated BRT to LRT. That's never been done anywhere in the world, and that's going to be done right here in our own backyard. But as we continue with construction of Confederation Line, we look forward to moving ahead with Stage 2. And as you know, we're not going to stop with Stage 1 and cut short our investment. We have to go on to farther east, farther west, and farther south, and we need to extend the benefits to those areas. I think we also were very pleasantly surprised by the presence, and he's still with us, the president of the airport, who came to the table in very much a spirit of cooperation to indicate that he wants to have skin in the game, and we very much look forward to working with the airport to include a link in the airport southern route, as well as the possibility, depending on funding, of expanding farther east to Trim Road, which would be a great benefit to those people who benefit from the Trim Road Park and Ride. Nous ne pouvons pas nous arrêter à la phase 1 et diminuer notre investissement. There's lots of reasons why we have to move forward with Phase 2, but here are three in particular. First, we need to reduce commute times. The LRT will save crosstown commuters significant time in each direction, shortening their trips considerably. Stage 2 will go even further by boosting ridership by 10% or 15 million rides per year. We're often asked about that, and I think this is a statistic we should use. We'll be boosting ridership by 10% or 15 million rides a year. Second, we need to create a more sustainable city. Stage 2 LRT will give us the largest one-time reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in Ottawa's history. And third, we need to strengthen the economy. We can't afford to let gridlock catch up with us, as we've seen in far too many cities around the world. Ottawa must remain competitive by keeping people and goods moving. Ce projet sera avantage pour nos familles, notre environnement et certainement notre économie. I'm well aware that no plan will be perfect, and residents will not be unanimous in their views on the route or the plan. But after consulting, evaluating, and studying, in some cases, dozens of potential alignments, the time comes to move forward. I want to in particular thank four members who are around this table. The first three are Councillors Blais, Taylor, and Eglai, who were our representatives on the 100-day solution panel that former Minister Baird and I established to resolve the portion of the WLRT. They put tremendous amount of time, effort, and goodwill into those discussions with the NCC. And together with those four members of the NCC board, I think came up with an admirable solution. I also want to thank Councillor Leeper, because Councillor Leeper represents a good portion of that area west of Maitland, and he has been extremely constructive in all of his interventions and comments, and I very much appreciate your approach. We will continue to make improvements. I'm pleased, of course, that the project has remained affordable, and that is due in large part to all of the work that our staff and consultants have been engaged in. This shows that we can have continued confidence in our plans. The federal government has pledged $53 billion over the coming years for projects just like this one. The provincial government is also committed to invest $130 billion in infrastructure over the next 10 years. And both levels of government have recently committed significant funds to transit projects similar to Stage 2 in other municipalities such as Toronto. And in fact, the Prime Minister made a commitment of up to $2.6 billion for the Toronto plan, and just look at where their plan is compared to ours. They have no EA, no council resolution, no public consultation. We actually are ahead of the curve in terms of our application process, that if council does approve this on July 8th, I, along with our city manager, will be eagerly moving forward to seek our fair share of funds from the two other orders of government. I have every confidence that our partners will come to the table to help us deliver world-class transit for the nation's capital. I want to thank all of you very much, thank the members of the public who are still with us for your insight and opinions. And we now have a number of motions that we'll deal with in the order that they were received, and then deal with the main report. So motion number one is Councillor Eglai's motion. Carried. Item number two is Councillor Hubley's motion as amended that he just referenced. Carried. On the main report as amended. Carried. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, City Manager's Office, Bureau du Directeur Général, City Clerk and Solicitor Department, Service de Greffier Municipal et de Chef de Continu. Ward Boundary Review, Information and Options 2015, Examen des limites de quartier, renseignements et options 2015. Item 2, Councillor Deans asked for this to be held. Councillor Deans,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know the day's been long, but I read this report, and I just want to be clear that I understand. By receiving it, we would effectively be maintaining the status quo until the next term. Is that the case?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And so when I read this, there were numerous options that you presented. Does the clerk have an opinion on which option provides the least risk to the city?
I'm not certain, Mr. Mayor, that I have one that provides the least risk. There's risk categories for each and every one of them that we've included in the report. I would tell members of committee that in a perfect world, and by perfect world I would define it or include the characteristics of unlimited time, money, internal and external resources, I would prefer a comprehensive ward boundary review, but we do not live in a perfect world. So,
okay, but you did cite the risk of an Ontario Municipal Board hearing in that report. How much risk does that present to us?
It presents different risk with each of the options, but I would suggest that what members need to appreciate at this point is that there are two statutory appeal provisions in Section 222 of the Municipal Act. If Council enacts a bylaw that dissolves or changes something to their ward boundaries, then any member of the public, any person would have an opportunity to bring that bylaw to the OMB. So if you actually action it, go through the whole process and make those changes. And for those who were here in 2001, 2002, and 2004, 2005, you know that it's a long process, and then there are almost inevitably appeals. And the other section is the opportunity that arises should there be a petition. Now, under our circumstances, it would require 500 electors signing a petition, turning it over to Council, and if Council did not action the matter, then that omission would allow one of those electors who signed the petition the opportunity to appeal. But those are the only two appeal provisions under the Municipal Act.
Okay, thank you for that. So if Council is to receive this report effectively signaling their intention to wait post-2018, unless there's an appeal, there's signatures and an appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board, would this automatically trigger a review post-2018, or would there be something that would have to trigger a review at that time?
No, Mr. Mayor, as members are probably familiar, you can't bind a future council with a policy decision. You can certainly use your moral persuasion. We think this report would be a good jumping off point for both members of council in 2018 and indeed any candidates who are running in the election to perhaps take this very seriously. But it would be for the next term of council to make that consideration. It would be, there would obviously be financial considerations and other things.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those were my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Daines. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just building on that, we have been dealing with this issue since 2009. I think I'm just going to run through the schedule because two other councils have dealt with it and we have not followed through on either of those. So there is no guarantee they would do it in 2019 either. The OMB approved expansion lands in 2009. At that time, there was a motion to consider whether they would, and was a motion at one point was approved that we would add in the new areas into the adjacent urban areas. We don't have to do that in the east, of course, because the urban and rural are together there, but it does affect the south and the west. That was then postponed. We actually did one area. The area that was in the Fernbank lands were added in a few earlier, but there was a piece missing, and so when the next one round was done, that piece, which was sort of surrounded by urban areas, was actually added into that. But the staff at that time said that there was not really enough time for a full review for the other areas, and we'd do them the next term, which is 2010. And that was on the books for a long time for doing that. Then we changed the rules so that anything from a previous council that was on to get handled would be only dealt with, you look at it, and unless you agreed with it, it wouldn't be continued, so it got sort of dropped off the list. Then the motion was then that the staff, this was in 2010, the staff would come forward within the first year of the next term to provide the incorporation within the affected wards of any changes made to the urban boundary resulting from the current official plan. That was done in 2009. And then at the end of that, find all of this, in 2010 or 11, there was in May of 2012, there was, the piece was put into the Fernbank, and they were asked to bring forward a report saying the various reviews for ward boundary review, and this was deferred to this particular council to be done within the term of the changes that were to happen in 2015. So this has been moving forward all the way along. What you've now got ahead, if we don't do anything and don't do it till 2019, is areas added to the urban boundary in 2009 would not go into an urban range one until 2023, which is like 9 years later. And I want to say we're working, we have the policy that we put forward, which I understand is going to be reiterated, that the urban council next to it and the rural one next to it work together. And I know Councillor Shantiri and I have been doing this very effectively for the last few years. But there's one thing to do the planning exercise, and it only applies to planning. Once it starts to be implemented, and I know in the biggest area in ours, we'll probably start having plans of subdivision before the end of this year if we approve the master plan. Staff have told me they expect the plans to come in within a few days of approving the master plan. There are different issues that then come up that are not necessarily planning issues. And I think it's an extra burden to put on the rural people to have to do this. They have large and complex wards already. And I don't know why we cannot do what's number 2, which is just the areas which are undergoing growth that should be added into the adjacent ones, and the west and the south already are in the east. And that gives a better opportunity the next term of council, starting in 2019. It won't happen until the end of this one to do that. And I really think that if we don't do this, I think we may hear from people who are very concerned about the growth and the way that the urban area is expanding, and then be forced into it. I'd much rather council dealt with it directly ourselves. So that is why I'm raising this now, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, because I think it is important that we actually meet what the OMB laid down in the last set of hearings, which actually happened before you were on council, but they made it very clear at that time that the rural wards should be rural and the urban wards should be urban because of the differences that was put forward, and that's why we're required to keep rural wards even if they're smaller populations. And I think we should follow through on that now, rather than postponing for the third time. This is the third council that's been dealing with these, not the first. I'm willing to meet with your office to work over how we could do this, and talk to Serge already about that. I didn't have much time to do that ahead of this meeting.
Okay. Well, I disagree with you. I think Councillor El Shantiri is ably are completely able to deal with some people who perhaps are in a subdivision. You look at some of the wards that we have right now. Rideau Goulburn ward has Manotick in it, which is very much a suburban community. When you look at the Carp, well, no, but they're not. They're not farms. You look at the Mahogany development. It looks like a pretty nice suburban community when you drive in there, and the amount of space that's going to be there. Anyways, I appreciate your perspective.
What I'm laying out, Mr. Mayor, is the fact council in the last 2 terms have said that they're going to do this. It's not something that's not been discussed before.
Yeah, but it's up to each council, as the clerk said.
I understand that, the council, but I think you may find that there is going to be some objections to that, and that is much better if we deal with it directly as a council.
I don't know about you, Councillor Wilkins. I have had 0 people come up to me and demand we have a boundary review. No one has. So I'd love to meet the people who are knocking on your doors demanding a boundary and more councillors.
Well, they're expecting it to happen because it's been in the
send me those people you've had conversations with.
Well, if they put forward a petition, you'll hear from them. If they don't, they won't. And if they don't, that's fine with me too.
Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay. On the report, received. Notice the motion for consideration of subsequent meeting. Inquiries. We received any written inquiries, Madam Clerk? No. Councillor Deans.
Thank you.
We can ask people to submit them in advance so we have a heads up. Councillor.
I didn't, sorry. The first one is, will the city manager implement an independent assessment of Phase 1 LRT project, including an outline of the challenges, shortcomings, problems, and lessons learned from this exercise? What will be the time frame for this review? Who will conduct this review? And what is the cost of the review? And the second inquiry, can the city manager provide details to council with regard to all property-related legal agreements and transactions pertaining to Phase 1 LRT?
My understanding is on the second one, I'll rule that out of order because it's confidential. We're not to release that until all of the land is secured. Is that correct, Mr. Kirkpatrick?
Yes, that was a resolution of the former council.
Okay. Okay, any other inquiries? Other business? adjournment. Motion to adjourn, carried, and our next meeting is Monday, September 1st, le mardi, le 1er septembre 2015. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup.